One was that it was very strong, far stronger than it, reaching the level of his 002 and 003's 3 giant strength. As for the other one, bang! While still contemplating how to probe, footsteps suddenly echoed through the hospital, very abruptly. It was as if they had been stealthy all along. The glass behind the strange figure shattered instantly, and several fully armed figures burst through the window, tackling the strange figure to the ground. The group wore full hazmat suits, completely sealed. The darkness was no longer lonely, the weirdness was directly subdued, but it was clearly even weirder. Clank, clank, clank. The hazmat-suited individuals somehow produced a large number of giant python-like chains, or perhaps they weren't chains, and firmly bound the person in the hospital gown on the ground, then dragged him back the way they came. From beginning to end, they didn't glance over here. Yilan narrowed his eyes and quickly followed. Bai Tao Tao? Yilan. Ah. She closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and with a feeling of if I die, I die, she chased after him. Clank, clank, clank. The Iron Man was dragged across the ground, making a spine-chilling sound. Thud. In the empty corridor, the sound of the elevator arriving was so clear. Fortunately, elevators in large hospitals are usually spacious, as there are often people needing to change floors while lying on mobile emergency beds. The small team dragged the Iron Man inside, and there were even a few empty spots in the elevator. Then, Yilan walked in. Bai Tao Tao? Bro, are you serious? The two stood in the elevator, surrounded by a crowded group of biochemical soldiers, and Bai Tao Tao was practically terrified to death. Beep. Please hold on, elevator ascending. As the electronic voice sounded and the elevator doors closed, the sense of fear reached its peak. Yilan glanced at her, gently tracing a few words on Bai Tao Tao's palm. They can't see us. Bai Tao Tao instantly froze, then let out a huge sigh of relief. Right. I'm so stupid. If they could see us, they wouldn't have had no reaction until now. She was about to speak, but Yilan covered her mouth and wrote on her palm again. Quiet, I'm not sure if the crystal ball's psychological invisibility was successful, or if they themselves are illusions. Bai Tao Tao's heart settled, and she immediately became obedient and exceptionally docile. Looking up, her gaze swept across the screen in the elevator, and Yilan's eyes suddenly narrowed. Floating text. Wasteland Year 30. What the hell was going on? Had they gone back in time? No, that's not right, it's just an influence. Whose influence? Yilan narrowed his eyes, and an answer was on the tip of his tongue. Shadow of the past. Ding. 13B, arrived. Please verify authorization. A biochemical soldier swiped a card, the elevator door slowly opened, and several people walked in together, including Yilan and Bai Tao Tao. Inside was a room that looked like a laboratory. As soon as they entered, they were met by a white coat wearing only a gas mask. He looked down, frowning. Another one out of control? No answer was needed, his question was already the answer. Get it onto the operating table, restrain it completely. Yes, Dr. By past experiments. Damn it. Dr. I was already cursing, how many times have I said not to use it if the validation time isn't enough? And you still dared to use it on him? This person's identity is going to be a huge hassle. Boom. Suddenly, the Iron Man on the operating table moved, and the chains binding him seemed to come alive, wrapping around Dr. By. Everyone's expression changed simultaneously. Yilan's gaze narrowed, tentacles had already grown from the Iron Man's skin, and the chains on his body seemed to have fused with him. The chains had become a part of his body, wriggling and attacking. Doctor. His condition seems very serious, what do we do? What do we do? What else can we do? Dr. I couldn't help but curse. Idiots. It's already like this. Since the experiment has been started, it can only be seen through to the end. To the end. He quickly rummaged through the shelves and found a strange test tube. The test tube was bubbling with eerie bubbles, like liquid flesh tentacles. As it shook, it seemed to be both forming and disintegrating. Then, he poured the contents into the mouth of the mutated person. Amidst a sound that made one's skin crawl, the person's breathing gradually stabilized. Effective? Yilan found it incredible. What did you pour in that actually suppressed it? Effective. Dr. Bai breathed a sigh of relief, though he wasn't answering Yilan, but rather muttering to himself, reassuring himself. The tentacles gradually receded, and the chains scattered across the floor, just like when Yilan used wooden chips to control the mutant on the third floor of the association. Who? Suddenly, the person on the ground let out a painful roar, his whole body swelling violently, as if an alien was about to burst out, wriggling strangely, and then bang! It exploded. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and the liquid even splashed towards Yilan's side, passing through them. It was an illusion after all. Yilan looked down, deep in thought. The ability of the shadow of the past was to return to key scenes from the past, and those were interactive. He could even use anomalies to contact Twilight Church and fight alongside his second and third brothers. Yilan still didn't understand the true nature of the shadow of the past, or whether the people inside were still alive. He could only find out if he truly captured the shadow of the past. Dr. Bai, what do we do now? What else can we do? Dr. Bai cursed, guzzling down something unknown, causing the soldiers in hazmat suits to take a step back. Retrieve all of this batch of gene enhancement agents, and secretly apprehend anyone who has used them. All records are to be sealed until new technological breakthroughs are made. Yilan was thoughtful. So, this situation had actually occurred once before, 30 years ago, then the experiment was sealed, and only recently put back into use? Although, they failed, and problems still arose. Pack up, we're moving back to the upper district. Dr. Bai and the soldiers began packing their belongings. Yilan originally wanted to follow, but everything abruptly stopped, and everything before his eyes vanished. Opening his eyes again, Yilan and Tao Tao were back on the first floor of the hospital. The surroundings were no longer so dim. Yilan looked back, the inpatient department was brightly lit. Yilan, what's going on? Tao Tao was very uneasy, everything before her was overturning her understanding. After all, she had never been to Sewage Town, nor had she entered the shadow of the past. Snap! Without speaking, Yilan snapped his fingers, unlocking the door at the back of the registration area, and went in for a quick look. What did you find now? Nothing. Yilan said as a matter of course, just confirming the time. Post-apocalyptic era year 62, November, back to the real world again. Deep in thought, Yilan suddenly looked at Tao Tao. People who have undergone gene enhancement are different from ordinary people, right? How is treatment carried out? Tao Tao was stunned, not knowing how the conversation suddenly shifted here. So you really haven't undergone gene enhancement? Never mind, I didn't say anything. Generally speaking, we don't need treatment, common illnesses no longer appear in our bodies, and our lifespan has increased significantly. We only need medical attention for external injuries. Minor injuries can be bandaged up. As for serious injuries... Tao Tao suddenly stopped, and Yilan also looked at her. Serious injuries, how are they treated? Tao Tao fell silent, stammering as she opened her mouth. Medicine, she felt like throwing up at that moment. You're not saying, we've always been drinking that stuff, are you? She remembered the liquid, flesh tentacle-like substance that Dr. Bai poured into the mutant's mouth in the previous scene. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Tao Tao shook her head vigorously. I've looked at those medicines before drinking them, and they're no different from water. Yilan was silent, slowly opening his mouth. How widespread is gene enhancement in Radiant City? Tao Tao seemed to finally realize why Yilan came to Radiant City. Despite her reluctance, she had to believe that gene enhancement had problems. Don't just say Radiant City, Tao Tao fully realized how terrifying this matter was, throughout the entire wasteland, apart from the church forces. Anyone else, anyone walking the wasteland, if they have money, has undergone gene enhancement. Those without money will save up to undergo gene enhancement. Yilan didn't appear too unusual. After all, he had already guessed this most extreme situation, hadn't he? What about your 4 great families? Are they all undergoing gene enhancement? 4 great families? Tao Tao's expression was a little strange. What kind of hellish title was that? However, it was fitting. Yes, they do. But the other 3 families are a bit resistant to gene enhancement, but at least they've all undergone one enhancement, otherwise, humans wouldn't be able to withstand the current environment, right? Yilan narrowed his eyes. So, gene enhancement is handled by your family? Yes. But even so, you still underwent the latest type of gene enhancement? Yes. Your father is the family head, to you. Yilan opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately didn't. Stopping the topic, Yilan took a deep breath. I have one more question. Go ahead. Gene enhancement is almost the most effective way for humans to become stronger, but you enhance, and they don't. How do the other 3 families stand alongside your family in Radiant City? In the face of absolute strength, schemes are actually somewhat vulnerable. I'm not quite sure. Tao Tao pondered, but I vaguely heard my brother mention that they are all responsible for different things, and he thinks it's very abnormal? Very abnormal? Yilan already understood something. The 4 great families of Radiant City, each family was involved in something special. The Bai family was responsible for gene enhancement, which also indicated that the other families were only stronger, not weaker. Damn it! What in the world are you Radiant City people doing? Although a grand Radiant City couldn't possibly be less outrageous than a beginner village like Sewage Town, you're still pushing it a bit too much. Aren't you? Let's go. Where? Tao Tao was startled. The place from before. Ah. Walking further inside, Yilan pressed the elevator button, slowly ascending to the 14th floor. The elevator no longer had the 13B option, so Yilan deduced it was the 14th. Ding! Elevator arrived, 14th floor. The elevator door opened, there was no longer any sophisticated unlocking method. Those people must have truly evacuated at that time, and now it was just an ordinary place. Entering the floor, Yilan looked up, frowning deeply. Damn it! There are surveillance cameras. The crystal ball's ability was psychological invisibility. Yilan couldn't be sure if this form of invisibility would work under surveillance. So, if he didn't want problems, the best way was to not touch anything. As long as nothing was lost or stolen, no one would be bored enough to suddenly check tonight's surveillance footage. The corridor was a very normal corridor. The previous laboratory now had walls and a door, and on the door hung a plaque. Gene Enhancer Treatment Room. He pushed it, and the door opened directly, it wasn't even locked. But this wasn't something to be happy about, being too simple meant there was nothing important inside. Pushing open the door, the shelves inside were still there, filled with various small medicine boxes. Yilan opened one, it was filled with the same style of reagent. It was very clear, and just by looking at it, it was even clearer than drinking water. This is the medicine we use to treat serious injuries. Tao Tao said loudly. She didn't even realize how loud she was, she just wanted to hear from Yilan, to confirm from Yilan that what she had drunk before wasn't such a disgusting thing. Yilan said nothing, pulled out a vial, opened the seal, and then blue-gray psionic energy surged, invading it. When psionic energy entered, for normal liquids, even chemical liquids, there was no reaction to the contact of psionic energy. But this? The water in the reagent boiled. Silence, a long silence, until Tao Tao was a little nervous, then Yilan spoke softly. Tao Tao, I'm sorry. Huh? My previous judgment was wrong, you can go home. Ah. Change of identity. Bai Tao Tao was stunned, more stunned than she had ever been before. What did I do wrong? Why are you chasing me away? Yilan was taken aback. This development didn't quite align with his expectations. No, at first I thought something bad would happen if you went back, but now it seems that's not the case. Currently, it appears that your new gene enhancement wasn't an accident. Even if they didn't tell them, didn't the people who performed your enhancement check your identity? Yet they still did it. And you also said your father treats you quite well. While I wouldn't say a tiger doesn't eat its cubs, at the very least, this price could be paid by anyone else, but it doesn't have to be you. I've confirmed it. Yilan returned the reagent in his hand to its original place. Your Bai family already has a way to deal with out of control mutations. If you hadn't been captured by some unknown force and taken to Guangwei town, you probably would have been fine long ago. So, you can go home. Oh. Bai Tao Tao couldn't quite describe her feelings. She looked back, then moved 2 steps closer to Yilan. But I know a lot of your secrets. I can't just leave like this. It's fine, I trust you won't tell anyone. I will. I'll tell everyone. Yilan? Are you crazy? It's fine, then go ahead and tell them. Bai Tao Tao? No. I'm not leaving. She stamped her foot. You said you'd personally escort me back to the Bai residence. It's so chaotic outside now, what if I get captured again on the way? Yilan was helpless. There are experts from your Bai family everywhere on the road, they must be looking for you. Just find one and reveal your identity. No. Yilan. The mine cat, at some unknown point, had stealthily jumped out. This is charm, meow. This naive girl doesn't want to leave you anymore, meow. Yilan? Bai Tao Tao? Whatever. Yilan shook his head, but if you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave freely later. Actually, he wasn't really trying to chase Bai Tao Tao away, rather, he felt a little guilty. After all, his previous deductions were completely wrong, and he had already delayed Bai Tao Tao's time for returning home for treatment. There was no need for her to follow him anymore. Their relationship, Yilan now felt confident enough to let her go. With Su Lezhang absent, Bai Tao Tao by his side could indeed help him a lot, especially since she was a third-stage gene enhancer with the new gene enhancement, and could compensate for his lack of close combat ability. Purely in terms of value, Yilan really needed her, and it was quite relaxing to act with this girl. It gave him a sense of déjà vu, like taking Su Lezhang out for a stroll in Sewage Town. Saying it like that might be unfair to Tao Tao, Su Lezhang is still a bit too abstract. He glanced at the reagents on the shelf, then put away a small box from the back. Bai Tao Tao was stunned. Didn't he say not to touch anything to avoid being discovered? This, if you want to research it, once we reach the upper district, I can get you as much as you want. Her identity had shifted from being forced to being proactive, and Bai Tao Tao began enthusiastically demonstrating her value. However, Yilan looked at her helplessly. What if you don't make it to the upper district? Bai Tao Tao. So, it turns out, he took risks for me. It's not really a risk. Yilan spoke, firing a grappling hook upwards. With another snap, the surveillance disappeared. Let them search. By the time they find it, I should already be in the upper district. Bai Tao Tao. Seriously, don't be a detective anymore. If you were a master thief, there'd probably be no one in the world who could rival you. Entering the elevator, they returned to the first floor the way they came. Pushing open the door of the outpatient department, the two re-entered the courtyard of the Radiant City United Medical Institution. Now what? Bai Tao Tao asked eagerly. Actually, she thought about it herself and felt that she shouldn't have any of the messy thoughts that the pretty little cat mentioned. She was just excited and wanted to thoroughly investigate everything behind gene enhancement. Yes, that must be it. This place is very legitimate now. Not to mention Su Lezhang and the others, even the opposing forces hidden in that small hospital before wouldn't be here. I'm sure I haven't found any traces of their presence. How do you find their traces? Bai Taotao was very curious. She genuinely wanted to learn something from Yilan now. Although, if this thought were heard by Yilan, he would surely want to complain. What do you want to learn from me? Scaling walls and rooftops, entering through windows? Yilan replied without hesitation. Man's scent is still very obvious. Bai Taotao's expression stiffened for a moment. Man's scent? Yilan. He wasn't stupid, this little girl's thoughts had probably gone 3 miles off track. Let me correct that, it's the scent of twilight. Oh. As for those who could smell the so-called twilight scent, there were probably only 2 types of people left in this wasteland. One type was the rotten god cult. The other was himself, who had absorbed a large amount of the power of the second and third ones during the sewage battle 60 years ago. However, speaking of which, there was only one last place left to find Su Lezhang and Xiaomanman, and Yilan couldn't help but feel some pressure. What if they couldn't be found? He wasn't too worried now, but if it dragged on indefinitely, even if Radiant City ended and they still weren't found, how would he explain it to Xia Qingyu? Moreover, the Mind Cat's time reversal was like a golden search period. Within 7 days, the deviation was almost non-existent. If they still couldn't be found at this last location, Yilan might truly have no choice but to return to the ruins of Yujian Restaurant and trace their evacuation path, section by section. Due to Yilan having to return to the Non-Natural Detective Association by dawn, the two moved at an extremely fast pace. Watching her, seemingly small in stature, but after all that exertion, she didn't even need to catch her breath. Truly, everyone relies so much on gene enhancement. Standing at the edge of the plaza, the other side was the smoky factory district. At a crossroads, there was a small path leading downwards. Yilan originally thought it was a former subway station or something, but after it was unsealed, he realized it was just a very short path. It felt like it was built to directly connect the basement and the ground, with a ramp carved out, giving off a strong sense of an underground parking garage. But no one would truly think it was just a dilapidated, run-down garage. The gate alone showed that it had melted several rare alloys, making it incredibly luxurious. In the middle of the door, there was a square iron hole, probably serving a purpose similar to a peephole. Yilan didn't think the people below couldn't build a better environment, it was purely a kind of twisted humor. It gave a sense of a private underground shelter in a zombie apocalypse. Thump thump thump. Yilan knocked on the door. The sound of the iron door echoed loudly in the night. Click. The square iron hole in the middle opened, revealing an eye inside, belonging to someone completely hidden under a hood. That eye darted around unnaturally, a very strange sensation. Prosthetics. Yilan frowned, feeling a bit strange, but couldn't pinpoint why. It's so late, what's the matter? The person behind the iron grate made a crisp sound, breaking the silence. Yes, crisp. Yilan didn't know how to describe it, but it was crisp, yet not the usual kind of crisp, but more like a mechanical crispness. To treat an illness, Yilan replied as a matter of course, feeling like he was asking a pointless question. Why else would someone come to your clinic in the middle of the night? To play mahjong? The eyeballs rolled, sweeping over Yilan and Bai Taotao, then spoke again. Are you dying? Yilan? Why are you talking so absurdly? What do you mean, are you dying? No. Then I won't see you. Come back tomorrow. Yilan? Are you a dog? Then I'm dying. Strange doctor. Bai Taotao. Are you just spouting nonsense? Aren't you even going to pretend? But it seemed that no matter the answer, he had a mature response plan. If you're dying, go to a big hospital. My place can't save you. Yilan. Damn it, a guy even more annoying than me has appeared. So, he didn't want to talk anymore. Click. Through the small square window, Yilan raised his revolver, extended it in, and pressed it against his head. I feel like you're dying too, but I can treat you. How about you open the door quickly? What do you think? The strange doctor was stunned, his expression turning unpleasant. Drawing a gun and pointing it at him at his own doorstep, wasn't that a bit too arrogant? This is Dragon Serpent Plaza, the strange doctor warned. Yes, and I'm one of the dragons and serpents living here, Yilan said indifferently. The strange doctor narrowed his eyes. That's interesting. In this Dragon Serpent Plaza, there shouldn't be anyone who doesn't know what kind of place this is, right? I asked around, Yilan chuckled. A clinic. Strange doctor. Speechless for a moment, he reminded him again. There are Sioux family people outside. The city has been chaotic lately, and I see you also have secrets you don't want others to know. Don't cause trouble for yourself. You're right, Yilan nodded in agreement, pulling out a token, but I am from the Sioux family. Strange doctor. You damn it. But the Sioux family isn't all-powerful. The Bai family is responsible for Radiant City's overall strategic security. Although my clinic is in the lower district, it's certified by the Bai family. Your Sioux family can't touch me. Oh. Yilan nudged Bai Taodao, who rolled her eyes and pulled out a Bai family crest that wouldn't reveal her personal identity. As the strange doctor stared in confusion, Yilan slowly spoke. If necessary, I can also represent the Bai family. Strange doctor. What the hell are you, exactly? He opened his mouth, staring at Yilan's gun, perhaps in some sense, not truly fearing the overt threat of Yilan's pistol. Finally, this place is funded by the Zhao family. If you're from these two families, you'd best not cause trouble for your family, don't you think? Yilan gradually grew angry. You are so annoying. Who taught you that? Why are you just like me, constantly changing identities? So, what you mean is, you want to turn a simple medical visit into an investigation and confiscation of your Zhao family's illegal assets by the Lower District City Lord's Mansion and the Bai family security team? Strange doctor. Damn it, this kid is unyielding. Creak. Finally, the door opened, and Yilan, seemingly unconcerned about any danger, walked in. Upon entering, it was filled with a very strange, well, not strange, but rather an unsuitable smell for a clinic. A mechanical smell, a paint smell, or perhaps the smell of industrial lubricant. The overall feeling was not like a clinic, but rather, a foundry? It was only because there were still faint traces of disinfectant and basic medical tools visible everywhere in the room that it still looked somewhat like a clinic. So, where are you two injured? HM? Oh. Yilan didn't even turn his head, observing his surroundings as if no one else was there, and casually said, my head hurts a bit. Strange doctor. So you're saying there's something wrong with his brain, right? After looking around, Yilan's frown deepened. Why are all these things so strange? Mechanical arms, mechanical legs, mechanical eyeballs, pelvises, and even, some mechanized indescribable objects. Did I really come to the wrong place? Is this really a clinic? He walked all the way to the operating table. To be precise, it had a bit of a high-end dental clinic's extraction chair vibe, with a touch of gaming chair aesthetic. Even the two wings of this operating table were equipped with a pair of mechanical arms. He didn't know what they were for. But it was at that very moment that Yilan confirmed something. They had been here. Sequins, very hard to detect, but easily noticeable by a careful person. After that visit to sewage clinic, Xia Qingyu had taught him to recognize something that only appeared on the Twilight God cult robes, exclusive. Sequins. Hey! Are you going to see a doctor or not? Don't rummage through my things. Whoosh! Bai Taodao quickly burst forward, blocking the strange doctor's path. In an instant, the strange doctor's expression changed, and he blurted out. Fourth-tier gene enhancer? In fact, she was only a third tier, although the effect of her third new gene enhancement was a bit outrageous, already comparable to a regular fourth-tier gene enhancer. Click. Yilan squatted down, opened a box in the corner, and then froze. A severed hand. Click. Click. Yilan opened them one by one, all perfectly preserved severed hands and legs. What are these? Yilan's voice was calm, showing no emotion. The patient's severed limbs, the strange doctor said as a matter of course, clearly not yet realizing the seriousness of the situation. Yilan smiled coldly, making Bai Taotao shiver. It seemed she had never seen Yilan's gaze so cold. So, you don't even understand medicine, you only know how to amputate? The strange doctor was stunned for a moment, as if he too felt a surge of anger, and sneered. Yes, so what? Heh heh, Yilan pursed his lips and turned to him. Then I think I should also be quite skilled in medicine, so I'll amputate all 5 of your limbs. Yilan saw Su Lezhang's arm, the one without a ring. But in his memory, in the flashback, Su Lezhang's injury wasn't on his limbs at all. He didn't even dare to open the next box, fearing he would find something even worse. And he was with Man. How was Man? How the hell am I going to explain this to Xia Qingyu? Bang 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 bang. The revolver unleashed terrifying firepower that sent shivers down one's spine. The strange doctor's expression changed drastically, his dodging speed even more agile than Bai Taotao's. Then, instead of retreating, he advanced, rushing towards Yilan at an unpredictable angle. But unfortunately, no matter how unpredictable, it wouldn't be as unpredictable as Yilan's marksmanship. Bang bang bang. Each bizarre bullet trajectory was fatal. The most bizarre thing was that no matter how the strange doctor moved, attacked, or dodged, the bullets would still create a fatal trajectory for him. At the next point of impact. Several charges later, he not only failed to get close to Yilan but his clothes were almost shredded. Click. Yilan coldly reloaded and shot mercilessly. Bang 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 bang. I'm not using the chaos bell because I don't want to blast you to death immediately. He who tied the bell must untie it. Yilan even truly hoped now that he was a follower of Sewing Doll. In that case, there would still be a chance to restore Su Lezhang. Whoosh! The situation was extremely critical, and the strange doctor was truly powerless to resist. He suddenly retreated rapidly, then extended his sleeve. He was quite familiar with this movement, even daring not to think further. Xia Manman's hand cannon preheating. Fortunately, what shot out from the sleeve wasn't a hand cannon, but rather... The strange doctor's sleeve unleashed a torrent of firepower like a Gatling gun. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of bullets shot towards Yilan's entire body. Splat! Yilan was expressionless, he looked up and fired his grappling hook, miraculously avoiding the dense network of firepower at an incredible angle. Swinging to the other side. The strange doctor's face changed completely, his sense of unease reaching its peak. What's going on? To say this is even prediction is a bit of a stretch, isn't it? Bang bang bang. Yilan continued to shoot without pause, determined to kill him today. As for the clues, first, let me dismantle your whole body, then I can use my own retrospection to find out. The strange doctor's expression changed drastically. He extended the hand that had just been firing, and then its interior suddenly bulged, as if a shield had been erected. Bang 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 bang. How unpredictable was the marksmanship of Yilan's activation pistol. No matter how his shield dodged, several bullets still struck his body. Clang. But when the bullets went in, bullet holes appeared in the opponent's robe, yet not a single drop of blood flowed out. There was only a clang sound. Yilan was stunned for a moment, his expression growing even gloomier. Isn't this similar to Blood Jade Mary? In the brief moment Yilan stopped shooting, Bai Taotao found an opportunity to strike. She grabbed a long saber and, with the full power of a gene enhancer, slashed down at the strange doctor. Bang! The strange doctor quickly met the attack. Unlike ranged attacks, the collision between the two created a huge aftershock. And this aftershock finally tore his robe, revealing what was underneath. Yilan was about to take advantage of his weakness and completely shatter him, but this time, he suddenly froze, seeing the strange doctor's body. Beneath the black robe, almost his entire body, except for his head, was a mechanical construct. It was indeed somewhat similar to Blood Jade and Mary, but in some ways, not at all. You're not human? No. Tao, wait. Yilan finally understood something. Everything that had just happened pointed to another, completely new answer. The four great families of Radiant City are all researching their own things. This place is full of mechanical limbs and arms. Powerful but still somewhat crude mechanical constructs, different from what Sewing Doll creates. Yilan felt a strange mix of emotions, and a bit of shock. Prosthetics? Same as before. Not fighting anymore? The strange doctor was a bit puzzled, but at least he clearly realized one thing. He couldn't defeat Yilan. Moreover, he already had a vague guess about the identities of Yilan and the other person. So flexible, so multifunctional. Su Lejean's arms seemed to have a whole new explanation. What the hell? Yilan was shocked. Is this the Zhao family's place? Is there a problem? You Radiant City people have researched prosthetic body modification to this extent? The strange doctor was somewhat wary, yet also somewhat self-satisfied. It's alright, still a bit behind the gene project. What the hell? Boom! Blue mist surged, and Yilan's psionic energy swept over. The strange doctor seemed to want to resist, but realized it wasn't an attack anymore. After a moment of hesitation, he let Yilan's power rush over him. No effect? Yilan was stunned. It was true, he was almost immune to abnormal effects. Of course, some things were still not immune, such as the Chaos Bell's instant kill, the Formless Hand's disappearance, 003's direct bombardment, and his own activation. But the usual abnormal effects, ordinary strange abilities, should no longer be able to harm him. Similarly, there were drawbacks, but they could also be seen as good things. Things like the shadow of the past, he might never be able to enter them again. This is just insane. Flesh is weak, mechanical ascension is it? You Radiant City people, One gene modification, one prosthetic body modification for mechanical ascension, what about the other two families? What are you playing at? Click. Yilan swapped out the ordinary activation revolver, gripped the Chaos Bell, and pointed it at the strange doctor's head. Go into hibernation mode, I need to verify your stance. The strange doctor almost laughed. Do you think I'm stupid? If I go into hibernation now, won't I just be offering myself up to be killed? I need time to determine what happened here, Yilan said coldly. If you refuse, you will die immediately. Whoosh! Yilan tossed a mist blue coin, and to Bai Taotao's immense surprise, he, for the first time, proactively introduced himself to someone from Radiant City. Eternal Night Divine Church, Yilan. The strange doctor paused. He spoke loudly, but in truth, he was quite worried. That golden revolver on the other side and the feeling of the previous gun were completely different. Compared to it, his whole body felt like paper. However, Yilan revealing his name at this moment clearly wasn't without purpose. He looked down at the mist blue coin Yilan had tossed over, and was stunned. When the 50-value mist blue coin was released, even Yilan didn't know how much of a sensation it had caused in the wasteland, and he had collected one long ago to examine it. Perhaps Yilan didn't even know that the 50 mist blue coins in the wasteland now were almost like commemorative coins, because of their limited release. A large number of people were willing to exchange 100 other mist blue coins for them. But this time, it was clearly different again. He looked down, the illustration on the coin, a black silhouette, gradually overlapped with the person in front of him. Damn it! A legend engraved on a mist blue coin, and a legend of 50 value, came to Radiant City in person? He gritted his teeth, then said nothing, and with a click, collapsed to the ground, paralyzed. I don't have a hibernation mode, I can only enter maintenance status for 10 minutes. Then, he fell to the ground as if he had lost consciousness. Yilan narrowed his eyes, unsure whether he should relax. So cooperative? Bang! A bullet from the chaos bell grazed his scalp, yet he still showed no reaction. Unlike ordinary firearms, the chaos bell could instantly kill almost anything. It was an unparalleled omen of death in the wasteland. If he could still feign unconsciousness in this situation, then it would truly be beyond the scope of mental fortitude. Ai Taotao gently stepped forward, silently picking up the mist blue coin Yilan had thrown. And she, more than the strange doctor they had just met, could confirm that the person on it was Yilan. For a moment, she couldn't help but gasp. She only knew he was from the Eternal Night Divine Church, his name was Yilan, and he was good friends with Su Jianrun, but he was the person on the mist blue coin. Who exactly was he? Yilan, why did you expose your true identity? Yilan had already put away his gun and walked towards the operating table. If he helped Su Lezhang and them, then the situation of him knowing who I am is generally controllable. If he didn't. Yilan narrowed his eyes. What does it matter if he knows? He's as good as dead. Ai Taotao's expression was odd. Then how do you confirm it? Of course, this cat will make a move, meow. The mind cat proudly jumped out, just glancing at the strange doctor on the ground, also with some complexity. Mechanical modification. Radiant City is truly outrageous. In the past, such things could only be seen in novels. I don't know how far this Zhao family has researched consciousness uploading. Yilan looked down, also a bit complex. The survival crisis brought by the end of the world simply forced humanity to unleash all its strength. He sighed, humans always have to find a way to protect themselves. If in the end I can't properly deal with all anomalies, Radiant City might not necessarily be humanity's last hope. Nothing more to say, scene recall. Recall time, meow? The day before yesterday. Yilan thought for a moment. The explosion should have happened around midnight, and this place is still some distance from Yujin restaurant, so let's say 1:30 a.m. the night before. Okay, meow. The scene appeared before them, a dark night, mechanical gleams flickering everywhere, and this strange doctor was lying on the operating table. Sleeping. Although sleeping on an operating table was a bit absurd, at least he still needed to sleep, still somewhat human-like. Clang, clang, clang. In the quiet night, in the quiet basement, there was a frantic knocking sound. The strange doctor irritably got up from the operating table and, in an identical manner, opened the access doorframe. Who is it? A patient. A pleasant and calm female voice came from outside the door. It was indeed Xiao Man. Are you dying? The strange doctor asked. Yes. If you're dying, go to a hospital, not here. Yilan. You're a repeater, aren't you? Xiao Man raised her hand, a hand cannon condensed, passed through the peephole, and aimed at the strange doctor's head. Ai Taotao. Yilan. Ai Taotao really wanted to ask, why were their entrance methods so synchronized? First point a weapon at the other person's head, then go in, right? Little girl, have you inquired what kind of place this is? Outside are all the Su families. Xiao Man's patience was clearly less than Yilan's. She directly took out her sun holy symbol. Twilight God Cult, open the door quickly. Twilight God Cult? The strange doctor was stunned for a moment, hesitated, then opened the heavy alloy door. Xiao Man dragged Su Lezhang in, then closed the door behind her, stating concisely. Save him. The strange doctor looked down briefly, frowning. I can't save him. You need to go to a proper hospital. Xiao Man's voice was cold. If you can't save him, then you can die. Ai Taotao. She couldn't help but glance at Yilan. This sister, is she so violent? Listen. That doesn't sound like something someone from the Twilight God cult would say. Yilan didn't know what to say for a moment. He couldn't possibly say she learned bad habits from him, could he? Hands free. The strange doctor wasn't foolish. He could hear the seriousness in Xiao Man's voice and said. I can save him, but I can't handle anything more. Infection, tetanus, all these could kill him later, so you should still go to a proper hospital. Xiao Manman had completely lost her patience. After all, Su Lezhang's injuries were too severe. But fortunately, reason kept her in check. He asked me to bring him here, so you two should know each other. Why don't you take a good look at who he is, and then give me a new answer? The strange doctor frowned, indeed looked down, and then was surprised. That brat from the Su family? What happened? Xiao Manman didn't have time to explain the whole story to him and spoke coldly. I'll ask one more time, can you save him, or can you not? The strange doctor frowned and waved his hand, lift him onto the operating table. Xiao Manman didn't waste words, laid Su Lezhang on the operating table in the underground, and then checked the surrounding situation. As expected, she found the boxes on the edges. Then she suddenly looked up and saw that in the dark areas, many tables had remnants of severed limbs and instruments combined together. Boom! Her expression changed drastically. Xiao Manman's hand cannon instantly overloaded, and she fired a shot back. Bai Taodao finally couldn't help but look at Yi Lan, opening her mouth as if to speak but stopping. Do you all operate like this? Yi Lan. It seemed he had indeed, just now, also drawn his gun without a word and fired back. This. It all has a story, Yi Lan said with a bit of awkwardness. However, Yi Lan didn't need to explain. Xiao Manman had already told the story. Are you a follower of the sewing doll? What sewing doll? Day. Boom 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 boom. Next came a passionate shootout. Not long after, Xiao Manman was in no mood for a drawn-out battle. She enveloped herself in her mecha and charged forward fearlessly. The strange doctor's face changed drastically, his machine gun arm transformed into a large shield, and he went to meet her. Boom! The aftermath of the impact revealed his true form, and Xiao Manman also paused, temporarily stopping her offensive. Not a sewing doll? She quickly regained her composure, her voice a little cold. Your Radiant City's research is getting more and more excessive. Isn't it? Aren't you afraid of the cleanse from my Twilight God cult? Even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, the strange doctor said, feeling there was nothing wrong. The survival you, the Twilight God cult, bring to humanity is established under your cult. What if one day, you yourselves can't hold on? Humanity should have its own backup plan, a backup path. But your Radiant City doesn't represent all of humanity, Xiao Manman said, but then suddenly lost interest and didn't want to argue anymore. It all started from meeting Yi Lan. She could also feel that the Twilight God cult was indeed gradually becoming less righteous. Moreover, the most crucial thing now was still Su Lezhang. Begin. The strange doctor looked at her, seemingly curious, not expecting someone from the Twilight God cult to simply let it go like that, even if it was just temporarily. I'll have to wait. I need to make a call. Xiao Manman narrowed her eyes. Alright, on speakerphone. The strange doctor shrugged and quickly pulled out his phone, rapidly unfreezing it. The other side was very noisy, sounding like they were drinking. Then, a very young voice came through. Butler? What's up? I'm drinking. The strange doctor, who was called Butler, quickly spoke. Young Master Su. No, your friend, came to me? Ha? The voice on the other end seemed to sober up a bit and quickly said. Why did he go to you? I heard Yu Jin restaurant exploded, and I haven't been able to reach him all day. I'm already preparing his funeral, commemorating the youth of our 4 great talents. Everyone. The people Su Lezhang knew were indeed very unconventional. He's with me now, severely injured. I want to ask for your opinion. There's such a good thing? The person on the other end excitedly said, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Quickly, while he's severely injured, give him full-body prosthetics. Turn him into a robot. Xiao Manman, Yi Lan, Bai Taodao. Somewhat speechless, Yi Lan looked at Bai Taodao. Another one of Radiant City's 4 young masters? Bai Taodao shook her head, then nodded. If she admitted to 4 young masters, wouldn't she also be admitting that her own brother was one of the 4 young masters? Yi Lan understood. Young master, don't joke around. Giving him full body prosthetics is worse than not saving him. Otherwise, when he fights you to the death, you won't be able to beat him. The young voice on the other end paused, then became a little dispirited. You're right, you're right. Gradually, the voice also became serious. How severe are the injuries? How confident are you? If we don't replace his entire body with prosthetics, it will be very difficult for him to fully recover, but keeping him alive isn't a problem. Understood. The voice on the other end became serious. Then do this, you handle him first, then arrange the secret passage, and send him to me. The butler hesitated for a moment, then quickly said, Young master, there's someone from the Twilight God cult here right now. In a blink of an eye, the communicator went silent. Twilight? You can't beat her? Wait, someone from the Twilight God cult brought him over? Yes. The butler glanced at the expressionless Xiaoman man. She's right next to me now. He seemed to feel that he had reached his limit with this statement. If he had said he was on speakerphone, Xiaoman man would probably have directly taken action. Although if his young master wasn't foolish, he should definitely be able to guess. Never mind, cure Su Lezhang first, then send him over via the secret passage. I'll meet her myself. Yes. The call ended, and the butler spread his hands. Miss, are you relieved now? Relieved? Not at all. Quickly make him wake up. The butler nodded, went to the side, took out a pile of strange instruments, and then opened the huge wound on Su Lezhang's abdomen. Wait! Xiaoman man quickly stopped him. What are you doing? Bionic device, the butler said. Many of his organs are damaged, so we need to maintain his functions first and send him to the upper district. And then? Then? The butler said helplessly, why are you worrying about the 4 young masters? Isn't there still the young master of the Bai family? As long as we keep him alive and send him up, these are all minor issues. Xiaoman man really had no choice. She sighed and gave up. It was a case of trying to cure a dead horse as if it were alive. Anyway, coming here wasn't her choice, it was Su Lezhang's. If something really went wrong, she would just blame him for his poor judgment. The operation began like this, and soon, Su Lezhang suddenly opened his eyes. She was just about to confirm if Su Lezhang had any problems when she heard his excited shout. Ah ha ha ha, I knew I'd be fine. If heaven hadn't given birth to me, Su Lezhang, Radiant City would be like a long night, ah ha ha ha. Team style. He couldn't take it anymore. At that moment, it wasn't just Xiaoman man, Yilan also wanted to stop the retrospection. It was a pity, he still had to confirm how Su Lezhang and Xiaoman man left. Bang! Alright, you noob. Xiaoman man kicked him angrily. I'm really speechless. How did Yilan protect you in Sewage Town? You can't even last 3 seconds. I've only been in your room for a few seconds, and you're already like this? Su Lezhang's expression froze. Oh, but that was a sneak attack, a sneak attack. He muttered, then, for the first time, let out a sigh. I'm still a bit too weak, it's so uncomfortable. Xiaoman man was slightly stunned, wondering if she had spoken too harshly, as he was still a patient. It's fine, fools have their blessings. Su Lezhang. He just became even more unhappy. Uncle Zhao, thank you for saving me. He rubbed his hands. Can you check me out? Can I get stronger? Butler Zhao was startled and looked at him suspiciously. Have you finally come to your senses? I can replace your entire body. Stop, stop. Hold it right there. Su Lezhang jumped in fright. Not that much, just an arm-mounted exoskeleton will do. Do you still have one of those multifunctional tactical arms? Give me the best one. Butler Zhao frowned. No, this was custom-made for myself. It's... Bang! Su Lezhang slammed the table and stood up, then the wound on his stomach hurt, and he shrank back down. What do you mean? Am I, Su Lezhang, short on money? Butler Zhao. Well, he probably wasn't short on money. Hurry up. There might be more danger on this journey. I'm already like this, and you're still being so stingy? Butler Zhao was speechless, and then it was time for the surgery and equipment change. For a moment, Yilan felt a bit awkward. So this was the situation with Su Lezhang's arm. It was a good thing he hadn't impulsively killed this strange doctor just now. Finally, the surgery was complete, and Su Lezhang happily sat up, awkwardly operating his mechanical arm. Ha 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 ha. This is great, I'm invincible now. My left hand will be invincible in attack, and my right hand invincible in defense. I could even go to Sewage Town again. Xia Man looked disgusted. Alright, I'll remember that. Next time we have an operation, I'll make sure to tell Yilan how strong you are now and assign you the most difficult task to complete alone. Maybe you'll get recognized and promoted to Eternal Night Pope. Don't. Yilan? Just then, Butler Zhao's expression tightened as he looked at them. Xia Man and Su Lezhang exchanged glances, then Su Lezhang raised his newly installed tactical exoskeleton at Butler Zhao. By Tao Tao, Yilan. You still say this isn't your team's collective style? Alright, stop pointing that toy at me. Butler Zhao rolled his eyes in annoyance. I know you, kid. You wouldn't really lay a hand on me, would you? This matter is very serious, Su Lezhang said earnestly. Butler Zhao ignored him, shooed him off the operating table, and began to tidy up the messy pile of waste materials. Who in Radiant City doesn't know about your ambiguous relationship with the Eternal Night Divine Church? Of course, I really didn't expect their divine emissary to come in person. You need to reassure me, Su Lezhang insisted. Otherwise, I really can't leave like this. Butler Zhao was getting annoyed and rolled his eyes. How can I reassure you? How about you feed me a goo heart pill? Alright. Su Lezhang immediately pulled one out. Butler Zhao. I was just saying that casually. Seeing that Su Lezhang was truly unwilling to give up, Butler Zhao could only speak a few serious words. You haven't realized something yet. No matter what you're trying to do, the upper district is the center of everything. The citywide lockdown will probably last a long time. You might want to think, without you in the lower district, who else could have a way to help your Eternal Night Divine Church friends get to the upper district unnoticed? Oh, this. Su Lezhang's expression changed instantly. You're willing to help? Perhaps. Butler Zhao's mechanical eye rolled, and he pressed a very hidden secret passage. Hurry up and get out. Don't be an eyesore here. With all this commotion, a patrol might come to check things out soon. After a moment of hesitation, Su Lezhang really couldn't do anything to his savior. He exchanged glances with Xia Man and walked towards the secret passage. Before they left, Butler Zhao looked at Xia Man. I'll still give you a reminder, little girl. In Radiant City, if you don't want to cause trouble, it's best not to reveal your Twilight God cult identity for now. Xia Man frowned, why? However, the old doctor had already turned his head. Tomorrow, you'll understand. Outside the retrospection, Yilan narrowed his eyes. This guy knew a lot. At least at this moment, he already knew that tomorrow, Radiant City would expel all major forces citywide, and even the Twilight God cult would face polite or even more extreme blockades. That's enough. Mindcat stopped the scene retrospection as instructed, and Yilan patiently waited a few more minutes. As soon as the 10 minutes were up, Butler Zhao slowly woke up. Done? Yilan nodded, done. Butler Zhao looked at Yilan. Indeed, there was no hostility. He must have used some method to confirm that he had saved Su Lezhang, right? And then? Thank you. I apologize for earlier, I owe you a favor. A favor? Ha! No need. If everything's fine, you can leave. Alright. With a click, Yilan pressed the hidden secret passage switch. But we're going this way. Butler Zhao? This is just ridiculous, how did you find it? You told me. Butler Zhao? But in the very next second, Yilan's expression changed, and his voice was extremely urgent. How long does this secret passage of yours take to reach the upper district? Butler Zhao was startled. Sometimes when others are in a hurry, it can unconsciously make you anxious too. So, his speech was also very fast. About 20 minutes? 20 minutes? Damn! Why is it so far? No wonder there were so few secret passages to the upper district. On one hand, control was strict, and on the other hand, every time a secret passage was opened, the distance was too great. This was a huge project, and it also meant it was difficult to do it so secretly. Tao Tao, I'm not good at speed. If you take me at full speed, can we outrun a 4-time gene enhancer specializing in speed in a straight line? Bai Tao Tao's expression was strange. Are you overestimating me too much? I might not even be able to outrun them myself, let alone with you. Damn it! Yilan's expression changed wildly. He grabbed the ordinary activated revolver, disengaged the safety, and aimed it at himself. Bai Tao Tao? Yes. Bang! A deafening gunshot, and Yilan shot himself in the left arm, the automatic fire avoiding all critical vital points. The bullet penetrated, and blood splattered. Then Yilan glanced at Bai Tao Tao, a bit hesitant. But Bai Tao Tao was only stunned for a moment before understanding. Without needing Yilan to make it difficult, she grabbed a dagger and stabbed herself, collapsing into the corner. Butler? What are you two doing? However, he didn't have to be confused for long. Bang bang bang. He didn't need to be gentle with Yilan. He drew his gun and fired, one shot hitting a part of his shoulder, the other two aimed at the secret passage. The next second, countless powerful auras rushed into the underground clinic. Along with it came a voice filled with murderous intent and coldness. Why did you send us away and come out alone late at night? Damn it, isn't it because there's an internal spy among the people you brought? Yilan weakly and angrily cursed, pointing towards the secret passage. He ran away, hurry and chase him. He ran that way. Those who rushed in were the black-robed men sent by Su Shuangyan to Yilan. And there were even more of them. They must have noticed Yilan's absence and called for more reinforcements. The leader of the black-robed men hesitated. Although he already had suspicions and doubts about Yilan, Yilan had, after all, made a great contribution during the day, and there was still a basic level of trust. With an explanation and a situation that indeed looked like a battle scene, he didn't immediately make things difficult for Yilan. They have experts. Take more people, don't die here, I can't explain it then. Yilan's urgent voice once again made the black-robed man waver in his judgment. He waved his hand, taking all his men and rushing into the secret passage. In the momentary silence of the room, Yilan looked at the butler. You should leave quickly, or you'll expose me. Finally understanding what Yilan was doing, he didn't hold a grudge about the shot, but his expression was a bit strange. I don't know any other secret passages. How will you get to the upper district? Those people just now weren't your match, were they? Besides, I'm here. Why did you? Yilan rolled his eyes. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just go when I tell you to. The butler said no more nonsense and quickly left. Once again, in the quiet, the seriously injured Bai Tao Tao couldn't help but speak. Yilan. Why bother? Didn't you say you'd kill them once you found Su Lezhang? Did we find him? Bai Tao Tao. Indeed, it couldn't really be considered found. It's very troublesome now. Radiant City's intelligence network is better than I imagined, Yilan said. The matter of the Eternal Night Divine Church coming here should already be known to the high-ranking officials of Radiant City. The difference is that they only know the Eternal Night Divine Church came, but they don't know I came. If we get into a chase in this secret passage, fighting our way through, then the person in charge of this matter will no longer be Su Shuangyan, but the lower district city lord or even an expert from the upper district. The moment I arrive at the upper district, everyone might know I'm here, and future actions would be too troublesome. Bai Tao Tao hesitated to speak. So who exactly are you? To the point where it's troublesome if people know you've arrived. But how do we get to the upper district? There's always a way, Yilan said. There are so many forces here, and doesn't the president have some confidence as well? Bai Tao Tao nodded, then lay on the ground, not moving. She wasn't actually injured, she was just tired after a day of commotion. Although it seemed like today's events weren't over yet, Yilan was here, wasn't he? Yilan himself was so reassuring. Not long after, the black-robed men led by their leader emerged from the secret passage. Looking at Yilan on the ground, they were somewhat unsure how to deal with him. Did you catch him? Yilan asked very anxiously. However. Catch my ass. He left last night. Didn't catch him, the black-robed man replied. There were indeed traces of Su Lezhang, but he was very fast. I didn't find any sign of him the whole time. Yilan nodded profoundly. Yes. He has a group, stronger than a fourth-stage gene enhancer. The black-robed man raised an eyebrow, his voice unfriendly. Then you still told me to chase? Yilan scoffed. If he's strong, you don't chase? What are you here for? If you say that, what am I doing here, fighting for my life? Let's all just stop working. The black-robed man rolled his eyes. Damn it, who exactly is Deputy City Lord Su's confidant? How can you be so loyal with every word? Why did you ditch us and act alone? Because there's an internal spy among your people, Yilan stated emphatically. They weren't always here, but only arrived tonight. That means, theoretically, we should have already scouted out their hiding place during the day, but the person escaped. Tell me, why? The black-robed man rolled his eyes again. Isn't it because you're so flamboyant wherever you investigate, constantly mentioning the Su family, and being loud wherever you go? Hesitating, the black-robed man contacted Su Shuangyan. A moment later, he hung up the communication and spoke to Yilan. Vice City Lord Su invites you to the City Lord's mansion for a visit. Yilan quietly narrowed his eyes. Is it an invitation, or are you forcing me to go? An invitation, the black-robed man said unhurriedly. Deputy City Lord Su was moved by your professionalism and plans to promote you. Of course, you'll have to explain what happened tonight. You can also understand it as compulsory. This is a personal invitation from Deputy City Lord Su, do you dare not go? Bai Tao Tao quietly pouted. What a show of power, what's there to be afraid of? Of course I wouldn't dare, Yilan said with a smile. Serving Deputy City Lord Su is my greatest wish. The black-robed man frowned, feeling something was off, but couldn't pinpoint what it was. Then please, your injuries. No big deal, Yilan stood up and helped Bai Tao Tao up. We're all people who live by the sword. Prepare bandages and medicine for me. If you have gene enhancer-specific healing agents, that would be even better. The black-robed man nodded. Riding in a special car from the Su family, the group quickly arrived at the long-renowned Lower District City Lord's mansion. Even though it was late at night, it was brightly lit. If you say it's luxurious, it's actually just a very standard City Lord's mansion style, only very large. But if you say it's not luxurious. The subtle aura was indeed powerful, making people feel solemn and pressured involuntarily. Walking all the way in, they passed through a courtyard, lush and green like a park. Yes, lush and green. They entered a large hall, with an elegant small table in the center, already laden with delicacies. You wait here for a moment. Deputy City Lord Su is busy and will be over shortly. Yilan nodded, and the black-robed men all retreated. The room suddenly fell silent. Bai Tao Tao wanted to speak, but Yilan shook his head, then spoke first. Deputy City Lord Su is truly a good person. This time we didn't catch Su Lezhang, and I originally thought I would be punished, but I never expected him to treat me with such courtesy. He's someone worth trusting and serving. Bai Tao Tao. Yes, you're right. You're starting the act again, aren't you? She couldn't act, so she nodded cooperatively. Indeed. It seems that the future Guangwei City Lower District will also belong to our Deputy City Lord Su. How overconfident is Su Lezhang, to actually make an enemy of him? Exactly. Little sister, a great path to success is already before you. You won't have to go on adventures with me anymore. You're so defenseless, you should just stay home. We can't reach Deputy City Lord Su's status, but in the future, if he just says a word, he can arrange a good family for you in Radiant City. Yilan. Can you interact with me a bit? I'm running out of things to make up. Ha 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 ha. The door was pushed open, and Su Shuangyan walked in, laughing. The male and female evil. You've worked hard, brave one. Su Shuangyan enthusiastically sat across from Yilan. I had only intended to casually commission some reliable people to deal with my foolish older brother, but I never expected your progress to be so swift. Unlike those good-for-nothing subordinates of mine, you actually found his hiding place by yourself. You flatter me, you flatter me. Yilan said with regret, it's just a pity, he still managed to escape. Don't blame yourself. Su Shuangyan magnanimously waved his hand. That brother of mine is useless, but he's tenacious. I had already expected this. Yilan deeply agreed with the latter half of the sentence. To be honest, even Yilan inexplicably felt that Su Lezhang was simply unkillable, which in some ways was even more absurd than his own immortality. Characteristic. I've heard about everything that happened today. You severely dampened the arrogance of those by family members, and you even used my name. Ha 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 ha. It really made me proud. Yilan. He glanced at Su Shuangyan. He truly didn't seem to be faking it, nor did he have any other hidden meaning. He really just... Is there something wrong with your brain? Can't you see I'm intentionally escalating the conflict between you and the Bai family? For a moment, even Yilan began to understand why the old city lord favored Su Lezhang more. When comparing people, flowers still need the foil of green leaves. From now on, you can serve me with peace of mind, you won't be shortchanged. Su Shuangyan waved his hand, and the black-robed man brought forth 2 exquisite treasure boxes. Consider these 2 items as a welcoming gift. Yilan opened them with great excitement and cooperation, and couldn't help but ask, these are... The 2 treasure boxes contained a vial of reagent in the smaller one, and a crystal-clear sword in the larger one. Gene enhancement reagent. He explained, I don't know what stage you're at now, but you probably haven't reached the 4th stage. This is a very precious universal type, it doesn't matter if you've undergone 3 or 4 enhancements. This is the Radiant City's internal version, something you can't buy in the wasteland. Yilan was very excited. You've gone to great lengths, you've gone to great lengths. Is this the latest model? Su Shuangyan paused, shook his head, and whispered, not exactly. I'll tell you a secret, there was a small problem with the latest batch of gene enhancement potions. Only this one is the best. I only learned about this after becoming Vice City Lord, so you must not let it slip. Yilan immediately became serious. Don't worry, I definitely won't tell anyone else. Nodding in satisfaction, Su Shuangyan continued his introduction. This sword, I call it Illusory Blade. It is said that a divine cult force, after a near-death struggle, captured a follower of the god of illusion. You should have heard of the god of illusion, right? They are the abnormalities worshipped by those strange people who are completely transparent. This divine cult extracted that person's sword, and after research by Radiant City, it was finally semi-materialized and can be wielded by people. Although its power is not great, as both its physical and illusory forms are unstable, I thought it would be very suitable for you to use, leaving no trace when killing. Yilan looked deeply at Su Shuangyan. If this wasn't a test, then this was truly an amazing gift. However, it was probably because of its unstable nature that he was willing to give it to him, but was such a flaw still a flaw for him? If he were to perform activation on it. But Yilan didn't accept it, he already felt something was strange. Deputy City Lord Su. Yilan closed the box. My heart is uneasy. Why do you give me such a grand gift? Su Shuangnian smiled, clearly having laid the groundwork for so long and wanting to say it for a while. I've investigated you too. I already know who you are. Bai Taotao's expression subtly changed, and even Yilan's hand stiffened abruptly. He knows who I am? Yilan scanned the room's layout and sighed. Then there's no choice, it seems he can only fight his way out. Su Shuangnian smiled, revealing a look filled with wisdom. You two are the famous senior members of the Wanderer Camp, the deadly duo, right? Yilan? Bai Taotao? Ah, that's right. Yilan awkwardly took a sip of tea and slowly spoke. Deputy City Lord Su truly has discerning eyes. How did you guess? Su Shuangnian smiled wisely. Your names are known to everyone in the wasteland. Not members of major forces, nor direct members supported by the Wanderer Camp, yet you can, as individuals, obtain high-level commission authority. Granted by the Wanderer God. It's truly inspiring, even I deeply admire it. Ah, you're too kind, it's just good luck. But, you can't just assume because we're one man and one woman. No, these clues aren't enough to draw such a conclusion, are they? Su Shuangnian smiled confidently. The external characteristics of you, the deadly duo, are too obvious. The female always hides her true face with a veil, and the male is mostly wrapped in a black robe. The two of you are inseparable. If you ask me, you should change your disguises, it's still too obvious. Yilan. Bai Taotao. 6, you are truly 6. Ha ha. Yilan chuckled dryly. Deputy City Lord Su has discerning eyes, I admire you. Su Shuangnian became even more self-satisfied. Small problem, small problem. He pushed the 2 boxes over and said, you don't need to worry about the changes in the Wanderer Camp's Radiant City. Branch. These things will eventually pass. As long as you serve me with peace of mind, I can protect you. Yilan nodded. Then I shall accept them without reservation. We too have just grown tired of wandering in the wasteland. If possible, we would also be willing to settle down in Radiant City. No problem. Su Shuangnian nodded, I'm still restructuring my network of connections recently. In a few days, I'll arrange a mansion in the lower district for you. It's certainly much grander than my vulgar brother's Yujian restaurant. Such a large house, you won't be able to manage it yourself. I can send you a few maids. Su Shuangnian deliberately avoided Bai Taotao's gaze, winking at Yilan, they've all undergone gene enhancement. You probably haven't experienced that yet, have you? Yilan's mouth twitched slightly, and he nodded. Ha ha. Thank you for your kindness, Deputy City Lord Su. This meant he had accepted his recruitment, and Su Shuangnian was extremely satisfied. Since that's the case, then. Creak. Someone suddenly pushed the door open, and Su Shuangnian was extremely displeased. Can't you see I'm having a pleasant conversation with an esteemed guest? Get out. The person didn't leave, but stepped forward and bowed. Vice City Lord, I've caught the person you wanted. Su Shuangnian paused for a moment. How annoying. Never mind, bring him in. Yilan was slightly puzzled, then saw a person tightly bound and thrown into the room. The person's face was full of anger, and Yilan was startled. Isn't this Eagle Uncle? Su Shuangnian smiled and stepped forward. I heard that there was a master from Grandpa's side following my foolish brother. I thought and thought, but I never expected it to be you. The bitter flesh. Humph. Grey Eagle didn't want to bother with him at all. His gaze swept around, and the next second he saw Yilan. He paused slightly, then Yilan gave him a look, and he immediately returned to normal. Is this how you treat your elders? Why say such a thing? Su Shuangnian said regretfully, I invited you too, but you didn't know what was good for you. I'll give you another chance. How about pledging allegiance to me? Grey Eagle scoffed. A villain getting his way. Su Shuangnian narrowed his eyes, a sinister smile in his voice. So stubborn. My foolish brother is already dead, what are you still clinging to? Grey Eagle was still in a daze when Su Shuangyan pointed at Yilan. That's right, he was killed by these two righteous warriors beside me. Grey Eagle. Oh. He even looked at Su Shuangyan with a hint of shock at his intelligence, and spoke coldly. You dragged me here just to tell me stories? Tisk, Su Shuangyan sked, such an unyielding spirit. He looked at Yilan and sighed. Brother, I can't stand the sight of blood, but I hate him so much. What should I do? Yilan paused, feeling a bit strange. He seems to have been the old city lord's favorite in the past. Killing him might cause trouble, right? Su Shuangyan nodded repeatedly. Don't kill him, I'm not that kind of person. He looked at Yilan with a smile, just torment him a bit, can brother help me with this small favor? Yilan looked at him deeply. Actually, to be fair, Su Shuangyan did have some tricks up his sleeve, he was the type with petty schemes but no grand vision. This scene before him was probably prepared from the start, waiting for him. This man, Eagle Uncle, although he had defected to Su Lezhang, was still an old guard who had been by the old city lord's side. If he were to torment him, it would be equivalent to completely offending Su Lezhang and the old city lord. If he still wanted to stay in Radiant City in the future, he would have no choice but to loyally follow him. And if he refused, then all the previous hospitality and gifts would be gone, and he probably had confident executioners already positioned outside the door. But, the premise of all this was that he was the deadly duo. Alas, this foolish child. For such a small matter, Deputy City Lord Su naturally doesn't need to worry. Yilan said cheerfully, you go out and rest for a while, I'll handle things here. Su Shuangyan was even more satisfied. Good, then I'll leave it to you. Su Shuangyan pushed the door open and left, leaving only the three of them in the quiet room. Staring at each other, Yilan was completely speechless. Although he couldn't rule out the presence of surveillance, the sound pickup would definitely be very limited. What are you doing, playing the sympathy card? Grey Eagle. What the hell is a sympathy card? I'm not playing any sympathy card. This little beast has been gaining power recently. With Su Lezhang gone, he's practically the sole, ironclad heir. He's trying to establish his authority with me, further eroding and suppressing Su Lezhang's supporters. Then, he also looked at Yilan with a hint of strangeness. What are you doing, drinking and having a good time with him here? Where's Su Lezhang? After thinking about it, he was actually very surprised by today's events, but it was a pleasant surprise, just like when Arthur recruited him into the town guard when he first arrived in Sewage Town. I need to wear this disguise for a few days. Grey Eagle frowned. I understand, go ahead. Yilan? What do you mean, go ahead? Are you still saying you don't want to play the sympathy card? No need for that, there are other ways. Why don't you pretend to be convinced by me and join him? If handled properly, he'll believe you. Grey Eagle shook his head. No need. Just get on with it. I can't help young master much, your plan is more important. Yilan was choked for a moment. Are you saying I'm being too slow now? Whatever you want. If you insist on getting your fill of the sympathy card, then so be it. Do you have any old injuries? Or any places that shouldn't be injured? No, my body is very good. Hurry up. Rubbing his forehead, Yilan quietly stepped forward and slipped the revival stone into his arms. I haven't used this to heal injuries, but it should have some effect. However, be careful not to use it for too long. Then, Yilan roared. Someone! Bring me a few white clothes. Those outside were probably always paying attention to every move here. Upon hearing him, a few people quickly came in with several pure white clothes. Yilan was completely in character, his face filled with murderous intent. Put them on him. The few people didn't understand why, but they still obediently changed Grey Eagle into the white clothes. Yilan placed his hand on the illusory blade, and blue mist attached to it. Awaken. During the use of his power, Yilan felt a slight dizziness. The activation of this item consumed more power than any previous time, which in a way also indicated that this thing was really good. Swish. After manipulating it, sure enough, the illusory mist could now be freely switched between illusory and solid by Yilan. What a good item. Swish. Without further hesitation, Yilan didn't even drive away the two people who came in to deliver the clothes and directly stabbed forward. Grey Eagle didn't even blink, but Bai Taotao couldn't bear to watch and looked away. Swish. Swish swish. With 4 consecutive stabs, Yilan coldly and mercilessly sheathed his blade, like an emotionless assassin. Looking at Grey Eagle, he was already covered in blood, like a man of blood. In reality, the injuries were not serious at all, which was the purpose of the white clothes. Under the control of the activated weapon, all vital points were avoided, yet blood evenly covered his entire body. Let alone others, even the 2 people who came in to deliver the clothes were startled. They exchanged glances and hurried off to call Su Shuangnian. Soon after, Su Shuangnian rushed in. Pushing the door open, he saw the bloody figure in the room. He felt both satisfied and a little worried. His methods were too ruthless, weren't they? If this guy really suffered some mishap, his grandfather. If it came to it, these 2 couldn't be used anymore. He had to report to his grandfather. He gave a signal, and immediately 2 subordinates stepped forward to examine him. They were quite surprised, and then looking at Yilan, they showed complete apprehension. Vice City Lord. He's fine. Every stab went through, but no organs were damaged. However, he's probably in unbearable pain. Su Shuangnian breathed a huge sigh of relief, then was overjoyed. Good. Good, good. He excitedly patted Yilan's shoulder. This is excellent, the way you handled the precise degree. From now on, you'll be my chief of punishment. Yilan. What the hell is chief of punishment? Someone. Drag this stubborn old man out. Drag him to the front, never mind, drag him to the backyard, then gather everyone in the mansion for a meeting. Oh, don't alarm my grandfather. Yes. His subordinates left, and Su Shuangnian's gaze at Yilan grew even more fervent. What a talent! I've found a treasure. Ha ha. Alright, I have a vacant position now, and you're also injured, so you can rest while helping me manage it. Looking at the communicator Su Shuangnian handed him, Yilan was stunned. Then, he feigned ignorance. This is a communicator from the Twilight God cult. Yilan? And the master. Yilan completely understood his confusion, though it was his own perceived understanding. Isn't that why they're blockaded? We also raided a small Twilight God cult chapel, and their headquarters question us every day. But actually, Radiant City doesn't want to start a war either. Now it's mostly about perfunctory responses and appeasement. Those old fogies in the upper district don't want to completely offend them, so they pawned this job off to my grandfather. My grandfather also doesn't want to completely offend them, so he pawned it off to me, and I. Sigh. He waved his hand irritably. To be honest, the content isn't profound, it's just official bickering, but I don't really dare to scold them much. Yilan completely understood. It meant he was unilaterally getting scolded with this thing every day, right? For a moment, Yilan feigned difficulty. Oh, then wouldn't this offend Twilight? No need to worry. Su Shuangnian comforted him with great experience. We don't have the qualifications to offend them, we're just errand runners. And you're negotiating in my name anyway, so it won't be pinned on you. Oh, right, you'd best help me scold them back a bit. I've been so angry from being scolded lately. Just don't genuinely provoke them too much, that's all. Yilan still feigned difficulty. This matter is too important, how about? Don't belittle yourself. Su Shuangnian had high hopes, you just made me re-evaluate you. I trust your ability to grasp the nuances too much. Yilan's mouth twitched. Alright then, now. Just do whatever you want. Oh, this is my communicator. I'll contact you if anything comes up. Rest and recover, I won't bother you with minor matters. That person. He's fine. It's mainly for my stupid brother's people to see, to make them understand the situation. Grandfather has many informants, he'll have him taken away soon. I've established my authority, so that's that. Oh, then Su Lejang. No need to worry about him. Since he chose to go to the upper district, he won't be able to stir up much trouble. With just a little time, I can clear out his henchmen. The lower district will no longer have any business with him. Ha! Yilan chuckled softly. Since that's the case, I'll return to the association first. The city lord's mansion came so urgently this time, I might not go back in the future. I need to talk to the president. Of course, of course. Oh, right. Su Shuangnian thought of something else, you can also persuade your president. If he's willing, my door is also open for him. After some more pleasantries, Su Shuangnian also left, leaving only Yilan and Bai Taotao looking at each other. Even Bai Taotao found it a bit outrageous. A money-dispensing boy. Yilan exclaimed, let's go, we're going back to the association. The damn Twilight God Cult's communicator? You're really something. They returned to the Guanghui City Non-Natural Detective Association. The treatment was completely different. The city lord's mansion respectfully opened the main gate for Yilan and even bowed. Upon returning to the association, Yilan happened to see the president in the hall. Not asleep yet? After all the commotion, it was already 3 in the morning. Yilan only just realized how absurd it was that Su Shuangnian called everyone from the city lord's mansion for a meeting in the backyard at 3 in the morning. I was waiting for you, the president said. Those people from the city lord's mansion outside. They've already left, they won't be coming over. Ah. I might move to the city lord's mansion for a few days tomorrow. Oh. Ah. No big deal. I'll infiltrate first and look for clues about the new batch of gene enhancement. And Su Shuangnian should have a way to send me to the upper district, as long as I find a suitable reason. Have you found a way to get to the upper district on your end? It took a while for the president to digest the information, then he scratched his head. I have some ideas, but you still need it? After a moment of hesitation, Yilan nodded. Yes, I do. I must go to the upper district, and it must be foolproof. If the city lord's mansion route doesn't work out, or if there's any unexpected situation, then I'll have to rely on your side with a two-pronged approach. The president nodded. I understand. The upper district was the ticket to participate in everything concerning Radiant City. Now, all Yilan lacked was this ticket. And what Yilan was equally concerned about was, the Bai family was into gene modification, the Zhao family was into mechanical ascension. The Li family hadn't been contacted yet, so they could be ignored for now. But what exactly was the Su family up to? Logically, the lower district should be equivalent to a slum, but the city lord's mansion in the lower district was becoming increasingly strange. Exhibiting power it shouldn't have. Understanding the upper district was normal and reasonable, but for their power and status to be on par was incorrect. Moreover, even the two families in the upper district had already revealed their plans, yet Yilan hadn't seen any special research from the Su family, which was even more unreasonable. Creak. Pushing the door open, Yilan returned to his room. Bai Taotao immediately jumped onto the bed and stared blankly. Gradually, she had grown quite accustomed to being with Yilan. But neither Yilan nor Bai Taotao felt sleepy. It was outrageous. Still outrageous. What kind of talent was this Su Shuangnian? He delivered intelligence, weapons, communicators, and even solved Bai Taotao's identity problem. Starting today, Bai Taotao could wear her veil without arousing any suspicion, and he could openly walk around in a black robe in broad daylight. Because they were the deadly duo. Damn it! But to some extent, it also certified what kind of talent Su Lejang was. You and Su Shuangyan staged a succession drama, but you were still suppressed for so many years and remained at a disadvantage, right? It's truly, there are still masters, isn't it? After pressing a complex code, Yilan used the Twilight God Cult's communicator to call Xiaqingyu. Hello? Who is this? It's me. There was a long silence on the other end before a sudden exclamation. Yilan? MHM. Where did you get that communicator? The one from Radiant City responsible for negotiating with your Twilight God Cult. Xiaqingyu. It was good that he could contact her, but at such a critical juncture, how would Radiant City conduct official communications with the Twilight God Cult in the future? But in a way, wasn't it also experiencing Radiant City's indifference? The communication between the two sides was destined to be fruitless, and the Twilight God Cult's condemnation would not be taken seriously. Unless there was a threat of war. How did you get your hands on it? It's a long story. Thinking about the entire process of obtaining this communicator, Yilan still found it so outrageous. In short, I just met a talented person. After a moment of silence, Xiaqingyu finally spoke. How is Man? Have you found her? Yilan nodded lightly, finally able to face Xiaqingyu and answer that question. Yes. Xiaqingyu breathed a huge sigh of relief. It's just that she's not with me yet, she's already gone to the upper district. The upper district. Xiaqingyu hesitated. Although she greatly trusted Yilan's abilities, her concern and anxiety still made her unable to hold back. Is she safe? After thinking for a moment, Yilan said. There's someone Su Lezhang knows there to meet her, so she's basically safe. Su Lezhang? Yes, he's awake. They're together now. Xiaqingyu looked as if she wanted to speak but stopped. Why did it suddenly feel not very safe when Su Lezhang was mentioned? The situation of the Yu Wei cult. Regardless, the burden was finally somewhat lifted, and Xiaqingyu couldn't help but bring up other important matters. I've already gathered some intelligence on my end. Oh? Yilan's heart stirred, and he couldn't help but sit up straight. Tell me. Radiant City's one, or even multiple, plans have reached their final stages, so to ensure the plans are unaffected and remain absolutely secret, all forces within Radiant City have been cleansed. Yilan frowned, this was similar to his own conjecture. The known four great families represented four plans, and among them, gene enhancement and prosthetic limb modification had already reached their final stages? If Yilan's current conjecture about the plan was correct, this final stage would simply be the successful introduction of the ancient god's touch and its application. The Twilight God cult might not know that Radiant City had mastered the ancient god's touch, but they couldn't possibly be unaware of this Radiant City's plans were absolutely clandestine and must not be seen by the Twilight God cult. Under such circumstances, the Twilight God cult had still not taken any strong action? The problem is that Radiant City cleverly gave us a deadline. Xiaqingyu sighed. Radiant City promised that when the deadline arrived, they would give us an explanation to all the forces that had been expelled during this period. That's why our internal ranks are divided into two factions. One view is to wait and see what kind of explanation they can give all forces after the deadline arrives. After all, this deadline isn't very long, a week or two, sometimes not even as long as one of our meeting cycles. The other view is to take direct action. As for taking action, that was a euphemism. Simply put, it meant directly attacking Radiant City. As a result, Yilan could probably already imagine the situation within the Twilight God cult. No matter where, there would always be more or less pacifists, and as long as they existed and had some say, war would be very difficult to start. And Radiant City's current approach, well, it could be accepted, or not. They just expelled you. But should you really send troops to destroy them just for that? The Twilight God cult was no longer the Twilight God cult of yesteryear. Rules and regulations were becoming more perfect, and various rules were becoming more comprehensive. Powers like the cleanse were too terrifying and unsettling, and their authority was bound to be subject to more and more constraints and checks. So much so. Even if you knew Radiant City was just stalling, you had to wait. Even if the Twilight God cult could reach a consensus internally, it would be a long time coming. Unless a god spoke, only a god could speak. Yilan frowned, pondering the significance of this matter. Radiant City couldn't possibly defeat the Twilight God cult, which was why the Twilight God cult dared to wait for that deadline. In other words, when the time came, Radiant City had to give an explanation to the Twilight God cult and to the entire wasteland. But this time they had expelled everyone. That was a truly malicious act. What kind of explanation could appease everyone's anger? Either Radiant City would become invincible, growing into a force that feared neither of the two great divine churches. Or, when the time came, everyone would no longer be able to find Radiant City. Yilan looked up at the enormous radiant disk above, looming in the night sky like the moon, so deep and terrifying. How far could it go? How much does your Twilight God cult know about the 4 great families of Radiant City? The 4 great families? After a moment of, Xia Qingyu realized who Yilan was talking about. Amidst a rustling sound, Xia Qingyu was likely flipping through documents. I've heard of them, but we haven't had much contact. Except for the Su family, each of them has a secret area belonging to them in the upper district, just like the entire Radiant City today. Other forces simply can't penetrate them. Currently, only the Bai family is known to be responsible for gene enhancement research. Yilan nodded. The Zhao family is researching prosthetic limb modification. Do you have any intelligence? Prosthetic limbs? Xia Qingyu glanced at the documents. We have some understanding of this. Its intelligence we've only recently acquired, as we've already discovered its localized use in the Guangwei City lower district, but we didn't know it was developed by the Zhao family. In the silence, Xia Qingyu spoke with a hint of worry. Is the situation very difficult to handle? Yes. Yilan nodded. I really need reinforcements. Xia Qingyu felt a huge pressure weighing on her heart. How troublesome must the situation be for someone like Yilan to say he needed reinforcements? Your Eternal Night Divine Church. You know the situation with Eternal Night, it's all those people from Sewage Town. They're strong, that's true, but I don't lack strength. What I lack is an intelligence network and higher-end power support. The Twilight God cult has been rooted in Radiant City for decades, but my people have never left Sewage Town. This was Yilan's biggest dilemma right now. Even a single Bai Taotao could help Yilan so much. Xia Qingyu rubbed her fingers, pondering as she spoke. The Twilight is currently in a lot of internal disarray, and it's unlikely to take any more aggressive actions against Radiant City in the short term. Unless they dare to attack our Twilight Cathedral in the upper district, or what? Yilan's heart stirred. Or you can provide more crucial intelligence that forces the Twilight God cult to act. Yilan couldn't help but ponder. If I inform the Twilight God cult that I'm going to die, and I'm in Radiant City, would that be useful? Xia Qingyu. What nonsense are you talking about? But immediately, she froze. According to the divine revelation, protecting Yilan's safety was specifically mentioned. It would be effective, but Xia Qingyu hesitated. I think even if the Twilight God cult sent a large army to Radiant City, they wouldn't do anything else, they would just individually capture you from inside. Oh no, bring you out. Yilan. Thanks, never mind, then I won't bother. Some kind of crucial clue that could break the Twilight God cult's decision-making. Crucial information. Wait. Didn't I already have it when I came to Radiant City? I can provide you with a piece of intelligence. Yilan said, all of Radiant City's current research originates from the ancient god's touch. What? Xia Qingyu was greatly alarmed. That thing under Sewage Town? Are you sure? I'm sure. This. Xia Qingyu quickly thought, and quickly had a reply. This matter is indeed very significant, and perhaps it can unify the views within the Cult. I need to talk to my brother. Yilan nodded lightly. You go. Finally, Xia Qingyu hesitated. Can I mention you? After thinking, Yilan nodded. If it can make him take it more seriously, then yes. Who would dare not take it seriously? Xia Qingyu muttered, then prepared to leave. However, Yilan called out to her again. Wait. Can your communicator contact the Rotten God cult? Ah. Xia Qingyu immediately became wary. She really didn't want someone like Yilan to get too involved with the Rotten God cult. Twilight and Eternal Night are one family, that's enough. What do you want with them? I'm looking for Lin Jiao. What do you want with her? Yilan himself found it absurd, but he couldn't help but answer. She hasn't been able to reach me and says if I don't respond, she'll start a war with the Eternal Night Divine Church. The hotline operator. Xia Qingyu didn't know what to say for a moment. But after thinking about it, it really seemed like something that crazy woman, Lin Jiao, would do. Internal frequency band, you input it, then the unlock password is purify rotten heretics, and that's it. Yilan. What a hellish password, and you guys can actually contact each other directly. Otherwise? Xia Qingyu was indescribably annoyed whenever the Rotten God cult was mentioned. There has to be a way to contact each other. There's been too much friction, we can't keep fighting, can we? The call ended, and Yilan immediately started operating, inputting that long string of complex codes. Bai Tao Tao, propping her chin, murmured softly from the side. You're so busy, calls one after another. And it's 3 a.m. It's fine, Yilan replied casually. However, Bai Tao Tao had already realized something else. Is this what that cat meant by the charm of socializing? Yilan. What nonsense is that little cat spouting again? Come out and get a beating. Soon, the call connected. As soon as it connected, a hoarse stream of profanity came from the other side. You Twilight idiots? Can't sleep in the middle of the night and have nothing better to do? Or did one of your kids cry again and say we did it? Yilan's mouth twitched, and he spoke calmly. I'm looking for Lin Jiao. The other side completely ignored him and continued to curse. You remaining light heretic cult people all have shit for brains, don't you? Our saintess is someone you can just contact whenever you want? If you have something to say, tell me, otherwise, get lost immediately. So aggressive. Is this the specially selected, dedicated liaison officer in charge of connecting with the Twilight God cult? Yilan couldn't hold back and spoke again, coldly. I am Yilan. Get lost, I don't care who you are, Yi or not. Ha? Yi what? The other side was clearly stunned, paused for a few seconds, then quickly spoke. Yilan, which Yilan? Eternal Night Divine Church. Really? How are you calling from a remaining light heretic cult communicator? Yilan was already getting annoyed. I'm hanging up. Anyway, I've contacted her, and it's because you didn't transfer it in time, so I... No. The Rotten God cult operator on the other end almost freaked out, speaking urgently, don't hang up. Don't hang up. If you hang up, she'll twist my head off. Wait, I'll transfer you to a dedicated line immediately. After a series of beeps, a few seconds later, Lin Jiao's sleepy, muddled voice came from the other end. Who's looking for me? Are you Twilight people bored again? Did another gathering point disappear? Forget it, if I did it, I did it. Get lost if you have nothing, don't disturb my sleep. Yilan. How many scapegoats had she taken on to be so calm and unperturbed? It's me. The other side clearly quieted down. When she spoke again, Lin Jiao was completely awake, her voice ethereal and melodious. Oh, little brother Yilan, I thought you didn't want me anymore. Yilan? This familiar feeling. Stop messing around. I don't care, but you are a saintess after all, so you should maintain your reputation. What's there to it? Lin Jiao said indifferently, if it really doesn't work out, I can be a saintess in your Eternal Night Divine Church too. You wouldn't reject me, would you? Yilan? Yes, I would. I've contacted you, I'm hanging up. Lin Jiao? You stop right there. I am standing right here. Lin Jiao. Are you deliberately playing the straight man card with me? You're too heartless. Lin Jiao stomped her foot. Have you forgotten how I helped you in Sewage Town? Do you know how much trouble that ancient god's touch, which you just took away, caused me? I was almost killed by our Pope. Ha! Yilan was genuinely stunned for a moment. There was such a thing? To be honest, after Sewage Town, he hadn't really paid much attention to Lin Jiao. After all, he knew she was personally raised by the dignified rotten god. What could possibly happen to her? So, he focused more on Xia Qingyu and Su Lezhang's matters. Now it seems he had been negligent? So you're fine now? Oh, you finally care about me? I'm in trouble. Big trouble. So, where's your Pope? Dead. Yilan. I must have had sewage in my brain to worry about you. Then act normal. At first, Lin Jiao seemed like a perfectly normal person, but why did she become more and more erratic after getting familiar with him? What are you talking about? How am I not normal? Besides, the main god told me to contact you more often and get to know you better. I'm just being forced into this position. Talking with Lin Jiao had already exhausted Yilan, but at this moment, he suddenly sat up straight. Second brother. No, the rotten god, is he awake? Have you contacted him? No, he just suddenly blurted that out to me a few days ago. Suddenly blurted out? Yilan wasn't entirely convinced, nor did he rule out that Lin Jiao's connection with second brother was much deeper than he imagined. How have you been recently? Are you having fun in Radiant City? Yilan. What the hell do you mean, having fun? I'm having a blast, can't you tell? Your rotten god cult took 2 of my people in Radiant City. You should know about that, right? Lin Jiao paused for a moment. You mean Arthur and Luo Chou? I know them. So, how are they? What do you mean? Lin Jiao said discontentedly, are you afraid I'd harm your people? Besides, I knew them much earlier than you. Yes. Yilan was too lazy to argue about that and reiterated the main point, so, how are they? Of course, they're in our upper district's cathedral. Right, and how are they now? They're not doing anything, just staying with us, I guess. Staying where? They only stayed in the dungeon for 1 day, you're not mad at me, are you? Heh, Yilan was expressionless. I'm not mad at all, really. And then? Lin Jiao said discontentedly, that Arthur told me you missed me a lot, but your communicator was blown up, so you couldn't contact me. He's been searching all over Radiant City to prepare 99 roses to apologize to me. Yilan. Arthur, I really thank you. Why didn't Lin Jiao lock you up for a few more days? So, how are they now? Really, Yilan was getting a bit numb. Why did a whole chapter pass just by talking to this psychopath Lin Jiao? They're doing well. I heard you're in a lot of trouble, so I've already ordered some personnel from the Radiant City Upper District Cathedral to assist them. They're investigating something these past few days, aren't they? Ha? For them to use? Yilan was stunned. In that instant, all his dissatisfaction suddenly dissipated into nothingness. Silence. Su Lezhang was gone on the first day, Xia Qingyu was almost sidelined, and even the Twilight God cult itself was preoccupied. But Lin Jiao, who had never contacted him from 1,000 miles away, despite her nonsense, had already silently helped him. Thank you. Ha! Lin Jiao's interest was gradually fading. I really hate it when you say thank you, but I need to remind you of something. Your Eternal Night Divine Church is now in a state of alarm in Radiant City, with everyone denouncing you. Yilan frowned. What do you mean? Lin Zhao chuckled, with a schadenfreude that said, I'm an expert at this. Guangwei Town exploded, didn't it? Yes, so what? And your cathedral? Or whatever it's called, wasn't it parked nearby? And then? And then? Then Radiant City has announced citywide that your Eternal Night Divine Church did it. Yilan? The upper city. Damn it! Yilan's reaction was met with a huge surge of anger. Is Radiant City really that dirty? Taking a deep breath, Yilan quickly recalled the day's events. Are you sure? I didn't feel anything unusual today. Of course, I'm sure. Lin Zhao stated confidently, they're only promoting it in the upper district, where there's less foot traffic, likely testing the reactions of other forces. By tomorrow at the latest, they'll announce it in the lower district too. Damn it! Just a moment ago, he was amused that the rotten god cult was getting used to being blamed for everything, but how did it suddenly fall on him? And they believe that excuse? Why wouldn't they? Lin Zhao retorted, the leaders of Radiant City definitely know what's going on, but what about ordinary people? Why wouldn't they believe it? Why did Guangwei Town disappear as soon as your Yanye Cathedral arrived? People lived there for 30 years without incident, and Radiant City supported it in every way. It couldn't possibly be Radiant City's doing, could it? Yilan was momentarily speechless, and Lin Zhao chuckled. You'll get used to it, you'll get used to it. We get blamed every day, and nothing happens, right? Yilan. That sounds even more annoying. How long has my Eternal Night Divine Church been around? How is it already becoming as infamous as your rotten god cult? Ah! Just then, Bai Taotao's startled cry suddenly came from the room. Yilan froze for a moment, then quickly looked out the window, but saw nothing. What's wrong? The upper district, the upper district. Bai Taotao's face was still a bit pale, but she also suspected she had just imagined it. The upper district just seemed to move a little. Huh? What are you talking about? However, before Yilan had time to think, a cold, eerie voice echoed from the communicator. Who is it? Why is there a woman's voice in your room? Yilan. We haven't done anything, but why do I feel like I've been caught in the act? A teammate from Radiant City. Oh, he. Lin Zhao said coldly, I was wondering why you weren't answering my calls. So, you found a new lover in Radiant City, have you? Beep, beep, beep. The call was unilaterally disconnected. Yilan looked at the communicator, already starting to feel a headache. I've already contacted her, she shouldn't be crazy enough to really start a war with my Eternal Night Divine Church, right? What's wrong? Did I mess things up? Bai Taotao was a little nervous, the situation seemed a bit off. No. Bai Taotao nodded blankly, so, who are you talking to? Lin Zhao. Bai Taotao was instantly surprised. You mean the one the cat mentioned, the saintess of the rotten god cult who keeps thinking about you? Yilan. I can't take it anymore. Meow. What are you doing, meow? Yilan's psychic energy surged, forcibly pulling the mime cat, who was watching the drama unfold, out of its illusory state. He subdued it with one blow, then picked up a small ruler from the table and started gesturing with it. No, meow. You're rude, meow. Don't I have any dignity, meow? No, meow. I won't talk nonsense anymore, meow. After a flurry of commotion, Yilan shook his head, his heavy mood significantly lightened. Perhaps, this is the meaning of friendship. Oh, right, Taotao, what happened to you just now? At the mention of this, Taotao no longer had the energy to think about all those messy things, and a hint of panic appeared in her eyes. It's just... The upper district moved. Yilan was puzzled and looked out the window again, then suddenly narrowed his eyes. Is that the upper district? Bai Taotao nodded. Yes, the upper district is not just literally the upper district, it's very high. It's just that because the buildings in the lower district are generally also very tall, when you look at the upper district, they appear connected. But in reality, the upper district and the lower district are almost completely separate. There's only one very long, thousands of meters long slope as a road, connecting the two districts. It's like a building, with the lower district on the first floor and the upper district on the third floor. So some people compare the interior of Radiant City to 3 rings. The radiant disk is the first ring, the upper district is the second ring, and the lower district is the third ring. Yilan narrowed his eyes, grabbed by Tao Tao, and pushed open the window. Bang! A grappling hook shot to the rooftop, carrying the two of them up. Bang! Another shot, Yilan aimed at the nearest tall building, fixing himself in the center of the building. Then he raised his hand, aimed at the rooftop, and the two swung up. In the midst of flying in weightlessness, Bai Tao Tao looked at the night sky above, curled up closer to Yilan, and comfortably closed her eyes. It felt like Spider-Man carrying her through the city in a movie. Standing on the rooftop, Yilan looked at the upper district of Radiant City. Brilliantly lit, radiating light, like a lighthouse of civilization. Very high, indeed very high. On the day he arrived in Radiant City, Yilan saw a brilliant blue light beam extending straight down from beneath the radiant disk, passing through the entire Radiant City. But now it seems, it's not just a light beam, at least not entirely a light beam. From the very bottom of Radiant City, the center of the lower district, there is a solid giant pillar connecting to the upper district. Hundreds of meters high, it's a mystery how it's supported. From the upper district to the lower district, a huge road can vaguely be seen. Solitary, very heavy, the only road. Anything, vehicles on it would be too obvious. It's really not easy to sneak up there. Yilan sighed. But then, he couldn't help but feel confused. That's not right, aren't there many secret passages to the upper district? Secret passages are underground tunnels, but the upper district is up there, how do you get up? That road is too long, and it's almost a 50-degree incline straight up and down, very sturdy, very thick. Bai Tao Tao said, maybe they're built under the road surface? Is that so? Yilan felt a bit strange, that secret passage would be too bold, just like that, deceiving everyone? Doesn't that mean if we just look for openings at the very bottom of the lower district connection point of Guangwei Road, we might find some undiscovered secret passages? Bai Tao Tao hesitated for a moment. We should be able to try. Yilan was instantly eager to try, but then suddenly froze. Too obvious, right? Too simple, right? He could think of it, so those leaders who have lived in Radiant City for over 60 years and built it themselves, wouldn't they think of it? Wouldn't they know that's the only way to the upper district? Is this really not a trap? Are there really secret passages? Once again, Yilan felt a deep concern for the safety of Su Lezhang and Xiaomanman. If all the secret passages were traps that the upper district pretended not to know about. Can't we just fly up directly? Like a helicopter? Bai Tao Tao's expression was a little strange. If you haven't seen it, no matter what I say, you won't understand its firepower and defense system. Loyalty cannot be expressed. The next day, at noon, at the city lord's mansion in the lower district. Who goes there? At the entrance of the city lord's mansion, 2 Su family guards, both gene enhancers of at least the 3rd tier, stopped a man and a woman who were about to enter. Yilan glanced at them and pulled out Su Shuangnian's token. Ah, it's the deadly duo. The soldier was stunned for a moment, quickly put away his hostility, and smiled as he opened the gate. Please come in, please come in. Yilan said nothing, stepping inside, yet he was deep in thought. If he didn't look at anything else, just within the city lord's mansion, Su Shuangnian had indeed gained control over quite a few people, from top to bottom. Of course, among those who had pledged allegiance to Su Shuangnian, it was unknown how many were sincere and how many were merely succumbing to his oppressive power. But one thing was very clear, Su Shuangnian couldn't treat everyone with the same respectful attitude he showed him. He received such treatment only because he appeared strong enough. The deadly duo, after all. He walked all the way to Su Shuangnian's side residence, where he met a triumphant Su Shuangnian. "Oh, Brother Shah! You're here? Brother Shah, my foot." Yilan forced a smile and nodded. "Good morning, Deputy City Lord Su." "Morning, morning, morning." Su Shuangnian enthusiastically invited Yilan to sit and dine with him, and during their casual chat, he quickly brought up something he was already regretting a little. "Brother Shah, about that, have you contacted the Twilight God cult?" Yilan glanced at him and nodded. "Yes, I've contacted them several times." Su Shuangnian's heart immediately tightened. "And then?" "Then? We just chatted." "Just chatted?" "Yes." "Nothing else?" Yilan looked a little strange. "What else could we chat about? Is it possible that it happened to be a female operator I knew, and we spent some time flirting?" Su Shuangnian. "That's naturally impossible." For a moment, looking at the calm and collected Yilan, Su Shuangnian felt a pang of heartache. What could he chat about with the Twilight God cult, who were probably furious by now? Wasn't it just a one-sided scolding? Enduring such humiliation, and still so calm and collected now. Su Shuangnian felt deeply apologetic. "Oh, it was my oversight. Yesterday, I was so annoyed by the scolding that I impulsively wanted to shake off the trouble. This is truly an underutilization of your talents, alas." Yilan couldn't help but look at him warily. "You're not thinking of asking for the communicator back, are you?" "A great man does not bother with trifles," Yilan said righteously, "Mr. Su treats me with such courtesy, for such a small matter, who else but I should undertake it?" Su Shuangnian scratched his head. The black-robed man was right, the deadly duo were truly beyond loyal. "Then, I'll trouble Brother Shah. Just rest well these few days. All expenses for food, drink, and entertainment in the lower district will be on me." "You're too kind." Although he would most likely not be able to sit still, and resting was just something to hear and enjoy, the most important thing was that he absolutely had to keep this communicator in his hand and never lose it. By the way, Su Shuangnian was probably genuinely having lunch. He took a few more big bites and said, "My grandfather is having a meeting later, and I have to attend." "You should come with me." "The old city lord is having a meeting?" Yilan's heart stirred, and he feigned reluctance. "Isn't that inappropriate? I've only been here a few days. What if I hear something I shouldn't?" "Oh, what's there that you can't hear?" Su Shuangnian said dismissively, "Although it's a small meeting, there still need to be enough people to listen, otherwise how can it be implemented? We all have to bring our trusted aides in." "Just come with me." Yilan hesitated, then nodded. "All right then, it would be disrespectful to refuse." "Old Su, look at your brother, he's helping me so meticulously. You need to work harder." After quickly finishing lunch, the familiar four-tier gene enhancement black-robed man arrived to meet them, and the four walked towards the core of the city lord's mansion. Passing through lush courtyards, through a luxurious and elegant hall resembling the first floor of a medieval castle, through ordinary floors, and then through a dark and winding spiral corridor, the group entered a very small room that looked somewhat like a study. There was an exquisitely shaped stone table, its surface like a miniature landscape with small bridges and flowing water. The table was already almost full of people, with only a quarter of the seats empty. It seemed their group was the last to arrive. The old city lord sat in the center, his eyes closed, seemingly dozing. This was also Yilan's first time seeing Su Lezhang's grandfather, the overall commander of the large army that marched on Sewage Town at the time. Indeed, besides himself, who had snuck in, everyone else was a trusted aide. "Everyone is here." The old city lord's majestic voice rang out, and he looked around, naturally including the two strangely dressed individuals on Yi Lan's side. "Where's that brat Su Lezhang? Did he skip such an important meeting again?" The room fell silent for a moment, then Grey Eagle, Yi Lan's acquaintance, cautiously spoke up. "City Lord, you forgot, the young master has already gone missing." The old city lord's expression shifted slightly, and he rubbed his forehead. Ah, right. Never mind, it doesn't matter if he's here or not. Anyway, even if nothing happened, he probably wouldn't show up today. Yilan. What kind of impression did you leave on them, after all? His authoritative gaze swept over them once more, and Yilan had a feeling it was mainly to look at him again. Then, he seemed very displeased. Shuangnian, I've entrusted the city lord's mansion to you recently. I hear you've been causing quite a stir. Su Shuangnian was startled, then quickly stood up. Grandfather, your grandson only wishes to do his duty, unlike my brother who was unmotivated, to make our lower district as solid as a fortress, so that we won't be without a successor. You are correct. Although he clearly knew that the main point of Su Shuangnian's high-sounding speech was the middle sentence, at least the overall delivery was very pleasing, making it hard for him not to be satisfied. Knowing how to gather your own forces is a very clever approach. Suppressing opponents and strengthening oneself is also a clever approach, but, he narrowed his eyes. Your eagle uncle is an old hand by my side. To treat him this way, are you trying to make me abdicate to you now? Su Shuangnian's expression changed slightly, and he stood up and bowed down. Grandfather, please understand, your grandson is also in a difficult position. Eagle uncle is highly respected, yet he secretly pledged allegiance to my elder brother, Su Lezhang. If I don't employ some means, he will stand like a flagpole, preventing your grandson from competing fairly and making it difficult for the city lord's mansion to be truly convinced. I hope grandfather understands. The old city lord looked at him deeply and spoke faintly. I naturally have no intention of punishing you. I've said long ago that you should compete among yourselves. But Old Eagle, after all, saved my life years ago, yet he suffered such humiliation from your subordinate of unknown origin. Is that appropriate? City. Eagle Uncle was about to speak, but Yilan quickly gave him a look. Don't speak. This old city lord is extremely shrewd. How do you know he isn't trying to trick me into revealing my identity by observing your reaction? You are already Su Lezhang's man, and I tortured you, yet you publicly defend me. Do you really think he's a fool? Too deeply immersed in the play. Yilan guessed correctly, and there was no need to worry. In front of so many important officials, if Su Shuangnian couldn't even protect a confidant, the ragtag bunch he had painstakingly gathered would likely become disloyal immediately. Su Shuangnian hurried forward and whispered to the old city lord. Grandfather, these two are my confidants, but they were merely acting on my orders. Please be lenient. The old city lord didn't even look up at him. Confidants? I won't even mention how they became confidants after knowing each other for only a day, and were foolishly brought to such an important meeting. Are you saying that your confidants are now more important than mine? Su Shuangnian's expression changed again, and his voice grew even softer. Grandfather, these two are the deadly duo, famous in the wasteland. Now, with Radiant City expelling various factions, there's nowhere left to go. Even you would try to win them over, wouldn't you? Even if they don't follow me, they would still be useful to you, wouldn't they? The deadly duo? The old city lord narrowed his eyes, his gaze sweeping between Yilan and Bai Taodao again, then nodded faintly. You've moved beyond your petty schemes and said something with some vision. Regardless of who they serve, such people will ultimately serve the city lord's mansion. He looked at Grey Eagle. Eagle Uncle, I'm just sticking up for you, so you decide how to handle this. Grey Eagle's eyes flickered. Prompted by Yilan, he was also thinking about what to say to avoid suspicion and still let the matter pass. Your subordinate doesn't want to make the city lord difficult. Oh? The old city lord narrowed his eyes, giving him a deep look. Then this matter will be put aside for now. After the meeting, you two go apologize to him, how about that? Of course, thank you, City Lord. A small crisis was thus averted, and Yilan was very happy. Among other things, his identity as the deadly duo was firmly established by Su Shuangnian. It was truly an unexpected turn of events. Even if the real deadly duo showed up now, no one would probably believe them. Today, I urgently called you all here for two main reasons. The old city lord spoke in a deep voice, finally getting to the main point. Today, I was ridiculed by those idiots in the upper district, who questioned our work, saying it was superficial, leading to Radiant City being fraught with danger, and that the upper district was already in peril. The old city lord's emotional control was truly excellent. Even Yilan only just realized that the old city lord was very, very angry, and had been angry like this for a while. At such an old age, you've made me lose so much face? The old city lord slammed his hand on the stone table, roaring. I couldn't refute a single word. Were they wrong? Are you working with your asses? My order was to expel various factions from the city. How did you do it? Knock on doors, confiscate, expel those inside, and then it's over? You just don't care anymore? Those who are out on missions, those who are hiding outside, you just pretend they don't exist, right? We could clearly monitor them closely and catch them all in one go. But now? This group has spread out, hidden in the dark, making things even more troublesome than before the expulsion. He knocked on the table again. The latest news I've received is that people from the Eternal Night Divine Church have already entered Radiant City. Who can tell me how they got in? And what next? Ha! He roared, are we going to wait until tomorrow, until next time, and the people of the Eternal Night Divine Church will already be sitting at this table, silently listening to my meeting? Grandfather, don't worry. What is there to fear from the Eternal Night? Su Shuangyan stood up and said confidently, it's just a newly appeared, unknown small church. We even dared to confiscate the two great divine churches. They have no roots or foundation in Radiant City, what kind of waves can they make? Foolish. The old city lord cursed, you call a faction vouched for by both two great divine churches unknown? It's precisely because they appeared suddenly that we don't know any of them, and we don't know who they have. You, all of you. His finger pointed around the room, reckless expansion. In the blink of an eye, at least half of the people in this room are unfamiliar to me. All of them could potentially be from the Eternal Night Divine Church. Su Shuangyan pouted, feeling that his grandfather was exaggerating. So, he secretly nudged Yilan. Brother Sha, do you think there might be people from the Eternal Night Divine Church mixed in here? Yilan, Bai Taodao. Ha ha. Yilan gave a dry laugh, I think at this level of meeting, even if they had extraordinary abilities, they couldn't get in, could they? Exactly. Su Shuangyan agreed deeply, we're on the same page. Grandfather is just old. He can't recognize everyone anymore and has to be suspicious all the time. Su Shuangyan. Su Shuangyan shivered and quickly stood up. Your grandson is here. I'm entrusting this matter to you. I want a thorough rectification of the lower district. Half of the city lord's mansion's forces can be allocated to you. I want to see results within 3 days. Ah? Yes. Su Shuangyan was overjoyed. Was this trouble? This was a monumental achievement. With this matter concluded, the old city lord finally felt a little more at ease and brought up the next item. The second matter is also related to this. During the lockdown, several unconfirmed groups of people have already smuggled themselves into the upper district through secret passages. I don't want them to blame us for our problems anymore, and who can tell me why, with only one damned road, so many people can create secret passages? Right under our noses? It must be my older brother. As soon as Su Shuangyan heard this, he shouted, standing up, my confidants encountered him during their investigation. He was leading suspicious individuals into a secret passage leading to the upper district. Grandfather, please don't shield him. Send a letter to the upper district to assist in his apprehension. The old city lord gave him a cold glance. Do you really not know how special the situation in the upper district is right now? Do you know how much commotion has been caused by suspicious individuals breaking through the blockade and going up there repeatedly? Are you saying I should go tell them now that they are our people? Has your brain been filled with devil black chili? And aren't there secret passages belonging to our Su family among those? Can they withstand scrutiny? Do you want people to think we're rebelling? Su Shuangyan was immediately choked. The old city lord took a deep breath. Those who have already gone up, we can't control, but we must ensure that it will never happen again on our watch. Yilan narrowed his eyes. It seemed trouble was brewing. This clearly meant action was about to be taken. Eagle Uncle. Here. You are responsible for this matter. Take another part of the city lord's mansion's people and coordinate with the Bai family. Whether you dig 3 feet deep or kill all the rogues, search every inch along the bottom of Guangwei Road. I will not allow any other paths or any other people to enter the upper district. Yes. The meeting ended, and Su Shuangyan and Yilan walked together to his side mansion. Oh, why is my grandfather so inscrutable? He scratched his ears and head, saying, on the surface, he's championing Eagle Uncle, and what's more? Hateful, he's given him manpower to carry out a mission as important as mine. My plan is completely ruined. To outsiders, isn't this just supporting my elder brother? With his attitude, I can't completely destroy my elder brother's last remaining strength, giving them a sense of security again. After all this back and forth, they can still barely survive until we determine who wins. Yi Lan's eyes flickered, and he spoke. The old city lord still has some lingering thoughts. It's nothing more than the matter of the secret passages. Yi Lan said with certainty, on the surface, the old city lord is very angry, but in reality, he is undoubtedly pleased that Su Lezhang has been confirmed to be alive. Su Shuangyan's expression completely darkened. You're right, I didn't think of that. Brother Shah, what do you think we should do about this? Easy. Yilan was like a cunning strategist with a plan in hand. If he had a small fan, he would have looked even more dignified. Su Lezhang must not be allowed to live. He must be rooted out. By Tao Tao? Are you getting too deep into character? Hearing this, Su Shuangyan frowned. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but it was very difficult to do. My elder brother has already gone to the upper district. If we were to act in the upper district, wouldn't that be too much of a conflict? Yilan shook his head. It's just a matter of making a clean break. Think about it carefully. Su Lezhang has strong individuals around him. Where did these strong individuals come from? Why has the old city lord been emphasizing the threat of the Eternal Night Divine Church just now? Su Shuangyan suddenly understood. You mean, the Eternal Night Divine Church? Exactly. Yilan nodded. The Eternal Night Divine Church is, after all, a force not to be underestimated. I believe it's worth taking seriously. Moreover, the 4 young masters are all connected. If Su Lezhang is too comfortable in the upper district and gains the support of the other 3 families, he might just change the situation. Indeed, Su Shuangyan immediately became extremely worried. Yes, Brother Shah is still more thoughtful. I actually overlooked such a huge threat. So, what do you think we should do? Yi Lan's lips curled into a smile. We must have experts go to the upper district, and they must succeed. Yes. Su Shuangyan woke up as if from a dream. Only absolute experts will do. Let me think. Alas, around me right now, the only absolute experts I can use are you 2 siblings. This is no matter. Yilan waved his hand. I've already completely offended him. I might as well go. This trip, either I die, or Su Lezhang perishes. Su Shuangyan was overjoyed. Good. Su Shuangyan's grand plan. After the excitement, Su Shuangyan felt a little embarrassed. Ah, look at this. I just told you to rest well, and now I'm asking you to undertake such a difficult task. My heart isn't at ease. When does Brother Shah plan to depart? The sooner, the better, Yilan said. And I'll have to trouble Mr. Su to arrange for a legitimate identity. Otherwise, with the 4 young masters assisting Su Lezhang, constantly targeting and hindering me, I'm afraid it will be extremely difficult to act. Su Shuangnian gritted his teeth. Alright. Brother Shah has gone this far, and I, Su Shuangnian, won't drop the ball. Wait for my news. At the latest, the day after tomorrow, this matter will definitely be arranged properly. Ai Tao Tao covered her face. The Su family truly has a wealth of talent. After a few pleasantries, Yilan, at Su Shuangnian's enthusiastic invitation, came to his private meeting of trusted aides. After all, he had taken on a major task from the old city lord, and he was already sharpening his knife, with a grand vision in mind. You all heard, right? Rectify the lower district. We must do this beautifully. The 4-gene enhancement black robe man nodded. This is indeed a lucrative task. It's called rectifying the lower district, but how to rectify it is still up to us to decide. If we do it well, then the power after this rectification, won't it be ours? Bang! Bang! Su Shuangnian excitedly slapped the table. Exactly. Exactly. However, the black robe man sighed, this job is not easy, and it carries great responsibility. If it's not handled well, I'm afraid. No matter. After his conversation with Yilan, Su Shuangnian now felt a bright future and great confidence. With you all here, what is there to fear? Yilan calmly took a sip of tea. Seeing this, the black robe man could only sigh softly. I understand. My subordinate will immediately go to investigate, meticulously searching to find the remnants of the major forces still in Radiant City as quickly as possible. No. Su Shuangnian waved his hand, what's with the meticulous searching? Haven't we always known where they are? He drained the bowl of wine on the table, full of heroic spirit. Since we're doing it big. Tomorrow morning, the entire army moves out. I want to unify Dragon Serpent Plaza. Put. Yilan almost spat out a mouthful of tea. What are you going to do? The black robe man also jumped in fright and quickly said. Young master, calm down. For the past 60 years, Radiant City has maintained an inclusive attitude and is the center of human civilization. Many forces have taken root and operated in Radiant City, and Dragon Serpent Plaza is the most central of them all. The overt, the hidden, everything ultimately resides there. We must not act impulsively, we need to divide and conquer. Su Shuangnian's morale was dampened, and he immediately expressed dissatisfaction. What great things can be accomplished by being timid and hesitant? He looked at Yilan, Brother Shah, what do you say? Yilan took another sip of tea, wanting to speak but holding back. He felt this was a suicidal move, but Su Shuangnian was temperamental, and the reason he was so trusted now was because every word he spoke resonated with him. Moreover, from his appearance, he had already made up his mind. Opposing him would not stop him, and it would instead undo the progress of the past few days. It's better to be cautious. Cautious? Su Shuangnian frowned, then immediately made a decision. Brother Shah, your words are mistaken. It's settled. Although we have selfish and aggressive motives, all of this is built upon Radiant City's grand strategy. It's a heaven-sent opportunity. He looked smug. In today's Radiant City, if you don't submit, you leave. If you do submit, you must submit to me. After tomorrow, Guangwei City Lower District will be unprecedentedly unified, with only my voice, Su Shuangnian's. The Black Robe Man. He looked at Yilan, but his view was already blocked by Su Shuangnian. Brother Shah, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you again tomorrow to accompany me to Dragon Serpent Plaza. I'll arrange for your departure to the upper district by the day after tomorrow at the latest. Yilan nodded. All right. Patting Yilan's shoulder again, Su Shuangnian felt a bit emotional. Grandpa always said I was a poor judge of character. Only today do I realize he was old and his eyes were failing him. Yilan smiled without speaking. Actually, you really are a poor judge of character. Su Shuangnian left, and the black robe man approached Yilan. Yilan frowned slightly, his gaze returning. What's wrong? He was expressionless. Why didn't you stop him? Why did you support him in doing such a foolish thing? Yilan paused slightly, then gave a faint smile. Why should I stop him? I'm eager for him to poke a hornet's nest for me, to stir up those things, both overt and covert, and bring them out into the open so I can clearly see them. I didn't support him, I advised caution, which was the most I could do out of respect for Su Lezhang. Before heading to the upper district, Yilan absolutely did not want any complications. Losing Su Shuangnian's trust would be the most troublesome complication at this stage. No matter what happens, as long as he doesn't stray too far from me, he won't die. Speaking to each according to their understanding, Yilan explained to this loyal black robe man, this world is very complex and dangerous. Mr. Su is naive and innocent, he won't know until he sees it with his own eyes. The black robe man was surprised for a moment, then murmured. What you say makes sense, but this is too dangerous, isn't it? With a thought, Yilan casually said. Isn't there an anomaly in Radiant City? With Mr. Su's situation, he should receive some protection, right? Immediately, the black robe man became somewhat wary, remaining silent for a long time. Is something wrong? Yilan pretended to be confused. Isn't it common knowledge that Radiant City has anomalous protection? Is it? The black robe man slightly relaxed his guard. I haven't been to the wasteland in a long time, so I didn't know that even this kind of thing has spread so widely. Tomorrow we won't have anomalous power reinforcements. He pointed upwards. The anomaly is maintained by Radiant City, not the Su family. Most of Radiant City's power is there now. Back at the Guangwei City Non-Natural Detective Association, Bai Taotao was becoming increasingly familiar with this little nest with Yilan, or so she thought. Of course, Yilan now suddenly thought of other things. Speaking of your brother, Bai Taotao, you don't think he's like Su Lezhang, do you? Yilan. Then tell me, why are they called the Four Young Masters? Bai Taotao. Just tell me, is it possible that the presence of Su Jianrun lowered the overall quality? All right. Bai Taotao surrendered. It seems my brother also has some issues with his brain, but probably no one can be more outrageous than Su Shuangnian. He was indeed outrageous. With every word, Yilan felt like he had strongly turned a disadvantageous situation into an advantageous one. So, what should we do tomorrow? Bai Taotao asked. Are we really going to protect him? This guy is so bad. Completely different from Su Jianrun. This is bad? Yilan chuckled. One could only say the little girl hadn't experienced the wickedness of the world. This should only be considered pure brain damage. He himself isn't strong, including Su Lezhang, and that old city lord, none of them are strong. So far, I haven't found any clues about the Su family's research. Yilan pondered. The old city lord is very fond of Su Lezhang, but the upper district wouldn't care about Su Lezhang's life or death. The problem is that during his time in Sewage Town, Su Lezhang had anomalous protection. Therefore, I originally speculated that the Su family's research in the lower district was related to anomalies. Supporting his suicidal plan tomorrow was also my intention to test if this matter was as I suspected, but the black robe man's words don't seem to indicate that. Let's take it one step at a time. In any case, Yilan looked at Bai Taotao. You absolutely cannot stray too far from me tomorrow. Bai Taotao felt a warmth in her heart. Oh, you don't have to worry about me. I'm not the one causing trouble tomorrow, so what danger could I be in? Yilan was speechless. But if something really happens, he'll definitely be surrounded by layers of people, and you, looking all alone, would be perfect as a hostage. Bai Taotao. Floating. The next day, Dragon Serpent Plaza. Rumble. Day. The peaceful morning was shattered beyond recognition as countless roaring vehicles surged into Dragon Serpent Plaza, while a denser cordon of soldiers was set up around the perimeter, enclosing the entire district. Clang. 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 The weather was getting colder. Su Shuangnian, wrapped in a fur coat, walked into this well-known complex plaza in the lower district, accompanied by a group of black-robed men, to the sound of gongs and drums. It was truly outrageous, and they were truly beating gongs and drums. Mornings just after waking up were always cold. Bai Taotao sniffed, and Yilan glanced at her, wrapping her in another coat. Sitting in the car, looking out the window, she was quite speechless. Su Shuangyan, this fellow, beating gongs and drums like this, who knows if he'll succeed, but he's really going to fill the entire Dragon Serpent Plaza with anger first thing in the morning, isn't he? Everyone listen up. I'm giving you 3 minutes to come out and line up in the plaza. Once 3 minutes are up, I will forcibly drag people out. Su Shuangyan stood on the highest platform in Dragon Serpent Plaza, holding a large loudspeaker, his voice firm and clear. In this peaceful morning, his voice spread far beyond Dragon Serpent Plaza. Some people who wanted to watch the excitement had probably come out, but seeing the Su family soldiers, 3 layers deep, forming an impenetrable circle, they retreated. It was better not to watch this kind of excitement, it was easy to get caught up in it. Isn't he too ostentatious? Bai Taotao leaned towards Yilan's window to look out. Dressed in such noble furs, even with a veil, she looked even more like an aristocratic young lady. Speaking of which, the Non-Natural Detective Association seems to be within the encirclement too, right? Yes, but out of respect for us, Su Shuangyan won't act against them. The encirclement is just to ensure the blockade is complete and intact. Tisk. Bai Taotao rested her chin lightly on the window. If I were one of the people in this plaza with ill intentions, I'd probably be escaping through a secret passage by now, wouldn't I? That was natural. However, at least, Yilan thought Su Shuangyan would still consider this. Being so ostentatious only meant he was bound to be even more aggressive. Only a minute had passed when Su Shuangyan let out a loud shout. 3 minutes are up. Go! Drag everyone out. Following Su Shuangyan's command, hundreds of Su family soldiers surged in all directions, going house to house, breaking down doors. No matter where they were, as long as there was a door, they would not miss it, barging straight in. Bastards! What are you doing? Have you truly become lawless? Smash! Clang! In a high-risk situation, we have the right to take all measures to ensure the safety of Radiant City. Amidst a chaotic scene, Su family soldiers searched house by house, dragging people out. Amidst constant curses and collisions, more and more people were directly thrown into the plaza, and quite a few of them hadn't even finished dressing. This, seeing the increasingly exaggerated scene, Bai Taotao was stunned. Has he gone mad? Dragging people out indiscriminately, without clues, regardless of injustice? Yilan frowned and withdrew her gaze. He's not mad, he's just gotten carried away. With newfound power, combined with the addition of high-level forces and so many Bai family soldiers, he feels invincible. Bai Taotao. But this is too sudden. Wasn't he quite normal yesterday? Yilan looked at Bai Taotao with extreme oddity. Normal? Bai Taotao. It seemed he really wasn't very normal. Should we intervene? Bai Taotao asked, a hint of unbearable pity in her voice. No need. Yilan shook her head. Today, we just ensure he stays alive and doesn't do anything too egregious. Tomorrow, we head to the upper district. Watching various valuables and items being hastily stuffed into pockets in some rooms, and a continuous stream of seemingly very special items and intelligence being sent to Su Shuangyan, Yilan shook her head. His era will soon pass. Even if he directly expelled everyone from Dragon Serpent Plaza far away from Radiant City, nothing would happen, but he just shaking her head. Leaving aside the boiling public opinion that will follow, those intelligence reports alone are enough to give him a good headache. There are too many things he's not yet qualified to see, including secrets of Radiant City itself that even I don't know. Yilan withdrew her gaze. All I'm curious about is why the old city lord would indulge him in doing this. Yilan became increasingly puzzled. Even if he truly, really favored Su Lezhang, he would still need to ensure he left the upper district alive before giving up on anyone. wouldn't he? Tell me, is there a possibility, Bai Taodao offered a bold conjecture, that the old city lord is already in the upper district, and what we saw yesterday was just a body double? So, he doesn't know or can't control Su Shuangnian's self-destructive actions. Yilan was genuinely taken aback for a moment. It was a very bold, yet absolutely plausible idea. Bang bang! The plaza was already full of people, and more soldiers who had been searching rooms reappeared, gathering around Su Shuangnian. On the high platform, Su Shuangnian drew his gun. On the ground, several figures lay bleeding profusely. Does anyone else have an opinion? Su Shuangnian shouted. Think I'm cruel? I won't waste words, you yourselves know. There are very few simple people living here, especially those who dare to curse and charge at the platform in this situation. They might be assassins, they deserve to die. Over 70% of you have identities that cannot see the light of day. And now, the policy of Radiant City, you understand it. He raised his neck and declared loudly. Abandon your factions and surrender to me, and I guarantee your safety. Otherwise, not a single one will be left. Yilan's expression began to darken, and she pushed open the car door. Damn it, I just want you to live until tomorrow, such a simple matter, why is the difficulty level skyrocketing? As Su Shuangnian kept explaining from above, Yilan also gained a clearer understanding of how complex the composition of this place was, and she realized that these people definitely had lethal moves, they just weren't willing to use them on Su Shuangnian unless their objective wasn't met. But if they were truly pushed too far. Come on, everyone, those willing to surrender, line up here to register. Your current strength, the factions you previously belonged to. I, Su Shuangnian, promise that the list will be strictly confidential. Be honest, and all past transgressions will be forgiven. Soon, people actually started lining up to register. Indeed, there were many chaotic factions here, but those capable of plotting conspiracies were still very few. Someone taking the lead quickly caused others to follow suit. In the blink of an eye, the situation actually seemed quite favorable. However, Yilan was truly uneasy. Do you really think you can subdue these people like this? But if it could truly continue like this, it would be a good thing. What happens after that has nothing to do with me. For now, you just have to be fine. Squeak, squeak. In the plaza, a strange sound came from an unknown source. It was almost imperceptible, covered by the human voices, yet impossible to ignore. Squeak, squeak. The second time she heard it, Yilan rushed towards the high platform without any hesitation. That sound was getting closer and closer to Su Shuangnian. Squeak, squeak. Boom. Ah. The crowd was torn apart by a huge force, and dozens of figures, without warning, broke through the first row of people and charged forward. They truly pounced forward. Every one of them charged on all fours, half their bodies no longer human-like. Just like human-shaped rats. Meeting an acquaintance. The speed was indescribable, more than twice as fast as the mutated giant rats Yilan saw in Sewage Town. Bang! Yilan shot his grappling hook, grabbed Bai Taodao, and threw her towards the nearest rooftop, then grabbed Su Shuangnian and shot a grappling hook towards a street lamp. Guards! Guards! Oh, it's Brother Shah! Yilan had no time for him, hanging from the street lamp, scanning the surging rat tide below. To be honest, Yilan wasn't even sure if he should call it a rat tide or a human tide. In short, this black tide swept across the entire scene in a blink of an eye. The humanoid rats were not only incredibly fast, but also extremely powerful. The vast Su family soldiers were almost instantly missing half their bodies if bitten once. In the blink of an eye, the hundreds of disorganized rabble were in complete disarray, giving the impression they would be completely overrun. Bang bang bang! Although the opponent's target was clearly Su Shuangnian, at least half of the dozens of giant rats fearlessly leaped towards the street lamp. Amidst a chorus of squeaks, Su Shuangnian felt his rear end was in danger. Yilan single-handedly shot, his bullets accurately hitting, as if striking machinery. The giant rats weren't killed, merely delayed for a moment by Yilan's hits. Yilan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. People with prosthetic body modifications? But that's not right. Their posture clearly indicated the abilities of a sewing doll. In an instant, an answer was on the tip of his tongue. The sewing doll also came, and then stitched together Radiant City's prosthetic body modification users and mutated giant rats? This is truly, coming to a place like Radiant City, the sewing doll is truly in its element. Most importantly, Radiant City also kicked out all the major factions. After the gene enhancement in Sewage Town, the sewing doll should have evolved into a subgod whose strength is close to one of his 3 giants. And, after today, the Zhao family will probably have no way to explain themselves. Bang bang bang. Under the impact of the giant rats, Yilan swung on the street lamp while fiercely shooting at the howling mutated giant rats, accompanied by Su Shuangyan's shrill screams. Damn it! Why are you as noisy as Su Lezhang? Bang bang bang. Squeak squeak squeak. Finally, as the rabble brought by Su Shuangyan came to their senses, they had finally reorganized their formation. The strength of various gene enhancer erupted, instantly tearing apart the humanoid rat tied in reverse, segmenting and surrounding them, and the situation returned to control. Bang bang bang. After shooting at the pursuers behind him again, emptying his magazine, Yilan used his grappling hook to leap and land on the ground. Rumble. Squeak squeak squeak. The rat swarm began to flee, and in a blink of an eye, several still broke out of the encirclement, and it seemed their escape direction was all the same place. Basement. The Zhao family's clinic. Bastard. Bastard. Surrounded, Su Shuangyan finally came to his senses, his eyes bloodshot. It's ruined, completely ruined. Not only was he attacked, but the encirclement had been completely broken, and the crowd had fled in all directions. It's no longer about recruiting or not recruiting. If they escape during this raid, it will be like a dragon entering the sea, never to be found again. The so-called rectification of the lower district, the completion rate is probably 0, and he doesn't know what kind of scolding he'll get from his grandfather. And getting scolded won't help, the lower district will probably become even more perilous. Bastard! You bastards! How dare you assassinate me? Su Shuangyan's eyes were bloodshot as he roared frantically, kill them! Go kill them for me! I want to see the mastermind! No one moved. He froze, then grabbed Yilan's arm. Brother Shah! Get moving! Go capture these bastards for me! Yilan frowned. Obviously, he wasn't afraid of these humanoid rats, or even the sewing doll behind them, but the problem was, are you sure you want me to leave you at this moment? He had a feeling that Su Shuangyan's danger was far from over. Go, go! He roared frantically, wanting to curse, but not quite daring to curse Yilan, pointing at the black-robed man, and you bunch of good-for-nothings, go! What are you all staring at each other for? Yilan and the black-robed man exchanged glances, seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. And most importantly, he still needed Su Shuangyan to arrange matters in the upper district for him. For such a person, trust and distrust are just a fleeting breeze. If he did nothing more, it might be hard to say what would happen tomorrow. Moreover, the sewing doll and he also had a grudge. Its appearance here was a serious matter that indeed needed investigation. After a moment of thought, Yilan spoke to the black-robed man. Then I will go investigate. You all do nothing but protect him and wait for me to return. The black-robed man nodded, his approval of Yilan growing. Listen, how well said. Even he, before Yilan's arrival, had been struggling to cope alone. To serve this foolish bird, it was truly rare to encounter such a trustworthy and steady person. Yilan was still a little uneasy and added another instruction. Be sure to protect him well. The black-robed man nodded again. Loyalty beyond words, loyalty beyond words. Although, Yilan only wanted a completely legitimate and proper identity to go to the upper district. Bang! Yilan's grappling hook shot out, gently lowering by Tao Tao, and he sped towards the basement. Go! Rushing all the way to the basement where the humanoid rats disappeared, Yilan froze. Isn't this the underground clinic where Su Lejang was found installing his prosthetic body yesterday? If nothing unexpected happened, there would also be a secret passage to the upper district inside. However, Yilan had long stopped paying attention. Once discovered yesterday, the city lord's mansion would surely deal with it. Bang! The door was ajar, and Yilan kicked it open. Quick battle, quick victory. Click. Breaking in, his gun aimed into the room, and then Yilan froze. At this moment, Yilan had 1,000 words he wanted to use to greet the other party. The old doctor from Sewage Town. Damn you! Yilan showed no mercy, pulling out the chaos bell and dual-wielding it. Are you cursed? I didn't even bother with you in Sewage Town, and I went to Radiant City, and you're still chasing me to annoy me? Let's see what you can say this time to stop me from destroying you. Little brother, calm down first. Think about it carefully, I haven't done anything terrible, right? The old doctor sat on the operating table, sighing. Believe me, I didn't want to come either. The Lord God, well, he knew you would chase me here and deliberately arranged for me to wait here to annoy you. What could I do? Yilan. Surprise. This was indeed something that the insane sewing doll would do, and upon closer inspection, regardless of the sewing doll, there were no rumors of the old doctor harming anyone. The most evil known act was the smiling monkeys 60 years ago, but if one were to speak of it, that person was already certainly beyond saving at the time. Yilan didn't want to joke around with him and spoke indifferently. Why did you attack Su Shuangnian? I know this. The old doctor quickly said, didn't the main god sew that guy named Wan Lei onto himself? He's almost driven mad by that idiot now. Today, he suddenly saw someone even more mentally disturbed than Wan Lei, and he really couldn't resist wanting to eliminate him. Yilan. He almost couldn't hold it in. Who knows what you were thinking, sewing Wan Lei onto your head? Even if you truly wanted the power of the third, weren't Xia Qingyu and Xia Manman in Sewage Town more perfect choices? Although if you dared to do that, you might not be given the chance to leave Sewage Town. After a long silence, Yilan spoke indifferently. I don't think I've ever asked you, why do you believe in the sewing doll? Yilan's killing intent gradually receded, and the old doctor breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, that's a long story, like a child without a mother. Cut it short. Yilan's mouth twitched, I don't have much time. If you say it's a long story, then just die. The old doctor. Patience, have patience. Well. When I was little, I was weak and bullied, so I hated them. I made a straw doll, wrote their names on it, and then used needles and thread to sew a bunch of messy things into it to stab them. Then, he happened to be nearby at the time, claiming to greatly admire me, that I had talent. Then he sewed all those people into one big straw doll and gave it to me as a first meeting gift. Yilan's eyebrows raised. And you gladly accepted? No. The old doctor shook his head, I was terrified. He was furious and told me that if I didn't become his believer, he would sew me in too. Yilan. What a furious outburst. His eyes moved, and Yilan suddenly found the old doctor's value. Perhaps, he really was a master of resource management. If you are willing to have me sever your connection with the sewing doll and help me do something, I can reluctantly spare your life today. The old doctor was stunned. Alright, but how will you sever it? You don't need to worry about that. After thinking for a moment, Yilan pulled out a reagent from his body. It was precisely the problematic third gene enhancement reagent, the initial reason for Radiant City's lockdown. Study it thoroughly and give me the results. How long will it take? This is... The old doctor's eyes were fixed on it. The third gene enhancement potion independently developed by Radiant City, with the ancient god's touch as its source. 3 days. 3 days is enough. The old doctor said excitedly, I can definitely extract every last drop of value from this potion. Although I don't know what you want, it will certainly include the data you're looking for. Very good. Yi Lan threw the potion over. That was the answer he wanted to hear. As for whether the other party didn't do it, then he would definitely come looking for trouble. Swish! Yi Lan grabbed the old doctor's arm and closed his eyes. Blue mist surged in, flowing inside. In fact, Yi Lan also couldn't just erase anyone's traces like this, otherwise wouldn't he have saved Sewage Town on the very first day? But as his mastery of his power became increasingly skilled, Yi Lan could now implant his own mark with relative ease, which should be the way various anomalies choose the gods chosen. By planting his own beacon, and with his strength being higher than the sewing doll's, he naturally suppressed the sewing doll's connection within his body. Although there was no other feeling for now, at most, within a certain range, he could feel the existence of this beacon, but Yi Lan had a guess. If he truly believed in him, he would also be considered a god's chosen. All right. Under the old doctor's confused gaze, Yi Lan slowly spoke, "You are now under the gaze of the eternal night god." For a moment, the old doctor's expression was complex, just as Yi Lan had always been unsure if he truly believed in the sewing doll. I'm free? No. Yi Lan shook his head, "You are now to serve the eternal night god." The old doctor. Do you really think I'm a three-named slave? So, what arrangements does the eternal night god have? Yi Lan glanced at him, very satisfied. No arrangements for now. You need to gain further trust. Right now, your only task is this reagent. Oh. He nodded, but the old doctor's expression suddenly changed, and he called out urgently. By the way, do you still have a use for that Su Shuangnian outside? He's probably... Yi Lan's expression suddenly changed, and he had no time for him, turning and grabbing Tao Tao as he rushed out. Damn it! Damn it! It was truly too unexpected, too sudden, and too thought-provoking to suddenly see the old doctor here, causing Yi Lan's brain to short-circuit for a moment. So much so that he really suddenly forgot about Su Shuangnian for a short time. He wondered if this was also part of the sewing doll's design? Rumble. The moment they rushed out, the sky should have been brighter, but for some reason, it had grown a few shades darker. Intense sounds of battle came from outside, the smell of blood was incredibly pungent, and the square was in chaos, whether it was the ordinary people or the rabble Su Shuangnian had brought. Everyone get out of the way. Yi Lan cursed and fired a shot into the sky. Bai Taodao overruled all objections, charging forward in the front, pushing aside many people blocking the way. Finally, the two rushed back to the square. Yi Lan froze. The square was full of corpses, at least a third of the Su family guards had fallen. Su! 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 Bai Taodao tried to say Su for a long time but couldn't, a faint trail of blood from the bumpy journey clinging to her face, trembling slightly. In the square, Su Shuangnian was impaled through the heart by an illusory blade and pinned to a corner of a pillar. He lay on the ground, his pupils widened in terror and unwillingness. He was dead. Backup plan. Yi Lan, he. Bai Taodao was stunned. How could he just be gone? She had just been interested in asking Yi Lan what encrypted frequency communication he was having with that doctor, and then this happened so suddenly. He's dead. Yi Lan sighed softly, clearly not as calm as he appeared. Damn it! Damn it! How could he be dead? How am I supposed to get to the upper district? The Su family is already thoroughly reorganizing and eliminating secret passages. Besides Su Shuangnian, will the association leader's secret passage still be effective? Damn it! Yi Lan's gaze swept across the square. He grabbed the gene enhancer black robe man, who was lying on the ground. He was still breathing. Gurgle, gurgle. Yi Lan no longer had time to worry about suspicion or anything else. He poured the gene enhancer potion he found at the hospital into him. He didn't know the normal dosage, but he gave him a whole bottle. Second young master, second. His breathing quickly became even, and then he woke up, struggling to crawl towards Su Shuangnian's position. Then, he froze. He's dead. Yi Lan sighed regretfully. What happened? The black robe man looked a bit confused. Just now, there were several more waves of attacks, all from those small factions that had been expelled. The young master got angrier and angrier, sending more and more people to pursue them. Until our formation was a bit scattered, a group of illusory figures rushed out from under the platform. We couldn't hit them at all. They almost instantly wiped out the last of the young master's forces, and then Yi Lan took a deep breath. This is big trouble. This is no longer just a question of whether or not I can get to the upper district. Su Lezhang is missing, and Su Shuangnian died at this time. Won't the old city lord go crazy? What do we do? Yi Lan asked, very flustered, filled with confusion about the future. No big problem. The black robe man took a deep breath. Actually, like Grey Eagle, I am an old subordinate of the old city lord. Do you understand what I mean? The old city lord gave him to Su Lezhang and me to Su Shuangnian. Yi Lan was stunned for a moment. That situation was indeed a bit better, though not by much. But we failed to protect him. Yi Lan patted his illusory sword. This was given to me by Deputy City Lord Su. Will it cause suspicion? The black robe man looked around and shook his head. That won't happen. Although the city lord is old, he's not muddled. Even today, with everything that's happened, who knows how many of his informants are hidden here? He'll probably know the whole story of today's events. We all saw that you were forced to leave, and you have an alibi, which is much better than my situation. Yi Lan sighed softly, finally feeling a little relieved. If he couldn't get to the upper district and was also frantically wanted by the city lord's mansion in the lower district, he would really be in a tough spot. He just wondered if Su Lezhang, that foolish fellow, would be sad about Su Shuangnian's death, as he never seemed to have heard him say he wanted to deal with Su Shuangnian. What are your plans, gentlemen? The black robe man reorganized his men and sent people to solemnly collect Su Shuangnian's remains. The second young master is gone. We need to adjust our stance. After a moment of thought, Yi Lan waved his hand. There's no need to adjust our stance. In these past few days following Deputy City Lord Su, I've already offended Su Lezhang and the old city lord. It's a kindness if they don't hold me accountable. Going back would just be an eyesore. Yi Lan clenched his fist. The murderer can't stay in the lower district and can't just leave Radiant City like this. He must have gone to the upper district. If possible, I hope you can help me find a way. The second young master treated me well, and I want to go to the upper district to avenge him. The black robe man was stunned for a moment, then hesitated and nodded. I will go to the old city lord to apologize shortly and will try for you. Yi Lan nodded gently. Then I'll trouble you to say a few good words. Raising his head, Yi Lan pulled by Tao Tao and walked towards the tunnel again. Pushing the door open, Yi Lan was expressionless, and Bai Tao Tao exclaimed. Where is he? He didn't run away, did he? Yi Lan was expressionless. He was in a very bad mood right now. He took 2 steps forward and, as expected, found a note on the operating table. I don't really like team operations. Please rest assured, within 3 days, I will present the results with both hands. Yi Lan was expressionless, a little annoyed, but not very annoyed, as he had seen this operation more than once. And at least, he usually didn't dare to deceive him about the contents of the note. Moreover, Yi Lan himself didn't want to take him along anymore. As for if he tried to trick him, Yi Lan wanted to know if he had the courage to face the wrath of the eternal night god. Let's go. They returned to the association and then to their room. Yi Lan and Bai Tao Tao looked at each other, and you could hear a pin drop. It was still very early, but everyone was a bit confused. As for Su Shuangnian, everyone wasn't really familiar with him. But with Su Lezhang's connection, it was hard not to feel complex emotions. You might ask if this person was important or not, and actually, he was just an ordinary fellow who had gained power and done many outrageous things. But if you say he wasn't important, he was one of only 2 heirs in the lower district, and the other one was neglecting his duties and had already gone missing. Although Yilan didn't know what the upper district was like, the lower district was clearly about to descend into chaos. Yilan, what do we do now? What to do? Yilan shook his head. Go to the upper district. The lower district was becoming increasingly chaotic, and its significance was diminishing. There was no longer any reason to delay. Sigh. Thinking of Su Shuangnian, Yilan sighed again, frustrated by his lack of ambition. He really wouldn't have died if he hadn't courted death. Su Shuangnian was truly unlike Su Lezhang. Knowing he was going to die, Su Lezhang wouldn't leave him for half a second, practically wanting to follow him even to the bathroom, so he wouldn't die. But this fellow, he really had no idea. Knowing he was going to die, he still insisted on calling everyone out to avenge him. Even a god couldn't save him. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Yilan opened it, and the association leader hurriedly walked in. Yilan, I heard Su Shuangnian. Yilan waved his hand, signaling him not to continue. After all, he had personally experienced it. Just get to the point. Do you still have a way to get to the upper district? The association leader pursed his lips. The secret passage is impassable. I had all my plans arranged. I could have sent you off by noon tomorrow, but... Yilan sighed softly. So, just tell me, is there still a way? The association leader hesitated. I still have a backup plan. I need a little more time. One day, I'll wait one last day. Yilan stood up and looked out the window. After one day, if it's still not possible, I'll force my way up from Guangwei Road. Goof up. Lower District, City Lord's Mansion, City Lord's Study. The black-robed man walked in nervously, getting searched every so often along the way, to the point where he felt like his clothes were almost ripped off. The treatment was completely different now. He nervously pushed open the door to the City Lord's study. The City Lord was indeed sitting inside, his face expressionless, the atmosphere as cold as ice. To his surprise, as soon as he opened the door, there was someone else sitting in the room who shouldn't have been there. Grey Eagle. Sure enough, he had regained favor. Yes. He took a few more steps, and before he could speak, his gaze sharpened. The smell of blood. Under the old City Lord's desk, a body lay fallen. That body was the old City Lord? My body double, the old City Lord said coldly. This fool misunderstood my instructions. I clearly told Grey Eagle to reorganize the lower district and Su Shuangnian to cleanse the secret passage, but it turned out like this. First, he was stunned, but then the black-robed man breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, his own responsibility was infinitely lessened. But before he could sigh twice, his tension rose again. You two are also useless. His finger pointed between the two of them. I wanted you to follow Su Lezhang, but Su Lezhang disappeared. Grey Eagle lowered his head. I told you to follow Su Shuangnian, and he just died? The black-robed man closed his eyes and knelt down. This subordinate is entirely to blame and deserves to die 10,000 times. The old City Lord snorted coldly, killing intent flashing in his eyes, then gradually fading. Su Shuangnian, that child, did have certain personality issues, so it's not entirely your fault. But while you're spared from death, you won't escape punishment. He leaned back in his chair, tired, and took a sip of water. Tell me about those two, the man and woman who were with Su Shuangnian these past few days. Grey Eagle's expression changed slightly, and the black-robed man also paused, then slowly spoke. This matter has nothing to do with these two. They were also loyal to second young master. Grey Eagle looked at him in surprise, and the old City Lord also laughed. He, loyal. The old City Lord sneered. If they're loyal, then where is Su Lezhang? At the mention of this, the black-robed man was filled with shame. Young Master Su Lezhang's traces have been found several times, but young Master runs fast, so we haven't been able to find him. He. The old city lord sneered again, took 2 steps forward, and with an arm that was old but still full of strength, grabbed the black-robed man by the collar. Then I have a question. During the time I was in meetings in the upper district these past few days, I already recruited the deadly duo. So where did the 2 deadly duo you have come from? The black-robed man's face changed drastically. What? You already? It was very obvious. If there were 2 deadly duo, confirmed separately by the old city lord and Su Shuangnian, then the ones the old city lord knew must be the real ones. And the other pair were fakes. Otherwise, could the old city lord's discernment be inferior to Su Shuangnian's? This, impossible. The black-robed man panicked instantly, never having panicked so much. The interactions these past few days were vivid in his mind. After the incident at Dragon Serpent Plaza today, you 2 must have talked, right? Tell me, what did he say? The black-robed man was still in disarray, feeling his worldview shattered. He said he wanted to avenge young Master Su, and asked me to put in a good word for him with you, to send him to the upper district to avenge second. Young Master. He looked up in confusion. Then who exactly are they? I don't think they did this. I didn't say they did it. The old city lord sat in his chair, expressionless, and spoke coldly. Bai Tao Tao, the legitimate daughter of the Bai family, after disappearing during her 3rd gene enhancement, was last confirmed to have briefly appeared in Guangwei town. Her companions included Twilight God Cult and Eternal Night Divine Church. It is currently confirmed that they left Guangwei town that night and their whereabouts are unknown, but it is likely they entered the city. Your so-called deadly duo, the girl should be Bai Tao Tao. He threw a mist blue coin at the black-robed man, a mist blue coin with a face value of 50. If the deduction is correct, then the man is the number 1 figure of the Eternal Night Divine Church, the divine emissary Yilan. The black-robed man's pupils continuously contracted, the silhouette on the mist blue coin gradually overlapping with the figure in his mind. Yilan, for a moment, he even felt a touch of absurdity, thinking of yesterday, when the other party entered this core meeting of the city lords mansion. What a mockery! He gritted his teeth, his kneeling head bowed to the ground. This subordinate is negligent and deserves to die 10,000 times. I humbly request the city lord to give the order. I will immediately go to apprehend them, and will not return even if I die. Apprehend? The old city lord sneered. What will you use to apprehend them? In Sewage Town, he could turn his hand to make clouds and cover the rain, playing the 2 great divine churches in the palm of his hand. Here, he played house with you for a while, and you really think you can apprehend him? The black-robed man was drenched in sweat. The matters in Sewage Town involved too many secrets and were unrelated to him, so he didn't know much. It's just, is he that strong? Why didn't I feel it these past few days? You signed this. The old city lord threw a document to the black-robed man, speaking faintly. To the outside world, just say that I was heartbroken by the loss of my son in my old age, and you, without noticing, signed this for me casually. Then make a copy for that pair of man and woman. I don't know what will happen afterward, but if the commotion is too great, the upper district will definitely hold someone accountable. I will only guarantee your life, consider it your punishment. The black-robed man paused, picked up the document from the ground, and just a glance made his head spin, feeling more bewildered and helpless than the shocking news that had come one after another just now. Radiant City Ring Road Motorcycle Championship? What the heck is this? He looked at the signature and suddenly looked up. City Lord. At this time, those 4 young masters are still jointly promoting this absurd competition. It's clearly deliberately disrupting the blockade between our upper and lower districts, giving opportunists a chance. The old city lord looked at him coldly. Only you understand so much? He finally couldn't suppress his anger any longer, kicking over the valuable stone table, shattering it to pieces on the floor. Su Shuangnian is dead, and I only have 1 grandson left. The upper district is in such chaos now, relying on those 4 young masters. Can he survive? Let him go. Send him. Damn it, it'll just keep him from hindering my lower district's plans. And that damn Dragon Serpent Plaza, I'm going to tear them all to shreds. Championship. Noon, Non-Natural Detective Association, bedroom. The curtains were tightly drawn, and in the somewhat dim room, Yilan and Bai Tao Tao were still inside. Yilan. It was too quiet, so quiet that Bai Tao Tao felt a bit unnatural. Are we just going to stay here and not go anywhere? It wasn't her first time, nor her first day, sharing a room with Yilan, but usually, most of the time was spent, sleeping. And it wouldn't be like this, quiet all morning, not moving at all. Yilan had been rustling through various documents on the table, and since she couldn't do anything else, she felt a bit restless. Yes, the lower district is on the verge of losing control, Yilan replied. After this morning's events, not just the city lord's mansion, but all other faction members who fled to hide will be uneasy, preparing for a final desperate struggle. Those with nowhere to hide will clash, and now various communications, threats, and compromises will play out all over the lower district. At the same time, the fury of the lower district city lord's mansion has probably reached its peak. A thunderous operation is inevitable, and who knows how many hidden things are stirring. Everywhere is a hornet's nest, touch it and you'll get into trouble. It's not easy to stay here in peace. Yilan looked up. Everything proceeds according to the original plan. I'm giving the president one last day. If there's no progress in one day, we'll set off directly for the upper district. Bai Tao Tao paused, wanting to speak but hesitating. Are we really just going to force our way up? Yes. I heard that with the defense system fully activated, it's enough to flatten the lower district a dozen times over. Oh. I heard that the Guangwei Road even has an anomaly secretly guarding it, which is why it's also called the Road to Heaven. That's excellent. Bai Tao Tao no longer wanted to persuade him. Yilan seemed to have made up his mind. And she didn't even know if she was crazy, but she felt a tiny bit of anticipation. Just the two of them, from bottom to top, forcing their way through the road to heaven against all of Radiant City's firepower? Thump thump thump. The door suddenly knocked. Yilan gestured for Bai Tao Tao to be quiet and got up to open the door. As he opened the door, he paused. It was the Black Robe Man, who had undergone 4 gene enhancements. He looked inside, where only 2 people were quietly present, and couldn't help but sniff. I didn't interrupt anything, did I? Yilan? Is something the matter? Yilan asked. Oh, right. The Black Robe Man suddenly snapped back to attention and handed a copied document to Yilan. The old city lord lost his son in his later years and is heartbroken. This document just came in, and I was concerned about the second young master's matter, so I took the liberty of signing it. See if you might need it. Yilan glanced at it and was stunned. Radiant City Ring Road Motorcycle Championship? What is this? After a quick scan, Yilan's gaze paused for a moment at the signature of Radiant City's 4 great talents. 6. He had only mentioned it casually, and he actually sent him something like this? A trap? Thank you. Yilan placed the document on the table. You've worked hard. The Black Robe Man looked at Yilan with a complex expression, thinking of what the old city lord had said about his identity, and still felt a wave of unreality. You're welcome. After he left, Yilan handed the document to Bai Tao Tao. Then, his head was full of question marks. Huh? Have you heard of this? Ring Road Motorcycle Championship? I've heard of it. Bai Tao Tao hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back. It's actually considered a very grand event in Radiant City. But the problem was, what kind of situation was Radiant City in now? Could it still proceed as usual? How long has it been held? 5 or 6 years? Bai Tao Tao recalled, but it really was popular throughout the city for a while. Popular throughout the city. Tell me more about it in detail. The Radiant City Ring Road Motorcycle Championship was jointly organized by Su Jianrun and those few scoundrels, oh, not my brother, a few years ago. Yi Lan. He wanted to speak but held back, deciding not to complain. Due to the complex road conditions, the final racing vehicle was set as a motorcycle. The entire track includes various main and unique streets and alleys of Radiant City, passing through intercity highways, markets, mountains, forests, and even the city walls of the outer district. At its peak, this event was so passionate and exciting that it was renowned even in the wasteland. Radiant City even paid a price to have an anomaly escort it, ensuring the safety of the contestants. Yi Lan. Naturally, this track will not abandon the famous Guangwei Road. Yi Lan became serious. Passing through Guangwei Road? Bai Tao Tao nodded. Yes, otherwise how would they get down from the upper district? As she spoke, a hint of nostalgia appeared on her face. That scene was quite spectacular. The mechanical road would lower from the upper district, and hundreds of riders on various motorcycles would race down that over 1,000-meter long, nearly 45-degree slope at full speed, with crowds lining the guardrails. Yi Lan narrowed his eyes, feeling an increasing sense of conspiracy. During such a lockdown period, to open Guangwei Road? Such an event being approved at this time, it just didn't seem right, did it? These are minor matters, Bai Taotao said. Generally speaking, the application for such an event only requires approval from one of the 4 families. Since he could send it to you, it means the 4 young masters, not my brother. Never mind, anyway, the 4 young masters chose to send this thing to the Su family. If the old city lord is truly heartbroken and preoccupied, then the Black Robe Man's approval could, in theory, allow this event to pass. By the time the people in the upper district react, the riders will probably have already passed through Guangwei Road. These are the futures of various high-ranking officials in Radiant City, so they can't possibly not let them up, right? Yi Lan's expression gradually became strange. So, I have to participate in this race? Bai Tao Tao. But if you participate, you shouldn't have any pressure, right? Rubbing his forehead, Yi Lan spoke helplessly. Tell me more about the rules and participants. The entry requirements are actually quite simple, just have a modified motorcycle with verified performance, and the number of participants is limited to within 100. Among them, the four young masters, as seated players, have fixed entry slots. Then it's very simple, gather at the starting point, complete the entire track without detours, and the top 14 finishers will be awarded custom 3 rings 14 youngsters medals by the 4 young masters. Yi Lan. 3 rings 14 youngsters? It's because the radiant disc looks like a ring, the upper district is another ring, and the lower district is another ring, making a total of 3 rings. The top 14 riders are the 3 rings 14 youngsters. Yi Lan. He already wanted to ask Su Lezhang, what exactly do you guys do all day in Radiant City? Thump thump thump. Someone knocked on the door again. Yi Lan opened it, and the president rushed in with a joyful expression. It's done. It's done. I found an opportunity and a method. Tomorrow we'll. Yi Lan interrupted him expressionlessly, wanting to speak but holding back. Radiant City Intercity Motorcycle Championship? President. Start. He froze for a moment, then immediately spoke. Yes, that's right, it's this competition. There are no secret passages left now, the city lord's mansion has destroyed and taken control of all of them. The only way to get to the upper district is to pass through Guangwei Road openly and honorably. Yi Lan sighed, having already accepted this outrageous plan. Tell me your plan. Oh, okay. The president sat down, panting, and began to explain. An old friend of mine in the upper district has the qualifications for this competition. I contacted him, and he has agreed to help me. The president drew a line on the map. The starting point of the race is in the upper district, which we won't consider. We'll quickly reach Guangwei Road. After a sprint, we'll quickly enter a small forest path, and that's where we'll be. And then? Then his son will deliberately fall to the back and reach that spot, then stop the vehicle and swap you in. Yilan raised his eyebrows, completing the rest of the plan. Then I just have to run the entire circuit without drawing attention, and I'll have arrived in the upper district? Exactly. Yilan. I understand. Who would have thought that even in this post-apocalyptic wasteland, one could have such an experience in Radiant City? The president left, and Yilan and Bai Tao Tao looked at each other. So, what do I do tomorrow? Yilan looked at her in confusion. Ride on my back seat. Bai Tao Tao? No, on a racetrack like this, you're carrying a passenger? Will I really see the sun tomorrow? But... okay. A bit of worry, a lot of excitement. But... will I see my brother on the track tomorrow? Yilan paused, a little curious. So, what will happen if your brother sees you speeding with me then? Bai Tao Tao. The next day, below Guangwei Road, on the small forest path. This was the area directly connecting Guangwei Road and the lower district. According to the race plan, as soon as the participants came down from Guangwei Road, they would directly rush into this small path. From this small path, one could see the bigger picture. This track was truly not easy to navigate. Just this section was narrow and rugged. Further on, there were even more complex road conditions. I'm still a bit uneasy. With the competition imminent, Bai Tao Tao wasn't sure if she was nervous or just hesitant to speak. I always feel like it's a trap. Of course, I'm not saying my brother or they said it, I mean, I understand what you mean. Yilan waved his hand, but no matter how much of a trap it is, it's designed for ordinary people, and my worst case scenario is still to force my way through Guangwei Road. Do you think there's much difference? Bai Tao Tao. That's right, for someone prepared to force their way through Guangwei Road, what's a trap? It's better to go with the flow. If it's not a trap, it's a gain. If it is a trap, it's not too much of a loss. After all, it's still a bit less difficult than forcing one's way through Guangwei Road. To put it bluntly, all of this still stemmed from the outrageous Su Shuangyan, who had thrown the entire lower district into disarray. Rumble. Just then, a huge gear grinding sound came from their ears. Yilan looked up, and the massive Guangwei Road finally began to move. The iron rings of the upper district rumbled, and the enormous Guangwei Road vibrated and hummed, as if it had come to life. Then, in the next instant, countless thunderclaps exploded. Those weren't thunder, but a continuous roar of throttles, like rolling thunder. Boom! Boom boom! The thunder approached from afar, finally revealing their full appearance at the end of the visible Guangwei Road. Nearly 100 riders, completely enveloped in airtight protective gear that could even be called armor. They swept down from the end of Guangwei Road in a mighty, rolling torrent. Like a wave, behind them, the wind carried rolling dust and smoke. Wow! Exclamations erupted from countless places in the lower district. What the hell? The Intercity Motorcycle Championship has started? What is the official doing? Why didn't they notify us? No, how could a race even start at this time? It's over, I won't get the best viewing spot. Viewing spot my ass. Are you crazy? It seems like a part of the path passes by my house, and I haven't even cleaned the road yet. Amidst a chorus of shouts, hundreds of riders had already flashed through Guangwei Road like lightning. 3 of the most flamboyantly dressed riders were particularly outstanding, speeding at incredible velocities. Holy crap! My brother! Bai Tao Tao, hidden in the bushes, gasped in surprise, covering her mouth. Oh! Yilan looked over thoughtfully. One of the 3 vehicles was pure silver. The rider, from protective suit to helmet, was silver white like rhodium alloy, just like his surname, Bai. White. In that case, that person should be Bai Tao Tao's elder brother, Bai Qingshan. If he thought about it that way, the others alongside him would be the other 2 of the 4 young masters. That's right. Except for Su Lezhang, who was inconvenient to participate, the others should still be coming. Bai Tao Tao, beside him, was still quickly providing commentary. In some sense, it makes sense to call them the four young masters. After all, in terms of wealth and Radiant City, they should be unrivaled. Their vehicles are also the most excessively modified, basically using their family's core technologies. For example, my brother's entire vehicle performance is built according to the physical qualities of a gene enhancer, allowing him to operate it more freely. That sounds a bit like cheating. It's okay, I guess. Bai Tao Tao wasn't sure how to comment on it. My brother and the others still respect this competition a lot. The modification techniques are basically made public in their racing association, and overall, it won't fall behind too much. What are the other two called? Give me a brief introduction. Okay. Bai Tao Tao naturally recounted. The one from the Zhao family is called Zhao Taihui. The one from the Li family is called Li Jichuan. Bai Tao Tao scratched her head. The guy from the Zhao family is nice, usually pretty good to me. As for the one from the Li family, I can only say I don't feel very comfortable interacting with him, but he's also a very good person. Yi Lan remained non-committal. Meaning, all of your four young masters are good people, huh? It might not be otherwise. Although Lu Zhang has a slight problem with his brain, overall, there's absolutely no problem in calling him a good person, and those who hang out with him wouldn't be too bad either. Boom! The moment they rushed down Guangwei Road, the riders made a sharp turn and plunged into the small forest path. Swish! Yilan and Bai Tao Tao were hidden in the bushes, unnoticed by anyone, enjoying their leisure. Finally, dozens of vehicles roared past, and a rider at the very end stopped in front of the bushes. Although Yilan knew this was most likely their contact, he was still surprised for a moment. How did this vehicle only have one wheel? A unicycle motorcycle? Although this one wheel was as big as two wheels combined, it was a bit too punk rock, wasn't it? Sprint! The man took off his helmet and leaned against the punk-style unicycle motorcycle, exuding a dashing and debonair charm. Is it you guys? This was a greeting. Yilan glanced at Bai Tao Tao, who was fully equipped with pre-prepared protective gear, and the pink helmet she had hastily chosen yesterday made her look even cuter. Hello, Yilan stepped forward. Thank you for your hard work. The rest, leave it to me. The man swept his gaze over Yilan, his brows gradually furrowing. He lightly scratched his head and muttered. What the hell? My dad told me he found a master who could help me take down the 3 Rings 14 youngsters, so I reluctantly agreed to cheat a little and lend you my beloved bike. But you. Can you even do it? Why do you seem so unprofessional? Yilan. 6, so that's how he convinced you? I'll try it first. Oh. Yilan straddled the unicycle motorcycle. He didn't forget to introduce it in detail. This bike is my life's work, I named it Divine Drive. Ugh. Why am I telling you all this? Can you even do it or not? If not, give it back to me quickly, or they'll be too far ahead and I won't be able to catch up. Yilan tried it out and found it indeed very difficult to control. The unicycle design looked cool, but just sitting still on it felt a bit unbalanced. He wasn't confident he could achieve any good results. Moreover, the other riders were incredibly fast, almost always over 300 on flat ground, maintaining at least 100 miles per hour even on turns, so it was indeed hard to keep up. If he was slow, starting from the back on Guangwei Road could lead to other troubles. But it had to be said, this bike also had its unique advantages. Because of its narrow body, if someone could perfectly control it, they could even maintain maximum speed through turns. But who could do that? And Yilan looked back. The back seat of this bike was practically non-existent. Even with Bai Tao Tao being so petite, it would be a tight squeeze for her to sit with him. It seems this is the only way. And this bike was a good one, even using his power once wouldn't be too much of a loss. Come on, Tao Tao. Bai Tao Tao climbed onto the motorcycle, squeezed in, and gently hugged Yilan from behind. Otherwise, she would surely be flung off once the speed picked up. At that moment, the young rider was completely stunned. Are you messing with me? You're bringing someone along? You're bringing someone to a race like this? I can get you first place. Yilan turned his head. But this bike will be mine. No objections, right? Handsome young man? What nonsense are you talking about? Yours? What are you saying? Do you know how much effort I put into this bike? Ha? He paused, then spoke. First place? You said first place, not just taking down the 3 rings 14 youngsters? Oh, well, that's not impossible, but how could you possibly? Swish. Having received an affirmative reply, Yi Lan's weapon surged, covering the bike. Awaken! The bike seemed to come alive, humming. Yi Lan, like a racer who had dominated various tracks for decades, skillfully and smoothly pressed the accelerator. And... Ha? What's this strange button here? Without hesitation, Yi Lan pressed it. Boom! With a deafening roar, blue flames erupted from the motorcycle's exhaust. Holy crap! Crap, crap, crap! The young man was dumbfounded. What are you doing? Using my modified nitrous boost right at the start? This bike isn't stable, you'll go flying into the sky. Whoosh! However, the divine drive tilted slightly, and Yi Lan had already shot forward, leaving the young man dumbfounded. So stable? And with someone on it? Why does that girl look familiar? Boom! Can we slow down a bit? Woohoo! Yi Lan sped off at full throttle, Bai Taotao's screams echoing behind him, as if she were on a roller coaster. For a moment, Yi Lan felt helpless. You need to be a little less noticeable. We're going to the upper district, and bringing someone along for this kind of race is a bit too obvious. Bai Taotao. Is this a question of being noticeable or not? This is a question of adrenaline surging. I'm about to be scared to death. Yi Lan. Never mind, I didn't say anything. But there was no other way, he couldn't just leave Bai Taotao in the lower district, could he? After speeding out of the forest path, the view suddenly opened up, and the road entered a series of winding turns. After several turns, when Yi Lan looked up again, the sky above was already shrouded in mist. Mountain road, huh? Yi Lan murmured, glancing around as he sped along. He had already driven onto a small mountain in the lower district. Looking up from below, the mountain road stretched, a winding road with no less than 30 turns leading to the summit. They really know how to have fun. I'm getting more and more curious which expert chose such a track. It wouldn't be Su Lezhang, would it? Boom! With continuous acceleration, Bai Taotao had already closed her eyes. Slow down. Ugh, slow down. Slow down ahead. This is a cliff. We're going to fly off the mountainside. Swish! Taking a turn at an almost 90-degree angle, Yi Lan glanced up the mountain, still seeing no trace of other riders. Everyone is so fast. Yi Lan understood that saying more and more. Put on a helmet, twist the throttle, and love no one. Boom! Maintaining almost full throttle through several turns, Bai Taotao felt like she was being forced to scrape along the ground with her protective suit. Like a roller coaster, her mindset gradually stabilized, or perhaps, she had given up. After the initial panic, she gradually realized that Yi Lan was truly fine, and she had slowly begun to enjoy it. Finally, at a slightly higher position on the mountainside, Yi Lan finally saw the last riders. Damn it! A cat! A cat ran out onto the road. And there's also road construction ahead. How did the race committee inspect this time? I want to complain. Complain. Fortunately, he didn't fly off the cliff, but after an emergency brake, his entire body flew up towards the mountain wall. Thanks to the protective gear, no danger occurred. Whoosh! While he was still cursing, a bike sped past him. Holy crap! Watch out! There's ahead! Whoosh! Yilan had already flown over the obstacle, using the bumps, and sped away. Participating writer. Brother, your driving skills are exaggerated, aren't they? Be careful, ugh, We're already in a more concentrated area of the pack. If we don't slow down for the turns, there'll be trouble. It's fine, this is a racetrack, Yilan said. At least on a racetrack, no cars will come from the opposite direction, so you can confidently push your skills. If it were a public road, that would be courting death. That's true, after all, this is a race and not comparable to a public road, but, wait, hey! We're already overtaking ahead, hey! You can't overtake anymore. Whoosh! By Tao. The divine drive drifted in a beautiful arc, as three riders almost abreast sliced through the turn. On the straight road after the turn, Yilan once again floored the accelerator, the engine seemingly wailing in protest. Under such a furious acceleration, the motorcycle finally reached the summit. On this road, Yilan had already overtaken dozens of riders, but unfortunately, he was still quite a distance from the four young masters. Damn it, these 3 rings 14 youngsters really have some substance, Yilan cursed. How are they so fast? Finally reaching the summit, only a straight road to the sky remained. At the end of the road, nothing could be seen, as if it were the edge of the horizon. Wait. It looks like a cliff, hey. Damn Su Jianrun, who chose this track, are you crazy? Tao wailed loudly. We can go slower, let's see the situation first. Yilan had already flown over. Props. The entire vehicle was completely suspended between the two mountains, truly having launched itself off the cliff at the mountain peak. Then, it soared to the peak of the opposite mountain. Awesome, Yilan cursed. It couldn't be said that he was just messing around, rather, it was a scene of 100 flowers blooming. Think twice. Bai Tao was clinging so tightly she felt she would be thrown off if she didn't hold on with all her might. This is a downhill slope now. If we keep going at the same speed, we'll either fly straight off, or we'll brake hard on a turn, flip over, and fly off. It must be said that at this point, what Bai Tao was worried about was indeed a valid concern. Yilan lowered his head and gently stroked the divine drive's body. Hey, you can do it, right? Buzz. The divine drive let out a joyful hum. Boom. It spiraled down the mountain, leaving behind a group of astonished racers. What was that? Something seemed to have flown past like a flash of light. As the vehicle turned again, Yilan saw a park before him. After another half-minute of furious driving, a calm lake appeared before him. During the ascent and descent, Yilan had already overtaken most participants, reaching a position in the top 20. It could be said that if he wanted to contend for such a title, just a little further ahead were the 3 rings 14 youngsters. This track. Yilan was full of complaints but didn't know where to begin. On the wide lake, there was a straight, calm glass road, which looked like it was for pedestrians to stroll on during normal days. But at the same time, this was also the next part of the racetrack. Glass road, motorcycle, no guardrails. On this surface, even a slight drift would likely send them directly into the water. Yilan had already sped onto it, moving very fast. So much so that a racer also driving on the front end of the glass road suddenly looked back. Then, he let out a loud shout. You want to overtake me? No way. Yilan squinted, and then the other party, while maintaining his original speed, put one hand into his backpack, and then... splat! He threw out a large pile of banana peels. Yilan? Are you playing a racing game with items? What the hell is throwing banana peels? You dog! This road is already slippery, and you're throwing banana peels? Playing so dirty? If he succeeded, it could be said that from him onwards, this road would be impassable for everyone behind. Heh, goodbye. The man laughed wildly and sped forward at full throttle. Goodbye? Yilan chuckled, not only flooring the accelerator but also, even more brazenly, pressing a button. Nitrous boost. Hold on tight. Ai Tao Tao? The vehicle's sudden burst of speed crushed the banana peels, and the entire car slid sideways, almost completely falling into the water. But at the very last edge, it righted itself. The moment the divine drive slid on the ground, Yilan reached out and grabbed the banana peels from the ground. Continuing forward, Yilan forcefully scraped past the edge, overtaking the racer in front. Just as he was about to completely pass and be several meters ahead, Yilan waved his hand and placed the banana peels on the road in front of that racer. You're a bit dirty, why don't you go take a bath? Racer? Whoosh! As expected, with a sideslip, that racer flew into the lake. Yilan looked back, feeling a bit emotional. From this point on, there probably wouldn't be any more participants behind him today. Banana peels plus a glass surface, plus successive sudden breaks, it was entirely predictable that this place would soon turn into a swimming competition. They won't be harmed, will they? Ai Tao Tao looked back, not without worry. Don't worry, Yilan replied, the fleet of boats by the lake is all operating, they should be responsible for rescue. No matter what, this is a race, and critical sections like this must have adequate notifications. Next, there would be no more such surprises, he just needed to push to the very front, and then in one go, charge onto Guangwei Road. After this, there would certainly be a flood of strict searches, but that would have little to do with him, who had already arrived in the upper district. Doesn't this mean that quite a few people knew in advance that the race was starting today? Ai Tao Tao thought of a crucial point, are there really no traps? I haven't seen any yet. If there are traps, they can only be in the latter half. So, you also think there are traps? Then should we be on guard? We already are, Yilan said. Ah? Ai Tao Tao looked around. How come I didn't notice? It felt like you were completely caught up in the thrill of racing. Being ready for battle at any time is the best defense. Ai Tao Tao. Yes, you are right. I'm actually only thinking about one thing. Yilan turned into the next bend, pondering aloud. If there's a trap, whose trap would it be? Ai Tao Tao was stunned. Isn't it obvious it's a trap from the upper district? Not necessarily. Yilan shook his head. Currently, the one who could most likely guess my whereabouts is at most Su Lezhang's grandfather, City Lord Su. If he truly had the confidence to eliminate me, setting up such a trap would be redundant. Why not directly dispatch people from the upper district to annihilate me at the association, instead of going to such great lengths? So, assuming there's a trap, the person who set it must understand me, yet be unsure of my location, and thus use this seemingly accidental, but actually the only, way to the upper district to lure me out. Ai Tao Tao paused, then nodded. Therefore, if a trap truly exists. Yilan looked up. In the latter half of the road, there must be an absolutely foolproof killing array to deal with me. But, does a foolproof killing array truly exist against him? Actually, there's another possibility, Yilan said helplessly. We've been causing too much trouble in the lower district, and old city lord couldn't take it anymore, so he just went all out and secretly threw me up there to give the other families a headache. Ai Tao Tao. That probably isn't possible, right? It is, Yilan shook his head. According to current speculation, all four families have their own plans, and they might not be united. These plans might all be, and the lower district is the Su family's home turf. Ai Tao Tao finally understood. So, for old Master Su, as long as his plans in the lower district don't collapse, failing to notice us getting to the upper district isn't a big problem? Yilan nodded. Exactly. While chatting, Yilan glanced to his side. The vast wasteland. This section of the road they had just traveled was actually directly on the city wall. There wasn't really a road on the city wall, it was somewhat like the Great Wall in his memory. The connections were flat, but between connections, there were ascending and descending steps. Everyone was just charging up and down like that. Although it was very bumpy, compared to the roads they had just been on, it could truly be called a welfare zone. And finally, Yilan had already seen the shadows of the three major scions at the very front. In other words, Yilan had already entered the ranks of the Three Rings 14 youngsters. The vehicle speed suddenly slowed, and Yilan spoke softly. "We can slow down now. Any faster would be too conspicuous." If they could successfully reach the top of Guangwei Road, this was the best distance. The most crucial thing. Yilan was a little helpless. You also don't want your brother to find you and do something irrational, right? Bai Tao Tao. Makes sense, but why does it sound vaguely like a threat? Ambush. Whoosh. At the very front of the city wall, the four young masters initiated their final burst of speed. Hoo hoo hoo. The leading rider, Zhao Taihui, who seemed to have merged with his motorcycle, laughed heartily. Old Bai. You're falling behind. I'm already holding back, so how are you still unable to overtake me? Ha 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 ha. Bai Qingshan, who was completely integrated with his silver-white motorcycle, and who was also Bai Taotao's older brother, pulled up his helmet's visor, his face expressionless. You really have the nerve to say that. My family develops gene enhancement. At most, it can optimize the coordination between the body and the motorcycle. You dog, you directly connected your mechanical leg to the bike as a prosthetic when riding. What's the difference between that and cheating? Cheating my ass. Just tell me, is this a vehicle modification or not? According to our rules, any vehicle modification is not cheating. Then why don't you just modify your motorcycle into a flying vehicle? Do you think I haven't thought about it? But according to the race rules, you have to follow the route. Even if I turned it into a flying vehicle, I'd still have to follow these roads. It's even slower than a motorcycle. You actually thought about turning it into a flying vehicle? Whoosh. Amidst their bickering, Li Zichuan sped past, successfully overtaking both of them and taking the lead. Stop messing around. Do you remember why we're here today? Remember. Zhao Taihui roared forward. Su Lezhang wants to bring someone up, right? He came up with this terrible idea. If you ask me, what a terrible idea. How can an ordinary person race on this track? I bet they haven't even gotten past the mountain road section. Boom. Li Zichuan overtook him again. I don't think so. This Su fellow seems to have changed a lot since returning from Sewage Town. I really don't know what happened. Right. Zhao Taihui slapped his forehead. He's even willing to replace one of his arms with a prosthetic. Don't you think that's strange? Hey, I'm getting more and more curious now. Who exactly is this person being brought to the upper district? Who else could it be? You have no sense of intelligence. Bai Qingshan scoffed. With old Su's network, and having to be so secretive, it can only be someone from the Eternal Night Divine Church. Eternal Night. Li Zichuan murmured, lowering his head, lost in thought. Eternal Night is Eternal Night. We also need help, otherwise how can we contend with those old guys? Zhao Taihui said carelessly, but I'm still curious about you, old Bai. Everyone knows you're obsessed with your sister. Oh no, you're very protective of your sister. She's been missing for so long, yet today you still have the leisure to come out and race with us? Bai Qingshan's face was expressionless. That scoundrel Su Lezhang claims to know where my sister is, and will tell me if I help him bring that person up. Zhao Taihui suddenly understood. I see, that's certainly scoundrel-like. He paused, finally managing to overtake Bai Qingshan, and spoke again, smugly. But rest assured, although old Su is a scoundrel, he's reliable when it counts. If he says so, it means your sister is fine. Had ha. After a moment of silence, Zhao Taihui realized Li Zichuan hadn't spoken for a while. He glanced at Li Zichuan, thoughtfully. You seem to have some resistance towards the Eternal Night Divine Church? Nonsense. Li Zichuan shot him a glance. How can our plans be known by outsiders? This Su fellow brought someone in without our consent, isn't that just adding risk for us? You can't say that, can you? Besides, old Su didn't say that person is here to cooperate with us. Let's just treat it as a transaction. In short, getting him up here is the right thing to do. Even if it stirs up the waters in the upper district a bit, it'll be more convenient for us. Li Zichuan nodded silently. Just then, Zhao Taihui glanced in his rearview mirror and let out a cry of surprise. Holy cow! There's a master! Someone's actually catching up to us. The four young masters all looked back at the same time. So fast, and he's carrying someone? The three exchanged glances. No way, could it be the person old Su mentioned? It's possible, I heard he's pretty strong, and old Su was practically groveling, but this good at driving is a bit outrageous, isn't it? Zhao Taihui licked his lips. My competitive spirit has been ignited, I can't lose. Accelerate! Accelerate! Yilan, who had been steadily following behind, waiting for Man to rush onto Guangwei Road, thus saw the four young masters burst in speed, and in an instant, they disappeared from his sight. Yilan? What does this mean? They were quiet before, what are they doing now? Tao, hold on tight, I'm going to accelerate. Ah! Moon! Boom! Rushing all the way, all other contestants were left behind, leaving only the four of them in the competition. Zhao Taihui looked back in a panic, and it wasn't the first time he had looked back. But each time he looked back, Yilan's distance would get closer to them. It was as if he was about to be caught. Damn it! He's so fast. Why doesn't he slow down when going upstairs? Is he really not afraid of crashing? Don't panic, we'll be off the city wall soon, and Dragon Serpent Plaza should be ahead. The next section of the road is underground. Zhao Taihui said smugly, no matter how good his driving skills are, in complete darkness, if he's not familiar with the terrain, it's absolutely impossible to pass quickly. This section of the road is where we can open up an absolute lead. Bai Qingshan was overjoyed. Good, excellent. This way, the three of us won't lose face completely. Zhao Taihui was about to gloat, when he heard Bai Qingshan speak again. As expected, it still has to be you. When it comes to cheating, you always have the most ideas. Zhao Taihui. For a moment, I couldn't tell if you were complimenting me or insulting me. The three motorcycles sped off, and as soon as they entered Dragon Serpent Plaza, they plunged directly into the underground tunnel. Underground tunnel? Yilan paused slightly, frowning deeply. It was pitch black, this road was indeed difficult to navigate. But, he had already used the precious activation. Which meant, as long as he could see the road, he could still navigate it with ease. Clap! The headlights came on, and Yilan rushed into the tunnel. Whoosh! At the very front, a piercing wind and echo gradually emerged. In this dark and narrow underground, they were speeding at over 300 miles per hour. If they weren't wearing helmets, it would truly feel like their eardrums were being pierced. Bang! A violent explosion came, and at the very front of the tunnel, one of the four young masters, both rider and vehicle, was sent flying. Old Zhao! Immediately after, two sharp brakes screeched from behind. Damn it! My tire burst! Zhao Taihui cursed, about to jump off the motorcycle, but in the next instant, his expression changed dramatically. No, it's an ambush! Swish! The dark underground suddenly lit up, flashing with an almost transparent brightness. However, it wasn't light, nor anything else, but endless, illusory, and transparent figures. Damn it! These guys! The three young masters had never seen such a formation before, and at this moment, they were all dumbfounded. Old Su seemed to have said that these guys were the ones who assassinated him, Zhao Taihui muttered. Then, he suddenly gritted his teeth, and a strange wave emanated from his entire divine drive, actually solidifying several of the closest phantom expanse in the tunnel. Go! You two, hurry up and go! Bai Qingshan and Li Zichuan were both stunned for a moment, then Bai Qingshan cursed loudly. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think we'd leave you here to die? Ha! Zhao Taihui chuckled softly. They were all good brothers. However, his expression quickly turned grim. Hurry up and get out. What use are you if you stay? Why do you think I'm telling you to leave? Only by getting out can you find rescuers. Damn it. Bai Qingshan gritted his teeth and, without another word, rode his motorcycle out. Yes, reinforcements. Zhao Taihui had used all his strength to clear a path for them to escape, only by leaving would there be a chance to save him. Li Zichuan said nothing and followed right after. Countless sharp blades stabbed at them, their bodies illusory and impossible to block. Though covered in wounds, they finally broke through. Boom! With another roar of the throttle, Yilan finally arrived, leaving a trail of dust. Instantly, Yilan narrowed his eyes. Bright, so bright. What's going on? Not far ahead, a vehicle was spewing black smoke, and a severely injured figure lay on the ground. Then, he also saw the dense phantom expanse. Phantom expanse again? Yilan narrowed his eyes. Looking for him? No, that's not right. Yilan quickly dismissed that guess. According to Yilan's current speculation, these phantom expanse were mostly the forces of a resistance organization in Radiant City, targeting only people from Radiant City. Even Bai Taodao, at the very beginning, was likely captured by them. But from any perspective, the other party had no intelligence to support a connection to him. Including this ambush, they had no preparations for him. It could be said that while they were strong, their intelligence network was absolutely terrible. First, they assassinated Su Lezhang, and then they assassinated the other three young masters. TSK, their minds must be a bit off, why kill them? Yilan also considered another possibility, that they were a hidden force of the four great families. After careful thought, the four young masters and his own family's positions were also different, but the patriarchs of those families shouldn't need to use this method if they wanted to kill these heirs, should they? Boom! Amidst lightning-fast thoughts, Yilan had already rushed over at full speed. The loud roar of the engine interrupted Zhao Tiehui's desperate state. Who is it? Oh, right, there are other racers. He turned his head and saw Yilan charging over. It's him, he murmured. But this was a dead end, no one could help. Hurry and go. He shouted loudly at Yilan, his entire divine drive vibrating once more, forcing the phantom expanse on the path into solid form, just to allow Yilan to pass through. But his body, after two bursts of power, began to dim. Go? Why should I go? That's what Yilan thought, but the other party's actions still made Yilan pause. How loyal, is he trying to sacrifice his life to save me? Sigh. Su Shuangyan's death was ultimately his own fault, and Su Lezhang and he had separated due to carelessness. But if something were to happen to this good friend of Su Lezhang right in front of him, then he would be unworthy of the God of War title he held. With Lu Zhang. Boom! The roar of the engine was still too piercing and attention-grabbing in this narrow underground space. The gazes of the phantom expanse were quickly drawn to it, and their illusory weapons all aimed at Yilan. Even the bows and arrows in their hands were illusory. Whoosh! The next instant, a volley of arrows was unleashed. Watch out! Zhao Taihui roared loudly. Swish! With a drift around the corner, Yilan controlled the vehicle to slide almost completely flat against the ground. The contact between the vehicle and the ground sparked dazzling fire. Swish! Yilan gripped the throttle with one hand, and with the other, he drew out an illusory sword, in the form of a phantom, and slashed forward. Crack! Several phantom expanse heads fell to the ground, and the divine drive, like a leap, shot up from the ground. In midair, the illusory sword in Yilan's hand constantly shifted between solid and illusory, forcibly cutting a bloody path along its trajectory. Just as he passed Zhao Taihui, the illusory sword instantly retracted, and he grabbed him by the collar. Damn it! Yilan cursed, why are you so heavy? Zhao Taihui? He no longer had time to answer that question, instead, he was completely stunned. So Su Lezhang wasn't joking, you really are the god of war? The motorcycle was still speeding out of the encirclement. Yilan, holding him, originally intended to throw him to the back seat, but halfway through, he realized there was no space left. Even with just Bai Taotao, it was already cramped and slightly affecting his operation. That. Yilan hesitated, can you figure out a way to secure yourself? Zhao Taihui? Are you sure you want to ask me something like that? How can I secure myself? Crack. One of Zhao Tiehui's legs got stuck in the frame. Even Yilan, looking down, couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Your divine drive modifications are truly thorough. Almost instantly, he cut through the encirclement of Phantom Expanse, and the divine drive, carrying Zhao Taihui, sped away. Damn it, God of War. Be extremely careful. I'm hanging on your vehicle, don't let me hit a wall when you turn. Yilan raised an eyebrow and gently stroked the vehicle, giving instructions to his ride. It was indeed a point of concern, at this speed, if he were to make intimate contact with a wall, he would likely be truly gone. Oh, right, God of War, people coming in from behind might be in danger. We'd best seal this road. Yilan rolled his eyes. You have so many demands. Bang 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 bang. He turned his head and fired 6 shots, each hitting a weak spot on the ceiling of the wall behind him, and the entire secret passage collapsed with a roar. Zhao Tiehui's mouth hung open. This? You? What kind of marksmanship is that? Although I'm very grateful for your cooperation, helping me get to the upper district, Yilan glanced back in the rearview mirror and slowly began. The commotion seems a bit big. It looks like all you young masters, except for the 4 of us, won't be able to return to the upper district. The racetrack had already collapsed, or, to be precise, most racers had already happily gone for a swim from the lake. These are minor issues, Zhao Taihui said with certainty. They will also be well protected in the lower district. The main point is to get you up there, isn't it? Now out of danger and awed by Yilan's strength, he immediately started chatting enthusiastically. God of War, we have a grand ideal. When you get to the upper district, could you? Yilan frowned and rolled his eyes in annoyance. Stop. Do I look like an angel investor? Zhao Taihui. I have my own matters to attend to, although I am quite interested in you guys. Yilan paused slightly. Everything, let's talk after I see Su. Lo Zhang. Alright. Being abruptly interrupted, Zhao Taihui felt a bit awkward and couldn't help but look around. Because he had only just remembered that there seemed to be another passenger behind Yilan. Ha? Why do you look so familiar? In surprise, Zhao Tiehui's mouth slightly opened. He tried to call out a name several times, but it ultimately remained stuck in his throat. Clearly, he had recognized her, and Bai Taotao couldn't pretend ignorance from the back anymore. Hi. Zhao Taihui. Taotao. Are you okay? Never mind, that's a stupid question. I heard you went missing? Bai Taotao. Isn't that still a stupid question? Your brother was looking for you quite anxiously. How did you two end up together? He saved me. Oh. He hesitated to speak, but Bai Taotao broke the stalemate. Just pretend you didn't see me. Why? Zhao Taihui instinctively retorted, but then quietly glanced at Yilan in the rearview mirror. Oh. Irritation. Boom. As he sped along, light finally appeared before his eyes. It was true light, unlike the illusory glows he had seen before. With an endless roar, Yilan finally burst out of the dim tunnel. And the next stop after the tunnel was the place Yilan had yearned for. Guangwei Road. He looked up, and the empty, wide Guangwei Road lay before him. Completely empty. Yilan frowned slightly. Where are the people? The 2 of them were very fast, obviously rushing up to get reinforcements. Is that so? Yilan felt a little relieved and sped up, roaring the engine. The wide, mechanical road seemed to relax his mood. He drove upwards, as if rushing towards the sky. It was refreshing. We're finally reaching the upper district. Full speed ahead, no holding back. Even if it meant wrecking the vehicle, he wouldn't hesitate for this final sprint. Just then, Yilan heard the mind cat's frantic shriek. Oh no, meow. There's danger, meow. However, he didn't need its warning, Yilan had already sensed it. With the last of his vehicle's speed, Yilan threw Zhao Taiyue with all his might towards the end of Guangwei Road. Logically, at that speed and distance, being thrown would have directly caused Zhao Taiyue severe injuries. But fortunately, almost his entire body had undergone cybernetic modification. Seeing Yilan's hand reach for her, Bai Taotao desperately dodged, clearly expressing her resolve. You can't leave me behind. Yilan was slightly stunned, and in this moment of hesitation, the change had already occurred. Sigh. Yilan sighed. If only the formless hand was on him. At the very least, he would have thrown all of them in first. Crack! Crack! Guangwei Road vibrated violently, the entire road surface floating and reassembling like parts, much like an electronic sound wave. In the blink of an eye, the entire road surface generated a strange suction force, firmly gripping the motorcycle. No matter how much the throttle was pressed, it couldn't move an inch. Whoosh! The psionic energy on Yilan surged, not even activated by himself, but as if something was pulling it outwards. At this moment, Yilan had a feeling. Guangwei Road, and even the entire upper district, seemed like a part of the radiant disk. Guangwei Road was like one of its tentacles. A terrifying suction spread beneath his feet, a dual physical and psionic pull, firmly fixing his vehicle and his body. Rumble. The road surface continued to change in elevation like a maze, constantly raising mechanical-like structures. Steel vines surrounded him from all directions, like a room, trapping Yilan in the center. Click. That should have been a sound similar to a cannon loading, but Yilan had never heard one so loud. Looking up again, the section of the upper district connecting to Guangwei Road opened like a gate, revealing several terrifyingly large and thick cannon barrels. Those cannon barrels, as large as half of Guangwei Road, were locked onto Yilan. My God! Bai Taotao murmured, her mouth agape, Guangwei Road's defenses are fully activated. God of War. Zhao Taiyue had been thrown far onto the ground, and looking up again at such a devastating sight, he anxiously wanted to rush back. Bang! But in the next instant, he felt an irresistible immense force coming from behind him. And then, he was forcibly pressed to the ground. Click, click. Countless running sounds came from behind him, which was the very top of Guangwei Road, yet they were different from ordinary human running, causing his expression to change drastically. Turning his head, he finally saw the source of the sound. Hundreds of fully cybernetically enhanced military corps. At the end of the sky-reaching road, in the center of the cybernetic legion, stood a burly man with sharp eyes. He curled his lips into a smile and waved his hand. Son, you've done very well. You finally lured out this hidden danger that kept its head down. Father? Zhao Tiehui's expression changed drastically, and he blurted out in a lost voice, how did you know? He seemed very pleased with his son's shocked expression, in a very good mood. To use City Lord Su's words, it's clumsy. He smiled confidently, you four little brats, your methods are still too clumsy. You still have a long way to go. I don't understand, father. Don't you think such a big commotion is excessive? Zhao Tiehui's expression was grim, he's just an outsider, and a very important one at that. Are we, Radiant City, no longer planning to return to the wasteland? The problem is, he's not an ordinary person. The Zhao family head smiled faintly, forget it, what am I telling you this for? He pressed his communicator. Net closed. Request next instruction. But then, his expression also froze for a moment. Is it necessary to go this far? Why? Yes. Above, the radiant disk seemed to tremble. Amidst the spreading shadows, a writhing, tens of meters long, condensed, aiming at Yilan, heavily surrounded in the center of Guangwei Road. This is... Yilan looked up, narrowing his eyes. Sure enough, there's something wrong with your radiant disk, isn't there? And it's already too lazy to hide it? Looking at the hanging, looking at the countless thick cannon barrels, Yilan smiled faintly. What a grand display. Times have changed. Do I have to be treated with such a scale of force just for showing my face? Yilan didn't know whether he should feel proud of being treated with such full force. But the problem is... Little cat, I'm so annoyed. Meow? The mind cat jumped onto Yilan's shoulder, a little confused. These people are indeed annoying, meow, but it doesn't seem like a big problem, meow? We should be able to handle it. Yilan nodded. It can be easily resolved, but do you remember our initial plan for entering Radiant City? Meow? To sneak in, without letting anyone know I've arrived. Yilan said expressionlessly, but now, it seems everyone knows I've arrived. Mind cat. That was indeed the case. Yilan had overlooked one point. The Eternal Night Divine Church was newly established and sparsely populated. Everyone's intelligence network could only know one person, and that was Yilan, who had once appeared in Sewage Town. In other words, if someone from the Eternal Night Divine Church came, it could be equated to Yilan coming. This killing formation is not a joke. Yilan said softly, aren't you curious who wants to kill me? Why do they dare to kill me? The mind cat's head couldn't wrap around it. Isn't it obviously Radiant City? If it's Radiant City, why would they want to kill me? I don't seem to be such a threat to them, do I? Those who know better wouldn't dare to kill me. If I lose control, although the anomalies would primarily suffer, Radiant City wouldn't survive either. According to this deduction, the ancient god's touch would confidently dare to kill me, which makes sense, but the one above. Yilan pointed to the so-called hanging. So weak, a world of difference compared to the one seen in Sewage Town. The mind cat also became more and more confused as it listened. Yes, meow. Who exactly set up this ridiculous heaven and earth net, meow? Yilan rubbed his forehead. That's why I'm so annoyed. I can't hide anymore. Even if I can force my way up, what will follow is the entire upper district's deathly silence of citywide martial law, making even going out a problem. Then everyone will be watching me, everyone will be looking for me. If necessary, they might even pause Radiant City's projects, making me untraceable. So, meow. The mind cat began to feel uneasy. Sure enough, Yilan's next sentence made its cat heart jump into its throat. So, I have a bold idea. In the mind cat's terrified gaze, Yilan blurted out. Let them think they've gotten rid of me. Meow 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 meow. Voice breaking. There's one thing I've only just figured out, so I have to be careful. Yilan said. Among the 4 young masters, a traitor might have emerged. Meow. In contrast, my team, despite various hardships, will all be in the upper district after today, including me. Lu Zhang, Man, Luocho, Arthur, all have arrived in the shadows of the upper district, leaving only me. So why not let them think they've gotten rid of me, then when their guard is at its lowest, quickly strike, investigate everything, and then, while the opponent is unprepared, directly push them onto the radiant disk? The mind cat hesitated to speak. It wanted to stop him, but it was hard to refute. Then how? How will you make them confident that they've gotten rid of you? It's simple. Yilan pointed to the menacing cannon that looked like it could fight aliens. Isn't this thing already pulled out? It's a good chance to see if they really dare to fire at me. Just that much is enough for me to confirm some information. Then I'll just revive afterwards, and while my power is still relatively abundant, comfortably blend into the upper district. Mind cat. While feasible, have you considered this problem, meow? You'll scare 002 and 003, and even all the anomalies in the wasteland, to death. Yilan. Isn't that a pleasant surprise? Mind cat, meow? Yes, actually, I'm a bit annoyed right now, even if this feels a bit like playing with fire. Yilan chuckled, I'm busy as hell in Radiant City. Where are all of them? It's best to scare them to death, and get them to come and see. It's time to wake up and get to work. Hometown, 8,000 words long chapter. Mind cat. Actually, it's not just them who are scared, I'm quite scared too. Then we must be thoroughly prepared, absolutely cannot, Mind cat trailed off again. After all, it didn't quite understand the specific process, but theoretically, this line of thought had no problem. As long as there was sufficient psionic energy, infinite resurrection was possible. It's just that the cost of resurrection was a bit high, and in fact, it couldn't quite explain why Yilan had a human form, nor did it know why dying in a human form had such a great impact on him. But wasn't 001 already the greatest anomaly in the world? Think twice, think twice. Resurrection is only theoretical on paper, no one knows what will actually happen, meow. At this moment, Mind cat suddenly felt like, my lords, we were ready to fight to the death, but His Majesty suddenly decided to lead the charge. Himself. Panic. Yilan did think twice. Is the danger controllable? Mind cat hesitated, can I say it's uncontrollable, meow? You should be fine, meow, after all, your power is still abundant, meow. I can only say. I don't know what will happen, meow. But remember, do not get lost in it, meow. Do nothing but resurrect yourself, meow. I'm afraid you'll stay there forever, meow. Yilan nodded, his deliberation finished. I know. Yilan said, then pressed the Twilight God cult's communicator. I'm here, what's up? Xingyu, I might fake my death in a bit. Can your Twilight God cult people in Radiant City forcefully claim my corpse? It's just a corpse. As long as we're firm enough, Radiant City wouldn't dare to provoke us over such a small matter. Xia Qingyu said calmly, then stiffened all over. Wait? What the hell? Death? When are you dying? No, what the hell? What's wrong with you? What are you going to do? She was completely stunned, speaking extremely fast. Hey, wait. If you can't hold on and are about to die, tell me. Where are you? Just tell me the location. Protecting your safety is what the divine revelation instructed. If it really comes to that, the Twilight God cult will not endure like this anymore. This plan is very effective, meow. Mind cat whispered beside Yilan with emotion, although Xia Qingyu herself cares about you, you can somewhat hear the Twilight's reaction from her words. If you are in danger, they will go all out, meow. Yilan chuckled. You don't need to worry about me. Just make deployments according to this plan, and don't let anything slip. Yilan said, I'm currently on Guangwei Road. You can notify people to start acting. Xia Qingyu? You wait. What action? Body retrieval action? It's really nothing, just part of the plan. Xia Qingyu? Hanging up, Yilan looked at Bai Taotao. I have a task for you. Bai Taotao's expression was solemn, as if bearing a great responsibility. Please tell me. I will definitely complete it. No need to be so serious. After we leave, try to find Su Lezhang and hint to him to be cautious, as there might be a traitor. Traitor? Bai Taotao was stunned. Are you saying, among the 4 young masters? Before Yilan could respond, she finally realized the most important point she had overlooked. What about you? Click. A dagger was held in front of the unsuspecting Bai Taotao, and with his other hand, Yilan pulled out a megaphone. Listen up, upstairs, this is Bai Taotao, the direct daughter of the Bai family. If you want to kill me, you should at least let someone take her back first, right? The sound traveled very far, so much so that Zhao family head, who was about to press the button, changed his expression slightly. Actually, he hadn't entirely ruled out the possibility of Bai Taotao being with this person. But as long as he didn't know, killing her would be fine. After all, Bai Taotao wasn't his daughter. However, the other party shouting with a megaphone like this meant that everyone here today would know. If he still launched a disregardful, fatal blow, and it reached the Bai family's ears. His expression changed several times, and he also took out a megaphone. Since that's the case, then hand her over readily. His voice was sarcastic. Are you planning to play the hostage negotiation game with me? A great figure like the divine envoy of the Eternal Night Divine Church, does he also need to use such petty tricks to survive? Survive? Yi Lan chuckled. Such a grand, fatal setup, used on a human, isn't that excessive? After speaking, he narrowed his eyes. The other party was indeed hesitant, to the point that Yi Lan could comfortably extract more information. Why? Why? Did they know that he wasn't human, that he was also an anomaly, meaning the eternal night god? But if they knew, how could they be so confident in killing him with just this? These are all comprehensive considerations. Zhao family head smiled confidently. The most important point is, your achievements in Sewage Town were too terrifying. You stirred up trouble, turned Sewage Town upside down, destroyed the plans of 3 factions, and gained everything in the end. How could I dare let such a person rise up? And the other factor that forced this decision. Zhao family head smiled easily. The 2 great divine churches have become increasingly restless lately. We told them we'd give them a reply in a few days, but they still wouldn't calm down, repeatedly probing and investigating. But they are too strong, and we in Radiant City don't dare to act, lest we truly anger them. But isn't your eternal night a very suitable target? Yi Lan was stunned, his expression becoming increasingly strange. The Eternal Night Divine Church was suddenly recognized by both 2 great divine churches simultaneously, with friendly relations, seeing people but not gods. Its strength is weaker than the 2 great divine churches, and it has stirred up a huge storm in the wasteland. Killing you would both nip in the bud any potential for you to cause trouble and also serve as a warning to the 2 great divine churches, making them worry about our strength and buying us a few more days. How perfect. Yi Lan's mouth opened slightly. I thought so much, so complex, and this is the result? Just because of this? Kill me to deter the 2 great divine churches? Yi Lan. So, this is still a mutual attraction between us? Your deterrence will probably be more effective than you think. Kill me to deter the 2 great divine churches, to prevent them from acting simultaneously? Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Yi Lan laughed until tears were almost streaming down his face. Turns out, I never misjudged Radiant City. Zhao family head narrowed his eyes. In terms of overestimating yourselves, you are forever unmatched. Yi Lan really didn't want the other party to notice that he was almost laughing to tears, so he gently pushed Bai Taotao. Go. Ah. Bai Taotao stood still, saying anxiously. I'm not leaving. I almost forgot, you can use me as a hostage. With me here, they won't dare to act. Yi Lan shook his head helplessly. You're wrong. Radiant City is planning a grand, long-term endeavor. Let alone you, if all 4 young masters were gathered here, there might be a certain possibility of a peaceful separation. Most importantly, Yi Lan pointed to his temple, I think their brains are generally a bit problematic. I thought I was fighting you intellectually on the atmospheric layer, but you were just standing on the first layer, thinking of killing first as a sign of respect? Bai Taotao hesitated. She was also from Radiant City, so why did she feel like she was being insulted too? Hurry up and go. Bang. Yi Lan pushed her, while he himself pretended to be hit and retreated. Bai Taotao bit her lip tightly, not looking back, and ran wildly along Guangwei Road. Zhao family head's eyes lit up. Good. Such a good thing? He waved his hand, and dozens of Cybernetic Legion soldiers rushed out, protecting Bai Taotao and escorting her back. Zhao family head, at that very moment, pressed the button in his hand. Fire! Click. Rumble. The thick cannon barrel on the upper district's disc revealed hideous scarlet patterns, emitting a terrifying roar. That light, as if capable of annihilating everything, slammed directly onto Guangwei Road. That terrifying light was even more heart-pounding than a nuclear explosion. Holy cow, meow. It looks so scary, meow. I'll hide behind you, meow. Boom. The terrifying beam of light, as if capable of tearing everything apart, slammed directly onto Guangwei Road, hitting him. Amidst the bone-chilling pain, Yilan suddenly opened his eyes. He found it hard to imagine being able to open his eyes when such a bombardment landed on him. He did open his eyes, but it wasn't his own body. He floated in mid-air, and at this moment, he almost failed to recognize this world. Someone once suggested that humans can distinguish over 10 million different colors in the same scene, but if relying solely on memory to identify them in different scenes, they can distinguish 300 colors. He didn't know how many, nor could he count them. He only felt that the world before him had become a riot of colors. Those didn't seem to be colors familiar to humans, it was as if the world had transformed into another appearance. Forcibly stabilizing his perception, Yilan tried his best to make everything before him correspond to familiar sights and observed the situation. Where am I now? Yilan lowered his head, and was stunned once again. He didn't see himself, his current self. He no longer had a physical form, just like being in the air. Air. Amidst the vibrant colors, Yilan saw his corpse. Actually, there was nothing left there, but from Yilan's perspective, he seemed to be able to see too many things that others couldn't, allowing him to discern what remained of himself there. I'm dead. At that moment, Yilan's spirit dissipated, as if declaring a fact, about to completely vanish and be annihilated. Yilan. Also at that moment, Yilan heard a familiar, crying, heartbreaking voice. It was Bai Taotao's. As if suddenly gaining an anchor, a meaning of existence, the world before Yilan became clear again. I'm dead. No, I'm not dead. Again, like a fact being declared, Yilan woke up. He lowered his head, looked at the place that had been bombed by the Guangwei giant cannon, where no one could have survived, stretched out his invisible hand, and frowned. He originally didn't know how to resurrect, but in an instant, he seemed to know again. Aggregate. Yilan probed. Again, as if declared, the location of his death, the place that had been completely annihilated, slowly aggregated, as if someone was drawing with a brush on a blank canvas. His body seemed to be outlined in this way, falling onto the ground of Guangwei Road. He saw himself again. I am human. After another self-muttering like a declaration, countless thoughts flooded into Yilan's mind. That seemed to be the so-called will to survive, or perhaps the 7 emotions and 6 desires. At this moment, Yilan suddenly woke up, covered in cold sweat. What just happened to me? If it weren't for Bai Taotao's heartbreaking shout, he might have truly vanished from this world. While waiting for his body to aggregate, Yilan narrowed his eyes, a thought stirring in his heart. Melt into the air? I am beneath Guangwei Road. Whoosh! Everything before him sparkled like a starry sky, and in the blink of an eye, his perspective was at the bottom of Guangwei Road. Narrowing his eyes, Yilan's heart stirred again. I am in Guangwei town. Whoosh! In a spatial shift as if his words commanded it, Yilan stopped at the edge of Radiant City's city wall. He had a feeling that he couldn't step out of here anymore, otherwise, he might truly die. Can't I leave the body within a certain range in this state? What exactly am I? Chuckling softly to himself, Yilan's mind moved slightly, returning to Guangwei Road. I am at the top of Guangwei Road. Amidst the dazzling starry sky, Yilan stood at the peak of Guangwei Road, watching everything happening there like a spectator. Yilan! At the very top of Guangwei Road, Bai Taotao erupted with full force, pushing through wave after wave of cybernetic legion soldiers, looking at the not-so-distant Guangwei Road where they had just stood side by side, tears welling up in her eyes. You lied to me, lied to me. Don't die. She turned her head, scarlet bloodshot eyes reflected, clutching the dagger close to her. She took a few steps to build momentum and charged towards Zhao family head. Bastard, give him back to me. Under her full exertion, Bai Taotao's entire being became somewhat unstable, strange tentacles appearing and disappearing. Tao Tao. Yilan, as if in a void, narrowed his eyes, flicked his finger, and pointed at Zhao family head. He had a feeling that in his current state, he only needed a thought for him to die. As long as he said it. Die. But suddenly, Yilan paused, the little cat's warning still echoing in his ears. I don't know what will happen, meow. But remember, do not get lost in it, meow. Do nothing but resurrect yourself, meow. I'm afraid you'll stay there forever, meow. Frowning, Yilan's gaze shifted again, just in time to see the distant Twilight God Cult and Rotten God Cult cathedrals pushing open their doors. Countless figures with powerful auras rushing out as if their lives depended on it. Yilan withdrew the finger he had pointed at Zhao family head. Dealing with him isn't difficult, there are many ways once I wake up. The two great divine churches acted as I expected, and Bai Taotao doesn't need to worry. Now, all that's left is waiting. Waiting. Yilan suddenly remembered something, raised his head, and looked towards the radiant disk. Then, he was truly stunned. Unlike the colorful surroundings, that place was extremely terrifying, consisting only of a single, unique, deep, dark color. It was like death itself, like a heart-stopping cosmic black hole. In an instant, Yilan felt a terrifying power, omnipresent, pouring into him, just as he himself was omnipresent at that very moment. Boom! All the colors in the world, at this moment, surged towards him like boiling water, exploding. Yilan could finally distinguish what those omnipresent, colorful hues were. It was psionic energy. Boom! Terrifying power gathered on him, meeting an equally terrifying dark power. The immense impact caused an endless buzzing in Yilan's mind. It was as if his consciousness was being pulled, and he involuntarily closed his eyes. Chirp, chirp. Amidst a series of crisp chirps, Yilan opened his eyes. What greeted his eyes was a pure sky, unstained by any color. In the sky, a few small birds chirped, chasing and playing. Splash. Yilan felt his pants were damp. He turned his head, waves bluer than the sky itself brushed against his pant legs, layer after layer, as if even his mind felt much more at ease. Not far away, seagulls flew in flocks. So beautiful. Yilan was in a daze. Where is this? Who am I? He stood up, feeling a pang of pain in his head. His expression was blank, and he couldn't remember anything. I'm telling you, meow. I'm going to take a nap, meow. You all work hard, meow. Just then, Yilan heard a cat's meow. Even more bizarrely, he could understand what the cat was saying. His gaze swept over to a cute little cat lying at the base of a coconut tree, sitting in a rocking chair with its belly exposed, comfortably basking in the sun. Arrange a good dream for me, meow. And you, meow. Stand guard properly, meow. It leisurely waved its small paw, giving orders to a small gecko and a dazzling golden revolver in front of it. Yilan? Little cat? Yilan didn't know why he called it that, but it just slipped out. The mind cat paused, looking towards the beach in confusion. At some point, a person had appeared there. You're back, meow. It jumped up in delight, agilely climbing onto Yilan's shoulder. Yilan felt a wave of wistful confusion, as if he had gained some memories of this cat. Mind cat, ha! Where is this? The mind cat paused, looking at him suspiciously. This is home, meow. Home. You? Were we always here? The mind cat nodded, yes, meow. Just the few of us? Otherwise, who else, meow? Yilan felt a subtle strangeness. His fingertip moved from the dazzling golden revolver to the gecko. Why is it here? The mind cat paused. Why shouldn't it be here? It's not that it shouldn't be here, but... Yilan's head started to ache again. I know it, yes, it's called Eternal Nightmare, right? But I remember I have a few older friends I'm more familiar with. Why aren't they here? Friends you knew earlier, meow? The Mind Cat asked, confused. Who, meow? Yes. Who are they? Yilan felt a headache coming on. Why can't I remember? Seeing Yilan swaying, the Mind Cat grew anxious. Nightmare. Come over and help him to a chair, meow. Eternal Nightmare? It lowered its head, looked at its gecko-sized body, and a big question mark appeared in its mind. Me? How can I help? As he swayed, Yilan felt the light above his head was a bit dazzling. He reached out to block the sun, looked at his pale hand, and suddenly froze. Shouldn't I be wearing something here? I should have a glove. Called. Formless hand? Yilan was stunned and started to wonder who that was. And Nighthouse. Yes, why aren't they here? He had met Eternal Nightmare much later than Nighthouse and Formless Hand. And Nightmare was very afraid of him, always playing dead, only recently discovered by him. No matter where this was, why had it come, but Formless Hand and Nighthouse hadn't? Moreover, his friends seemed to be far more numerous than these. Yilan. He suddenly heard that last heartbreaking cry in his ear. Bai Tao Tao? Who is Bai Tao Tao? Who is Yilan? No, my name is Yilan. I am 001, my world is already a wasteland, and I am currently in Radiant City. Is this heaven? If it is, all my friends should be here too. Yilan suddenly raised his head, and everything before his eyes flickered and overlapped like an illusion. On the fairy tale beautiful island, a small wooden house suddenly appeared. Glancing at the little cat, Yilan spoke. Did you also lose your memory? The Mind Cat froze. What memory loss, meow? Yilan didn't speak, walking towards the small wooden house that looked very unusual. By this point, colors that clashed with the beauty finally began to appear before his eyes. On the door, several lines of blood-red text were carved. Life and death are separated, the dead cannot live. No life is an exception. This place is called hometown, and it is closely related to you, a promise you once made with another equally powerful existence. You are not immortal, you are merely powerful enough that when gravely injured, your soul can return to hometown. As long as you can remember everything from before while you are here, you can return to your former world and be revived. Number of times recorded, 2 times. Yilan was stunned. 2 times? When did I come here twice? Isn't this my first death? His head throbbed again, and Yilan looked down. Do not come here frequently, or one day you will forget where you came from. With each arrival, memories will be forgotten more thoroughly. Revere death. Yilan was silent for a moment, then nodded lightly, muttering to himself. Revere death, huh? Although these might be my own words, left to remind my future self, still. I've learned a lesson. He really wanted to investigate what this place was, why he ended up here after dying, who the powerful existence referred to was, why coming here. Caused him to forget the past, and what the situation was with arriving twice. But the little cat's words still echoed in his ears. Don't do anything but revive yourself, meow. I'm afraid you'll stay there forever, meow. Yilan couldn't be sure if the idea of staying here to investigate came from his own heart, if it was a trap, if it was a step to prevent him from leaving and keep him immersed in hometown. And as long as he returned to the real world, he would always find a way to investigate, and even the second and third brothers would know something. Revere death. Yilan turned around, beckoned to the Mind Cat, Eternal Nightmare, and Chaos Bell, and gave a bright smile. It's time to go, back to our true home. Back to our world. Creak. As he pushed open the old wooden door, everything behind him dissolved as if disintegrating. Before him was a vast starry sky. Then, the deep blue of the eternal night covered everything before his eyes. Radiant City Upper District, Guangwei Road. Bang! Seeing that little girl from the Bai family charging at him like a madwoman, the Zhao family head's brow had just furrowed when another figure rushed in at full speed, blocking Bai Taotao's path and injecting a needle into her neck. The grotesque transformation subsided, along with her consciousness, which also faded. In her last glimpse, Bai Taotao saw the person who injected the needle into her neck. Bai Qingshan. No longer able to hold back, tears streamed from her eyes like a broken dam. Brother! Please help me get revenge, okay? Help me get revenge for him, okay? Bai Qingshan held his sister, complex emotions swirling in his eyes. Then, in an instant, they completely receded. He raised his head and bowed to the Zhao family head. My little sister is ignorant, misled by villains. I hope Uncle Zhao, with your magnanimity, will not hold it against her. The Zhao family head narrowed his eyes, his killing intent gradually fading. He waved his hand. No matter. But your sister seems to have some mental issues, perhaps suffering from Stockholm Syndrome. Once she wakes up, it's best to send her to a hospital for treatment. A murderous glint flashed in by Qingshan's eyes, then he clasped his hands again. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Zhao. I shall take my leave first. After carrying Bai Taotao a long distance, he turned back, sweeping his gaze over the rolling dust on Guangwei Road. Everything today had far exceeded his expectations. The ambush underground was a complete trap, specifically targeting him and his companions. Then, the Eternal Night Divine Church's divine messenger died, and he unexpectedly sought his sister, whom he had worried about for a long time. And why did his sister look as if her soul had been taken away? Yet, it was true that at the last moment, that fellow saved old Zhao, without using his sister at all, letting her go back and saving everyone he cherished. So, he lowered his head. Alright, I promise you. Bai Qingshan's figure vanished. The Zhao family head seemed genuinely unconcerned, his mood in high spirits. Someone! Go examine the body. The plan was a complete success, he almost wanted to hum a tune. Reporting to the family head, it has been confirmed that he has lost his breath, but... The confidant hesitated for a moment, then still offered a reminder, but this subordinate always feels something is amiss, the opponent's corpse is preserved too perfectly. Oh? Is that so? The Zhao family head stroked his beard with a smile, isn't that excellent research material? Bang bang bang. Just then, a commotion suddenly erupted in the upper district. The Zhao family head narrowed his eyes and turned his head. What happened? His subordinate rushed to report. Reporting, family head. The Twilight God cult. The Twilight God cult has charged over, so many people have come. The Zhao family head immediately frowned. Twilight? Aren't they usually quiet, shrinking like turtles? Why are they coming to join the fun? Pull the entire team over, be aggressive. You must be aggressive. They are now completely bound by various rules and regulations, red tape, and absolutely cannot make the first move against us. They're probably just drawn here by the commotion. If asked, say we're clearing out rebels. Be aggressive. Understand? Boom. Amidst a humming of battle and explosions, the entire cybernetic legion was shattered, mechanical limbs and wreckage scattered everywhere. The Zhao family head's face changed drastically. They're crazy. They're crazy. They actually attacked us? He sprang up from his chair in a panic, intending to go supervise the battle, but hesitated for a long time, shrinking back. Engage. Engage. Wait, no, we can't fight, we can't draw those two gods over for now. Hold them off. Hold them off. Immediately contact the Twilight Cathedral and ask what they mean. One person awkwardly looked up. Family head. Isn't the communicator in your hand? Zhao family head. Right, but who the hell did I give that thing to? Oh, right, City Lord Su. Give it to City Lord Su, I'll contact him immediately. Amidst a hurried communication, the Zhao family head let out a deafening roar. What? You threw that thing to Su Shuangyan? Then where is Su Shuangyan now? Old City Lord Su. The deadly duo? Where the hell is the deadly duo? The communicator. I need the communicator now. Day. In front of him, there was another commotion. This is bad. This is bad. What's wrong? What's wrong again? What he feared most now was a major conflict with the two great divine churches, which would draw out 002 and 003, who hadn't appeared for many years. Ruining his plans. But what? What was wrong? It's rotten. The rotten god cult's churches in the upper district have all mobilized, breaking through our blockade from the other side and heading this way. Zhao family head. Cold sweat poured down. Yes, he should be sweating profusely, but not this much. No. It's so hot, why is it suddenly so hot? Moreover, he had already undergone cybernetic implantation, this was too. He suddenly looked up. Above him was a gigantic sun, larger than any sun he had ever seen. It was still far in the sky, yet its scorching light made the radiant disk retract everything in its shadows, as if the tentacles of light had never existed. The Zhao family head was stunned, looking up at the sun, as if he could barely feel the light that was almost blinding him. Holy crap! After several decades, the pure remnant sun once again cast its gaze upon Radiant City. Radiant City, Lower District Arc, End. Eternal Night Dawn. In his sleep, Yilan slowly woke up. I'm out? No, why would I think that? Where did I come from? The last scene in his memory was himself being directly bombarded by the Guangwei giant cannon, after which he seemed to transform into a terrifying, omnipresent existence, wielding a power that he now realized made his heart pound just recalling it. Then, he tried to move, and his whole being seemed to enter a state where his words became reality. Then. He looked up at the radiant disk, as if staring directly into a black hole, and his mind reeled. Who? Yilan gently covered his forehead. At this moment, the mind cat excitedly jumped out. It really worked, meow. You're completely fine, meow. Brother Yilan is truly the most amazing, meow. Yilan was slightly stunned, becoming more and more awake, and after scanning his entire body, he was quite satisfied. His body was intact, and his power loss was much less than expected. The feigned death plan could be said to be a complete success. But then, his head ached again. Waves seemed to flash across his eyes, along with a lazy little cat basking in the sun. Two blood-red characters appeared in his mind, and Yilan was slightly startled, murmuring aloud. Hometown. What did you say, meow? The mind cat looked up in confusion. I don't know. Yilan was a bit puzzled, only feeling as if something had been forgotten, yet was on the tip of his tongue. Hometown, have you heard? Of a place called Hometown? The mind cat scratched its head in confusion with its paw. I seem to have a slight impression, meow, but I can't remember what kind of place it is. Yilan narrowed his eyes, intensely disliking this feeling of having forgotten something. Subsequently, Yilan gradually let go. The little cat was very familiar with this name, and he himself was also very familiar with this name, but both of them had entered the wasteland at the same time, so the answer to what hometown was probably wasn't from after he woke up in the containment tower. Pushing forward, it was most likely something from during his time in the containment tower. The best way to answer this question was to meet the second and third brothers. As soon as he thought of those two idiots, Yilan was slightly stunned again. I wonder what's happening outside. He muttered to himself, and Yilan sat up from the bed. He was currently in a very quiet room, with no hostile devices or props in sight. It seemed the Twilight God cult had successfully taken him away. Although according to the original plan, being exposed to the Twilight God cult site would also be troublesome. But now, the situation in Radiant City was becoming increasingly complex and rapidly deteriorating. Instead, it was better to make a suitable appearance and let the second and third brothers come out for a stroll. While pondering, Yilan looked around at Yufan. which meant that his current location should be the Twilight God Cult's cathedral in the upper district of Radiant City, so... Yilan. That's not right. What the hell, why does this place smell of rotten? And he had just woken up, his head was still dizzy, and only now did he realize that the color scheme of this area was all that gloomy, rotten kind of shade. Creak. The door was pushed open, and a pretty girl walked in, leaving Yilan stunned. Of course, it wasn't that she was as beautiful as a flower and too good-looking, which stunned him, but rather her appearance here completely short-circuited his brain. The girl even chuckled, gesturing towards Yilan's lower body. Oh, you're awake? The surgery was very successful. Yilan? Holy crap, Lin Jiao. Why are you here? No, why am I here with you? I'm completely numb. The perfect plan seems to have gone awry from the very beginning. What's wrong with being here with me? Lin Jiao was displeased. Didn't I hear that you were bullied by those scoundrels in Radiant City? I was so angry that I sent people to reason with them. On the way, I just happened to run into the Twilight God cult stealthily carrying your corpse and snatched it back. Yilan? I really thank you for that. No casualties, right? Lin Jiao's eyes darted around. If there were no deaths, then it shouldn't count as casualties, right? Yilan. He gave up on his plan to dissect the words injury and casualties with Lin Jiao. For their rotten god cult, an attack only resulted in injuries, which indeed didn't count as casualties. Arthur Luocho is here with you, right? Help me call him, I have something important to discuss. Lin Jiao stamped her foot, extremely irritated. Arthur Luocho, when you talk to me, do you only know these two names? Aren't you curious why I'm in Radiant City? I traveled thousands of miles, rushing over immediately. Yilan. Thinking about it, although Lin Jiao had disrupted his plan, her coming all this way, this act alone, held significant meaning, and she had genuinely helped him a lot. Thanks. If you don't mind, you can participate in the upcoming tactical deployment as an observer. Lin Jiao? Do I care? She waved her hand. You guys, go call Arthur and Luocho. Amidst a flurry of hurried footsteps, Arthur and Luocho rushed in. Envoy. It was clear that both of them were extremely flustered. To be honest, their position was very awkward. Compared to the Eternal Night God, who was far away and had never contacted them, Yilan was their backbone. Deep down, their loyalty was nothing more than to Yilan. In other words, they had never heard a divine revelation. Although they didn't know that what they heard every day was a divine revelation. It could be said that if Yilan truly suffered any misfortune, they wouldn't know what to do, most likely, they would return to Sewage Town to retire. And the Eternal Night Divine Church could pretty much disband. I'm fine. Yilan waved his hand, signaling them to relax. How have you two been recently? Arthur hesitated, while Lin Jiao raised her neck and glared at him fiercely. Yilan. Alright, I understand. Lin Jiao? This sentence actually made her flustered. What do you understand? Hey! Yilan, I never mistreated them. I know. Yilan rubbed his head aching. Tell me about the situation outside, I need to confirm that everything is going smoothly. Lin Jiao sat in the meeting room, also happy to not dwell on that topic. The battle on Guangwei Road had a huge impact, not just in Radiant City, but it also caused quite a stir throughout the entire wasteland. Yilan? Wait a minute. Yilan interrupted, throughout the wasteland? Wasn't Radiant City sealed off? Yes, but the commotion was too great. She took a sip of water. Yilan's mind raced, and he couldn't help but ask. Tell me in detail. After expelling various major forces from the entire city, Radiant City launched its first full-scale attack, completely besieging and killing a major wasteland force within the city, and it was the highly popular Eternal Night Divine Church. During the process, Radiant City for the first time deployed the Cybernetic Legion, which shocked the entire wasteland, and used the Guangwei Giant canon, whose powers surpassed human imagination, drawing countless discussions and conjectures. Lin Zhao said unhurriedly. At the same time, facing the aggressive Radiant City, the two great divine churches, who had been retreating, suddenly struck, severely damaging the Cybernetic Legion, forcibly rushing one-way road, and taking away the corpse of the Eternal Night Envoy. During the process, the pure remnant sun, which had been silent for a long time, cast its gaze, nearly descending. Radiant City was overly frightened and in chaos. The three family heads gathered at the Radiant Disk, wanting to go up but not daring to, looking utterly ridiculous. The third brother came? Yilan was stunned for a moment. He could guess the mental journey of those family heads who were stuck under the Radiant Disk, caught between a rock and a hard place. If they didn't go up, how could they resist the pure remnant sun? But if they did go up, wouldn't everything be exposed to the eyes of the pure remnant sun? Third brother? Lin Zhao asked in confusion. Yilan knew he had let something slip, but remained calm. For an outrageous person like Lin Zhao, it was better for him not to explain anything, otherwise, the more he said, the more mistakes he would make. The pure remnant sun came? Lin Zhao nodded. It showed itself, or rather, it took a look. Confirming this, Yilan even felt a momentary embarrassment. It must have been scared, right? Will future history say that yesterday I played the beacon fire trick on the feudal lords? Continue. Lin Zhao nodded. Various major forces have become restless, beginning to find ways to approach Radiant City, sending people to constantly obtain first-hand intelligence. This matter has also been archived internally by various major forces, a detailed investigation project initiated, named Eternal Night Dawn. Yilan frowned. Eternal Night Dawn? What does that mean? Counterattack. Lin Zhao answered without any suspense, dawn is between night and day. The Eternal Night Envoy's death should have left the Eternal Night Divine Church's future bleak. But the two great divine churches' overreaction again signifies the special nature of their relationship with the Eternal Night Divine Church. No one knows what the Eternal Night Divine Church will do next. Whether it will be disheartened from now on or rise again is yet unknown, hence the name Eternal Night Dawn. Yilan. Isn't that too serious? However, at least Yilan confirmed one thing. So, Radiant City is even more chaotic? That's not entirely accurate. Lin Zhao shook her head. To be precise, the lower district is more chaotic. Various forces have changed their previous strategies and are racking their brains to squeeze into Radiant City. Even those who weren't in Radiant City before are now coming to join the fun. Ha! Yilan sneered, targeting Radiant City. Serves them right, playing with fire. Lin Zhao continued speaking. And, Radiant City has made concessions to our two great divine churches. Oh? Yilan looked at her in surprise. Surveillance is still everywhere, but all blockades have stopped. We can once again freely enter and exit the cathedral and move freely in Radiant City's upper district. It seems they were really scared. Yilan narrowed his eyes. What about inside the city? It's quieter than ever. Lin Zhao said, whatever they want to do, they've reined it in even deeper. Tap, tap. Yilan's fingertips gently tapped on the table. The variable he was worried about had appeared. Had Radiant City's plans all been put on emergency hold? What about the blockade between Radiant City's upper and lower districts? It's still there. Lin Zhao said, not only is it there, but it's countless times stricter. Those few cannons are no longer put away, they're just set up there, expressing their stance. Silently, Yilan let out a sigh of relief and nodded. What about the deadline they promised the two great divine churches? The one they announced earlier, to give Radiant City a reply before the deadline. It's still on. Lin Zhao said. Yilan let out a big sigh of relief. If that was the case, it meant Radiant City's plan was still ongoing, just more covert. Unfortunately, Yilan didn't notice Lin Zhao's gaze gradually becoming dangerous. Sure enough, he. You didn't contact me, but you've been contacting Xia Qingyu? Yilan. But thankfully, he could righteously refute this matter. Isn't it because you didn't open a church in the lower district? I only contacted them after getting a communicator from the Twilight Lower District Church. Lin Jiao was completely stunned, her expression changing several times. Then, she waved her hand, and several rotten bishops walked in. You guys, immediately prepare to open. No. 3 rotten churches in Guangwei City Lower District. Yilan, ? He found that his brainwaves and Lin Jiao's were becoming increasingly difficult to connect on the same frequency. Do you have any contact with Twilight's side? What contact do I have with them? Lin Jiao rolled her eyes. Xiaoqing, you contacted me many times, asking for people, asking for you. Yilan raised an eyebrow. And then? Then? I scolded her away. Yilan rubbed his forehead, but overall, he understood that the problem wouldn't be too big. Everyone had come from Sewage Town, and knowing he was with Lin Jiao, Xiaoqing, you should not be too worried for now, to do anything irrational. Any news of Su Lezhong? I don't know. Lin Jiao spread her hands. Haven't you understood one thing yet? I only arrived after you had an accident. Yilan nodded, his gaze turning to Arthur and Luocho. We haven't found him, but we can generally pinpoint a few areas. Nodding slightly, Yilan leaned back in his chair, feeling very relaxed. Yes, relaxed. Then, it's very simple now. Yilan said. Simple? The few people present were all puzzled, not understanding where the word simple came from. Yes, simple. Yilan explained, I have completely hidden myself in the dark, and all my people have arrived in Radiant City. What needs to be done next is to gather. First, Xiao Manman and Su Lezhong, then Bai Taotao. This is the first batch of forces to gather. Lin Jiao nodded, as she knew all these people. What about the second part? The 4 young masters. Yilan stated, they have their own plans, which I might be interested in. They are my potential helpers and a very valuable force to leverage. After finding Su Lezhong and Bai Taotao, I can get more information related to them, then eliminate the traitors, and pinpoint the final location and intelligence. Then comes the third batch of gathering, assembling all my forces to crush the opponent in one fell swoop. This part of the gathering includes your 2 great divine churches. Lin Jiao pouted. I might be possible, but as for Twilight's side, you'd better really dig out and prove that Radiant City's plan is anti-human. Otherwise, do you expect them to act? He. However, at least after Yilan laid it out like this, it really did sound quite simple. So our current goal is? Yilan spoke eloquently. Bai Taotao's situation is special. At most, she'll be interrogated, but she's the least suspected, and the information in her hands is more likely to pinpoint Su Lezhong's location. Lin Jiao narrowed her eyes dangerously. Bai Taotao? The woman who's been by your side all this time? Yilan gave Lin Jiao a strange look, always feeling there was something off about her tone, but he couldn't quite place it. Yes, so I should go to the Bai family first. Lin Jiao's gaze became even more dangerous. If Bai Taotao isn't found there, it means she has already met up with Su Lezhong. Yilan looked at Lin Jiao. There should be a unique, particularly large place in the upper district, different from others, probably called Yujian Brothel, right? Lin Jiao? Her gaze was no longer dangerous, but rather shock and grievance. You? Why bother? If your needs are truly uncontrollable, I can accept it. Yilan? Stop right there. Finally realizing what Lin Jiao was saying, Yilan was dumbfounded. I'm just going to find someone. The 4 young masters opened 4 Yojin prefixed series stores in Radiant City. You've heard of them, right? Lin Jiao breathed a sigh of relief. So that's it. At this moment, Arthur interjected. After we were brought to the upper district by the Rotten God cult, we've already investigated those 3 Yujin series stores in the upper district, but found no special clues. We also haven't encountered the 3 young masters in the upper district. Yilan nodded gently. Reasonable. If it were that easy to find, Su Lejang wouldn't have been hidden until today. I have special reconnaissance methods, I need to see for myself. There were still some things Yilan hadn't figured out and needed to find answers to. If there was a traitor among the 4 young masters, why hadn't he betrayed Su Lejang yet? But at the very least, as long as he found any one of them, he could learn the research content of the 4 great families, including the Su family. And Li family, which had made no progress yet. Lin Jiao, is it convenient to go out today? Lin Jiao rolled her eyes. What, you need me to find a Taoist priest to tell your fortune for you to go out? Yilan. Why was this guy talking so sarcastically today? In that case, Arthur, prepare the car, we're going out. Wait a moment. Lin Jiao interrupted Yilan's command and looked at him seriously. Yilan, aren't you a bit too good-tempered? Yilan was stunned for a moment. You always talk like this, and I consider you a friend, so I won't get angry. Lin Jiao was stunned for a moment, feeling warm inside, but she rolled her eyes. I'm not talking about us, but about you and Radiant City. Yilan was stunned for a moment, and she continued speaking. No retaliation? They wanted your life. Did the Eternal Night Divine Church do nothing? Retaliation? Yilan was slightly taken aback. Are you forgetting one thing? That you're not dead is something only we know. Yilan finally realized what he had overlooked. The reason he wasn't very angry or hateful now was because he hadn't died, and because this was his plan, so he felt no hatred. But on the surface, in the eyes of the world? He was already dead. Radiant City had set up a net, forcibly killing Yilan, the Eternal Night Envoy. If things were like this, and the Eternal Night Divine Church did nothing, wouldn't everyone treat the Eternal Night Divine Church as a soft persimmon? To be squeezed? To go one step further, wasn't the reason for this plan because the other party wanted to kill him? If he wasn't an anomaly, would he already be dead? There was no greater blood feud than this. Thank you for the reminder. Yilan said sincerely, did you bring the communicator to contact the Eternal Night Divine Church? Let me use it. Soon, Yilan got the communicator, and Lin Jiao was very active. Although reminding Yilan was out of good intentions, Lin Jiao was also very curious and eager to see how Yilan would retaliate. Hello, this is Yilan. Soon, the restaurant owner of Mosquito Restaurant's exclamation came from the other side. You're not dead. That's great, you scared us to death. I'm fine. Yilan chuckled. Pass on my order, notify the Night House. It must arrive at Radiant City's main gate within 3 hours, smash the city gate directly, and enter the city head-on. After entering the city, there's no need to go to the city lord's mansion. Proceed straight, and block the lower exit of Guangwei Road. Notify the Formless Hand to prepare in advance, dismount those few cannons above, and then have the Night House stop there and set up camp. Notify the people in the cathedral to prepare for propaganda. Once the Night House is in position, announce to the outside world that the Eternal Night Divine Church will indefinitely blockade Guangwei Road. No one is allowed to travel from the upper district to the lower district. Violators will be killed without mercy. Lin Jiao. She seriously considered what she had just said. It didn't seem like she had suggested being so aggressive, right? What was the difference between this and directly attacking Radiant City and occupying half the district? Eternal Night. Alright, Yilan admitted. He wasn't angry at first, but after Lin Jiao reminded him, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Shouldn't it be more conservative, meow, the mind cat's voice drifted over faintly. The cathedral directly rolling into Radiant City will provoke them, right? What if they retaliate in a stress reaction? So we need to awe them, Yilan sneered. If the promised arc of the Twilight God cult descends upon Radiant City when the third one casts its gaze, would they dare to act? The Mind Cat was silent. I was reluctant to use my power before, but Radiant City's strength is far superior to Sewage Town. I don't want to be frugal anymore. I want to ask you, if I don't attack, but merely display a top-tier divine might like the third one's gaze, how much will it consume? The mind cat pondered for a moment. If it's just that, then the power for one activation should be enough for you. One activation, huh? Yi Lan began to ponder. His power wasn't that abundant anymore. With the continuous consumption recently, his reserves, roughly estimated, should still be enough to support one flawless resurrection plus 2 activations. Once it reaches a state where only one resurrection remains with no surplus, he would start to feel hungry. That is to say, once he decided to display a wave of divine might, he would only have one activation remaining besides a flawless resurrection. If this surplus were used for the battle consumption before the decisive battle, it would be more than enough. As for what to do during the decisive battle, Yi Lan sneered. The phantom expanse had already caught his attention, provoking him repeatedly. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have been separated from Su Lezhang in the first place, nor would he have attracted too much attention. With Su Lezhang, bringing him into the upper district would have been more than enough. He scanned around. Lin Zhao aside, there were still quite a few people around, so he still had to put on a bit of a show. Yi Lan took off his Eternal Night emblem and bowed deeply, requesting divine bestowal. Then, Yi Lan put the emblem away. Evidently, Lin Zhao's eyes were filled with doubt. You've already contacted your main god? Why don't I feel any divine fluctuations? Yi Lan smiled slightly. This is precisely the mystery of the Eternal Night God. Lin Zhao. Yi Lan murmured. Today, the sky over Radiant City will be as deep blue as the night. Radiant City, secret room, video conference. In the video, the 4 family heads of Radiant City were all present. Who was the idiot who came up with the idea of encircling and killing the Eternal Night Divine Church's divine envoy Yi Lan? City Lord Su questioned. With a poker face. Why was I completely unaware? This was the Upper District City Lord's decision. Zhao Taihui smiled somewhat awkwardly. Don't pretend anymore. Wasn't it because you secretly let them go this time that the people of the Eternal Night Divine Church had an opportunity? Who doesn't know that you only have one grandson left, and that grandson has a deep relationship with the Eternal Night Divine Church? We could only tell you after it was over, right? City Lord Su was silent for a moment but couldn't refute. Everyone knew some things tacitly. No one had even held him accountable for this kind of thing, which was already a show of considerable respect. Where is the Upper District City Lord? Same as usual, always staying in the Radiant Disk. After another period of silence, City Lord Su spoke again. Is that divine envoy Yi Lan of the Eternal Night Divine Church really dead? Confirmed. Zhao family head said resolutely. You don't have to worry. Besides the 2 great divine churches, our Radiant City's overall strength is no longer afraid of any other force. We just need to wait for the plan to be completed. No matter which of our 4 families succeeds, we will no longer fear the 2 great divine churches. As for your grandson, please don't worry. Haven't our 4 families already had an agreement to work together and not harm our heirs? It's not just your grandson, aren't those boys from our families all scheming to ruin our plans? As for the Eternal Night Divine Church, blame them for coming to the wrong place. They are not worth mentioning. Boom! A buzzing sound came from the video, and the 3 family heads of the upper district were all somewhat puzzled. Old Su, what happened again in the lower district? Was there an explosion on your side? Isn't it all thanks to you bastards? The lower district is getting more and more chaotic. City Lord Su cursed with a gloomy face. I'll go take a look. A few seconds later, City Lord Su returned to the video call. He looked at these bragging bastards with a poker face. The people from the Eternal Night Divine Church have arrived and have directly breached the lower district city gate. The 3 family heads all changed their expressions simultaneously. Are they crazy? Do they want to go to war with us? Nonsense. City Lord Su slapped the table with one hand. They are divine envoys, divine envoys. What else do you expect? Amidst his changing expression, Zhao family head gritted his teeth. Since it has come to this, we can only fight. Isn't this also our opportunity? If we can defeat them in one fell swoop, it will further enhance the prestige of our radiant city. He. City Lord Su, quickly investigate how many people came and what their strengths are. I need very specific information. I don't know. City Lord Su said expressionlessly. Their Cathedral of Eternal Night, an anomaly, directly rolled in through the city gate. I know nothing else. Cathedral? The expressions of the three family heads changed again. Even so, we can't let them just walk in like this. Otherwise, won't other forces become even more rampant, and the entire wasteland will know that we are currently tied up? No matter the cost, we must drive them out. Amidst their anxious discussion, Zhao family head couldn't help but speak. Test them. Test them first. See if there's any room for negotiation. City Lord Su couldn't help but sneer. Room for negotiation? When you set a death trap for their divine envoy, did you consider any room for negotiation? Damn it, stop making sarcastic remarks. If the Eternal Night Divine Church invades, your lower district will be the first to suffer. Send people. Send people. See you on Guangwei Road? Zhao family had rushed out of the room, suddenly feeling. It was so dark. He was slightly stunned. Wasn't it daytime now? Why was it dark outside? Pushing open the door, he was completely dumbfounded. Just like that day, when he looked up and saw a giant sun. The entire sky had turned deep blue. Just like Eternal Night. Reverse blockade. Boom. Rumbling. The four thick pillars of the night house moved through the city. Wherever it passed, the ground was deeply indented. Countless exclamations resounded from all directions of Radiant City, and endless gazes continuously stared at the main road where the night house was. Moving. Even behind the night house, many figures of unknown affiliations followed, taking advantage of the breached city gates to quietly enter the city. As it advanced, Radiant City had already dispatched many experts, who followed along both sides of the road, not daring to approach. Finally, the night house rampaged, flattening everything in its sight, and reached Guangwei Road. Below Guangwei Road, City Lord Su, clad in a fur coat, was surrounded by a mighty military corps in vehicles, blocking the unavoidable path. The speed of the night house remained consistent and steady, as if it didn't see them. As it advanced, in the blink of an eye, only tens of meters separated the two sides. An uneasy commotion spread through the ranks of Radiant City. Despite their large numbers, they had the illusion of a mantis trying to stop a chariot. City Lord, what should we do? They carried countless high-power weapons, with no less than 10 yuan gungung, and held red buttons for missile silos in their hands. Even leveling the lower district would be more than enough. But, did they dare to do so? The old city lord looked at the approaching behemoth, with a daytime like eternal night above his head, and cursed those bastards in the upper district 18,000 times in his heart. Let them pass. Ha! I said, let them pass. Yes. It was quite comical. The Radiant City Military Corps, which had been blocking the entrance to Guangwei Road and standing ready, swiftly moved aside, clearing the path. But they were still elites. After the road was cleared, they quickly re-established their positions on the side. Crack, crack. Further away, at the top of Guangwei Road, at the exit of the upper district, a mighty cybernetic legion and gene enhancer military corps, totaling several thousand, lined up at the upper end of Guangwei Road. A stifling atmosphere enveloped everyone present. The base disc of the upper district stirred, and 4 giant cannons, with their menacing barrels, aimed at the night house. Leave immediately. Otherwise, we will open fire. Last warning. Swish. The formless hand climbed onto the roof of the night house, and its body quickly began to grow larger. Dazzling gradient colors continuously flickered, and countless people in Radiant City increasingly suffocated. The people of Radiant City recognized it. The formless hand. Snap! With a snap of its fingers, all 4 giant cannons disappeared. Holy crap! It seemed as if the world went quiet for a moment, as if even sound had been absorbed by the formless hand. This. The hearts of Radiant City were bleeding. How many years did it take to build this thing? What was its value? Just like that, with a snap, it's gone? All gone? Boom! Rumbling! Amidst the anxiety of countless people, the night house finally stopped, halting at the lower end of Guangwei Road, rooting itself down as if sitting. Boom! Rumbling! The night house trembled again, extending a stone staircase. On the stone staircase, a person wearing a divine robe and exuding immense majesty stepped out. Actually, it was an acquaintance, the hotel owner from Sewage Town. The saying "clothes make the man" was greatly exemplified at this moment. The normally shifty-eyed hotel owner truly had the bearing of a bishop at this moment. Standing on the steps, his palms were covered in cold sweat. Nervous? He was obviously very nervous. A vast army stood before him, and weapons and killing intent from all directions pointed at him. In front and behind him, people from various forces, ordinary citizens of Radiant City, were watching him. And above, on Guangwei Road, who knew how many important figures of Radiant City were watching him. Yet he had to be natural, he had to stand there, and he had to speak the necessary words with full momentum. He had to, with an even more terrifying morale than the opponent, crush them. It was difficult, but not that difficult. When 2 anomalies stood beside him, when this request was given by Yilan or even the Eternal Night God, his face was expressionless. By the divine revelation of the Eternal Night God, Radiant City has extinguished humanity, conducted evil research, and to silence witnesses. Nuclear-bombed Guangwei Town, an act that incenses both gods and men. To frame the Eternal Night Divine Church, you killed witnesses and those with knowledge, and set a trap to harm our Divine Church's divine emissary. An act that enrages both heaven and man. The main god's divine revelation grants the Zhao, Li, and by families of Radiant City a final 7 days. All relevant individuals must pay with their lives to our Divine Church's divine emissary. No extensions will be given after the deadline. From this day forward, the Eternal Night Divine Church will blockade Guangwei Road. Whoever dares to take a single step down from the upper district. Bang! Inside the night house, dozens of gene enhancers from Sewage Town simultaneously took a step, stepping onto Guangwei Road. Snap! The 4 giant cannons were brought out by a snap of the formless hand's fingers, aimed at the upper district. Kill without mercy. In the upper district, at the edge of the district, Yilan put away his binoculars. Recalling the hotel owner's past appearance, he also showed a hint of a smile. Did he add a few lines to his script? Arthur, Luo Cho. Let alone Yilan, even they could hardly recognize the hotel owner they had grown up with. In the past, tormented by the influence and besieged by the 2 great divine churches, when did they ever imagine an experience like today? From the day Yilan appeared, he had already changed the lives of all of them. As long as Yilan lives, why couldn't Sewage Town be the next Radiant City? You 2 take this small team and ambush here. Glancing at the surrounding team, Yilan smiled softly. The divine revelation of the Rotten God provided half of the Rotten God cult's elite team stationed in Radiant City's upper district for Yilan's deployment. You finally know how to do some work, huh? I'll stealth in first. Try not to show yourselves, but if you receive my signal. Yilan paused, put on your masks and charge directly into the Bai residence. Yes. Swish. With psionic energy injected into the crystal ball, psychological invisibility activated, Yilan scaled the wall and infiltrated the Bai residence. In front of the door was a huge courtyard. It had rockeries and an artificial lake, like a park. Walking across the small bridge over the lake, there were also many gardeners trimming trees along the roadside. Beyond the small gate further ahead should be the residential courtyard. Before that, Yilan observed several small rooms in the courtyard, which were basically warehouses and not living quarters. Between the inner courtyard and the main courtyard, there was a winding path leading to a modern building that seemed out of place with the ancient charm of the courtyard. An experimental facility, perhaps. Yilan mused. He hadn't forgotten that the Bai family was responsible for the development of gene enhancement. Walking along the path, Yilan looked up and around, choosing not to enter through the heavily guarded main entrance. Snap! A grappling hook shot out, and Yilan swung through an open window, entering the Bai family's building. Inside, it was silent, with shadows swaying. Laboratory. He looked around, finding it to be a very ordinary hospital room. The room had a glass partition and a remarkably standard hospital bed. He casually glanced over the desk, seeing nothing out of the ordinary, then Yilan pushed the door open and stepped out. The corridor was quiet and deserted. Yilan walked to the center of the floor, to a position resembling a front desk, and looked through the documents on the table. One document on the desk caught Yilan's attention. Personnel, except those assigned special tasks, are on 2 days leave. Do not continue experiments during the leave period, await further mission instructions at any time. Leave? At this time? Yilan pondered. If this was related to him, then Radiant City's consolidation of power was truly impressive, affecting even this research building within the inner. He casually flipped through some more, and Yilan roughly understood the floor layout. The first floor was the lobby, for initial examinations, and the gene enhancement injection area. The second floor, where he was called the monitoring area. The third floor was the concentrated isolation area and the intensive care unit. The fourth floor was the experimental area, and there was a fifth floor with no markings. Yilan wanted to look for a patient list or similar information, but there were no relevant documents here. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, very light footsteps sounded. Yilan held his breath, not moving. Looking up, 4 or 5 gene enhancers swiftly passed by in the corridor. The sound was so faint, he only noticed it when they were so close. That made sense. A monitoring area, especially in a building involving secrets, would be unreasonably unguarded otherwise. They continued their progress, heading towards the room he had just left, and Yilan couldn't help but frown. Recalling his entry, he believed he hadn't left any traces in that room, so the problem wasn't too significant. Passing them, Yilan headed for the third floor. It was one thing for the monitoring area to be empty, but it was unlikely the third floor would be. As he ascended the stairs, before he had fully set foot on the third floor, a strange wave of energy slowly spread. The entire third floor was enveloped in this peculiar energy wave. Psionic energy slowly covered his body, and Yilan stepped forward. The corridor was still empty, but a sense of deathly silence permeated it. Being here, he could feel that the rooms on this floor were very different from those on other floors. Even in terms of material, there was an implicit discomfort. Yilan quickly understood. Calling it discomfort wasn't quite right, it was more like a resistance to psionic energy, which was why he disliked it. Bang! Suddenly, a loud crash came from a room, as if something had slammed against the door. In this empty, eerie, and silent corridor, it was so abrupt that even Yilan was startled, albeit slightly. Taking 2 steps further in, aside from the distant doors on either side, there was a very long glass panel in the middle. The concentrated isolation area lived up to its name. This was a very, very large room. Slam! Another loud noise, something slammed hard against the glass panel. Yilan turned his head, coming face to face with a pair of strange eyes inside. The face was pressed entirely against the glass, its already loose and wriggling skin even more bizarre, as if every inch had tentacles squirming on the glass. Completely grotesque humans. Through the glass, Yilan narrowed his eyes. Although the form was terrifying, it seemed to be barely maintained in a safe state. Of course, safe here meant it wouldn't explode, not that it wouldn't do anything else. Feeling the quality of the glass, the other party seemed unable to penetrate it, and their power couldn't seep through either, so an unexpected battle was likely not going to happen. His gaze shifted from the other party, and Yilan looked inside, his heart tightening slightly. This room, spanning the entire side of the corridor, was filled with such grotesquely transformed figures. Hundreds, at most. Yilan narrowed his eyes. What remained uncertain was whether these people were experimental subjects or all the patients who had fallen ill due to an accident with the gene enhancement serum. The states of the grotesquely transformed humans inside also varied, and the one seemingly in a frenzy before him was likely one of the more severe cases. He considered whether he could use the small wooden chip to further suppress their condition, but then thought better of it, deciding not to meddle. At least, the Bai family had the ability to treat them, and the situation here indeed indicated concentrated treatment. As for whether the treatment process might be slightly slowed down to collect some data. Without further delay, Yilan continued up the stairs. The defense on the 4th floor was even stricter. Just at the floor entrance, he already saw several very hard-to-detect infrared lines. If triggered, it would undoubtedly set off an alarm or even a lockdown. I need nimble movement. Yilan still found it quite a headache, as this was not his area of expertise. Tap, tap, tap. Just then, from inside the 4th floor, footsteps came from Yilan's direction. Damn it! Is the field department messing with me? It's been days, and they're only just sending the out-of-control patient over now? Do they think we're living Huatua? How are we supposed to save them? It's alright, the data shows this one had a later onset, not that it's been active for so long. Increasing the dosage should have an effect. If we can't save them in this situation, it's not our fault, we'll just treat them as valuable special experimental samples. Hearing this, Yilan's brow instinctively furrowed. The out-of-control patient recently delivered, could it be Bai Taotao? No, it couldn't be Bai Taotao. Bai Taotao's condition had already been suppressed by him, and besides, he had personally seen Bai Qingshan take her away. It wasn't that she shouldn't be sent here for treatment, but given how wary the 4 young masters were of their own families, even if Bai Taotao's condition worsened significantly, Bai Qingshan likely wouldn't send her here. 2 men in white coats emerged from inside, swiped a card at the door, and all the infrared lines vanished. They hurried towards the 3rd floor, and Yilan mused, it seemed the patient who had been banging on the glass earlier had already caught their attention. He naturally wouldn't miss this excellent opportunity, stepping across and entering the 4th floor. As soon as he entered the corridor, Yilan narrowed his eyes. The walls on the 4th floor were actually much sturdier than those on the 3rd. He walked casually along the corridor, and it definitely felt like an experimental area. All sorts of precision equipment, various reagents, and devices filled the entire 4th floor. He casually looked into a few rooms through the glass, but nothing particularly caught Yilan's attention. Until, at the very end, there was a particularly large laboratory. The door was ajar, and Yilan gently pushed it open wider and stepped inside. However, the most crucial reason Yilan chose to enter was because there was a special person here. It was a grotesquely transformed person. What was noteworthy was that he wore no protection, ropes, shackles, or any similar restraints. He simply stood there, completely unfettered. 2 men in white coats surrounded him, injecting a strange reagent. Yilan narrowed his eyes, his gaze sweeping between the 2 white coats. They were undoubtedly ordinary people, at most having undergone 2 gene enhancements, with a long way to go before forming combat power and possessing self-preservation abilities. But wasn't that person grotesquely transformed? Weren't they afraid he would suddenly lash out and harm them? His gaze swept over the grotesquely transformed person. The bizarre tentacles and flesh still floated about, but they seemed somewhat restrained. Without any active attacks. Most importantly, Yilan looked at him and had a feeling that the other party was very strong. He was a formidable enemy who had already surpassed a gene enhancer. Looking around, Yilan's pupils contracted. In this laboratory, there were 5 or 6 identical containers, and these containers held grotesquely transformed people, all with test tubes inserted, seemingly in a deep sleep. Swish! At that moment, the grotesquely transformed figure surrounded by researchers suddenly opened his eyes and looked at him. Yilan's expression changed slightly. Had he been discovered? But before he could prepare for battle, the grotesquely transformed person surprisingly did not attack, but instead looked at the two experimenters. Subsequently, the experimenters were startled, but not by the grotesque human's reaction, but by suddenly turning their heads. The effect of psychological invisibility was that as long as the other party was unaware of his presence, he was invisible. But if they knew someone was there, the invisibility automatically failed. Intruder. There's an intruder. The researcher moved quickly, rushing towards the nearest red button. Click. Yilan gripped his activated handgun, pointing it at the grotesquely transformed person sleeping in the nearest container. These samples are very valuable, aren't they? Yilan's voice was like a devil's whisper. Then you have two choices. Don't press that thing and talk to me properly, or... Yilan smiled slightly. Or, I will destroy all these samples before your reinforcements arrive. Artificial God. Yilan's words played a crucial role, stopping the researcher who already had one hand on the red button. Yilan was right. These experimental subjects were extremely critical, very, very critical. Moreover, they were indispensably critical. You. Who are you? The researcher yelled, feigning ferocity. Yilan frowned slightly, and the hand holding the gun poked further into the vessel. Don't let me catch you trying any more tricks, speak normally. You deliberately shouted so loudly to get the attention of the next room, to help you sound the alarm, right? The researcher. Actually, I'm just really scared. I don't know who you are, and I admit that if you shoot and destroy these samples, it would be a huge loss for us. The researcher stared into Lan's eyes, but it won't change anything, it's worthless to you, harming others without benefiting yourself. Harming others without benefiting himself, huh? Yilan was non-committal. So, come on, let's just have a chat. Yilan's unarmed hand pointed to the chairs next to the two researchers. Sit. The two researchers sat down very reluctantly, and Yilan smiled slightly. This is a good start. First question. Proceeding step by step, Yilan first asked a question whose answer he had already guessed, to see if the other party's response was sincere. Are those people downstairs your experimental subjects? Of course not, the researcher said without hesitation, we are treating them. Treating? Yilan repeated, feigning ignorance. Yes, we had a batch of gene enhancement agents that went wrong, so we recalled all the and are treating them centrally. Ha! Yilan chuckled softly. Although he had already guessed the overall situation, the mere fact that you used the word recalled 4 people made it very hard to believe. But at least, it was indeed treatment. Yilan was about to ask where Bai Tao Tao was but stopped himself. These people might not know, and if he wasn't yet sure about silencing them, it would expose too much. So, what exactly are you developing? Yilan asked seriously. If conventional gene enhancement reaches 5 times, it's already powerful enough that an abnormal entity would find it very difficult to defeat with its own characteristics, right? What exactly are you still developing? And what is your ultimate goal? The researcher's expression changed, seeming to show pride. So, can you tell us who you are? Yilan sneered. But why should I tell you who I am? Will you give me different answers if I am a different person? You just need to give me the truth, Yilan said, knowing more is meaningless to you. Who am I? I even died once to hide, let alone not telling you who I am. Even if I had to say, I would say I am Su Lezhang, not a divine emissary of the Eternal Night Divine Church anyway. After a few moments of silence, the other party spoke again. It's fine to tell you, we are creating gods, artificial gods. Yilan was stunned for a moment, his gaze sweeping back to the grotesque figure. He was still looking here, but remained motionless. That's right, Yilan had always been unable to pinpoint what was strange about him, but now he completely understood. The other party's psionic fluctuations were already close to that of an abnormal entity. Even if it was at the bottom of the abnormal entities, only slightly stronger than ability objects. Yilan was truly shocked. Artificial abnormal entities, and almost successful? No, not just almost successful, but already successful. just needing further refinement. So your ultimate goal is to make them abnormal while maintaining human form, and even mass-produce them? Yi-Lan asked. Yes. The researcher nodded. Yi-Lan narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint in them. Such a big secret, you just told me like that? Yi-Lan chuckled, it seems you are very confident in keeping me here. The researcher's face hadn't changed just now, but this time it did. But I'm curious, I'm monitoring your every move, so you definitely can't call for help. That means, the victorious reinforcements are in this building, right? The researcher looked at Yi-Lan, a smile appearing on his face. Yes, so who you are indeed no longer matters. Crack. Yi-Lan's expression changed slightly, out of his sight, the hand holding the gun in the vessel was crushed by immense force, his entire arm completely losing control. He abruptly turned his head, and the grotesque figure in the vessel opened its eyes. It stared at him, its endless tentacles like vines, wrapped around his right arm, as if adhering to his body. Then, they penetrated and squeezed inward in clusters, as if trying to assimilate him. Whoosh! In the fleeting moment that his gaze was diverted, the grotesque figure behind the researcher also moved. Grotesque tentacles appeared out of thin air like pythons, coiling around his other arm, and Yi-Lan was completely bound in the middle. Swish! Amidst an ear-piercing hum, the grotesque figure lunged forward with a blur, a tentacle full of sharp edges condensed in its hand, stabbing towards Yi-Lan's chest. I'm very sorry to tell you, although I didn't press the emergency button, I activated the room's soundproofing, the researcher said with a smile. You must have accomplices, right? It's just a pity, until everything here is over, no one outside will hear anything. Yi-Lan's eyebrows twitched. Soundproofing? He almost burst out laughing. Do you know how much you've helped me? Yi-Lan was just worrying about not wanting to cause a big commotion and having limited combat methods, but you guys actually helped me with soundproofing? You people from Radiant City. Bang! Surging psionic energy erupted from Yi-Lan's body, instantly shattering all the tentacles wrapped around his arms. Yes, the power you use to create gods originates from the ancient god's touch, and in my eyes, that is an evil god. The power of the ancient god's touch is not of the same lineage as mine, so I don't possess the suppressive power against it like I do with other abnormal entities, nor can I devour it. But wasn't the esteemed shadow of the past also of the ancient god's lineage? And wasn't it still getting hammered by me? You are still too far behind. Bang! The moment the tentacles snapped, Yi-Lan's psionic energy further erupted in suppression. He grabbed the chaos bell with one hand and shot the grotesque figure in the vessel directly in the forehead. The first 5 shots of the chaos bell always hit where it finds it interesting. But the problem was, he had it pressed against its head, with no gaps, so it couldn't hit anywhere else. Bang! Grotesque liquid splattered with the gun's roar, the hum of the chaos bell like a death knell, and a shoddy god fell. The only troublesome part was that the other agile so-called abnormal entity had already lunged in front of him. That deadly tentacle, like a spiked mace, was truly terrifying. It was already a physical attack, and even Yi-Lan would find it hard to withstand a single blow. Bang bang! Dodging, Yi-Lan reloaded and aimed at it again, the situation entering Yi-Lan's least favorite phase. Melee combat. Swish! The grotesque human let out a shriek, and the entire room seemed to be wiped clean by grotesqueness. Everything began to turn grotesque. Tentacles no longer attacked from just one direction, but from all sides, lunging at Yi-Lan. And the spiked tentacles with absolute lethality were mixed in among the overwhelming assault. You really like bondage play, huh? Bang 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 bang. Swish swish swish. Yi-Lan couldn't help but draw the illusory sword with his other hand while firing. The illusory sword danced wildly like a dream, cutting down all incoming tentacles, which fell like autumn leaves in the wind. If these grotesque things could be a little more beautiful, they would truly form a stunning picture. In the blink of an eye, the chaos bell was down to its last shot. Goodbye, false god. Bang! The golden lines of the chaos bell flashed, piercing through layers of obstruction, tearing through the grotesque figure's body, and exploding with I. Roar. All enemies in sight were cleared, and the room fell silent. Then, Yilan frowned. He thought this farce was over. But the tentacles covering the room had not yet dissipated. Put. Yilan felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked down to see a sharp tentacle with countless barbs, piercing from Yilan's back and through his chest. Annihilation. Excruciating pain filled Yilan's brain, and he turned his head. The strange figure had appeared behind Yilan at some point, a victorious smile on its face. You're strong, but this is where you stop. At this moment, Yilan was truly stunned. That strange, transformed person, or rather, that anomaly, actually spoke. After your transformation into an anomaly, you still retain human sanity and intelligence? Yilan finally understood, and his blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. He offered sincere praise to this true false god. When I used the chaos bell to kill your companion, you realized that the object in my hand was an anomaly, possessing the power to instantly kill. You. So you were setting the stage all along, and the moment the entire room became tentacles, you created a fake, identical version of yourself made of tentacles, controlling it to move, attack, and defend, making me believe it was you. As I delivered the final blow and let my guard down, your true body, hidden among the tentacles, infiltrated behind me to deliver a fatal strike. Yilan was in severe pain, but he still lowered his head to look at the wound. No, not a fatal strike. You even considered that a fatal attack would alert me, choosing a more conservative approach, nearly gravely injuring me, and then defeating me. Impressive, Yilan sighed. You really have researched something. Yilan gripped the tentacle that had pierced through him and slowly pulled it out. Put. He violently spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. You still don't understand one thing, though that's not really your fault. Yilan's psionic energy spread throughout his body, and visibly, the wound that had pierced him began to heal. Either you can kill me directly. Otherwise, what you call a grave injury is just a joke to me. Yilan's ability included self-healing, but it required the consumption of psionic energy. His previous two, one was in Sewage Town, where he truly had no strength to heal himself and dared not use even a little, so he simply passed out. Then, at Eugene Restaurant, the pure explosion nearly blew him to pieces, and his consciousness was so shaken that he immediately fainted, unable to use his psionic energy for self-recovery. But this time, no matter how severe the injury, you didn't make me pass out. You mocked me for being careless just now, thinking I'd won and let my guard down, but it seems there's no difference with you, Yilan sneered, gripping the tentacle of its main body. He didn't let go, even as his palm became a bloody mess. The opponent began to panic, but it was completely caught by Yilan and couldn't escape. It could only attack, and attack again. However, grabbing the chaos bell with one hand, Yilan loaded a bullet into it and pressed it against its temple. That's it, goodbye. Bang! With a loud gunshot, all the tentacles in the room completely dissipated, and the laboratory returned to its original state. Click! Yilan put away the chaos bell, chambered a bullet into the ordinary, activated revolver, and pointed it at the researcher, who was slumped on the ground, his face pale. You ambushed me. What do you have to say? Sweat poured down the researcher's face as he repeatedly kowtowed to the ground. Hero, spare my life. Please spare me. We are only responsible for potion development. Killing us is a small matter, but if this can't continue, decades of effort by the Bai family will be completely ruined. Yilan chuckled softly. If you put it that way, I have even more reason to kill you. Give me a reason not to kill you. The researcher paused, then quickly spoke. We haven't harmed anyone. I can't say all of the Bai family's experiments were voluntary, but all those we handled were voluntary, and we are also working hard to treat patients. The treatment potions and control inhibitors in Radiant City are all developed by us. Click. Yilan released the safety, preparing to fire. Haven't harmed anyone? You just seem to be harming me. Does that mean I'm not human? The researcher. Yilan sighed softly. These were all minor issues, really. Even the artificial god was a great research. But it would have been so much better if you had researched this using normal anomalies, but instead, you chose the ancient god's touch. Where is Bai Tao Tao? Yilan still asked, because he thought of another method. Even if he didn't silence them, letting the eternal nightmare dominate them into sleep for a few days would suffice. Ha! The topic jumped a bit quickly, and the researcher didn't react for a moment. If I tell you, can you let us go? Possibly, but I'm losing patience, Yilan said indifferently. In a small courtyard on the right side of the inner compound. How are you so sure? She is also a victim of the new gene enhancement. Bai Qingshan specifically ordered us to check her physical condition daily. Yilan nodded slightly. Since it was mentioned, he believed it a few points. Very good, last question, the 5th floor. Bang! Before Yilan could finish asking, the faces of the two researchers suddenly swelled without warning. Then, they exploded. Without needing to say anything, Yilan already understood what had happened. Angrily, he pulled out the chaos bell and pointed it at a vessel beside him. Another strange, transformed human in a vessel awoke. Bang 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 bang. A brief suppression with psionic energy, then a fatal shot to the head with the chaos bell, a one-stop service that made short work of these so-called artificial gods. Immediately after, Yilan swept the room with the chaos bell, shooting through all the strange figures in the vessels, some of whom might not have even woken up yet. Damn it! Yilan cursed. He hadn't even gotten information about the 5th floor, and the intense battles here, though soundproofed, meant discovery was only a matter of time. Once he went to the 5th floor, coming back would essentially mean facing the entire Bai family, or even their full, concentrated force. But he had brought so few people this time and didn't have the strength for a true decisive battle. If the 5th floor was truly as he suspected, even without considering reinforcements, it wouldn't be easy to deal with. Yilan always remembered one thing: Radiant City dared to blockade the two great divine churches and set a deadline, meaning they must have been prepared to fight them. That is to say, they could, at least by the deadline, produce power comparable to the second and third strongest. But what was currently known, even with the incredibly shocking and unbelievable artificial gods, was still far from that level. And in the time he had left, he still hadn't accomplished his primary objective for coming to the Bai residence this time. Find Bai Tao Tao. After searching the laboratory for a while, Yilan found a reagent identical to the one he had seen researchers injecting into the strange figures when he first arrived, and he took it with him. Re-injecting power into the crystal ball, Yilan pushed open the window, aimed his grappling hook at a tree, and with a swing, landed steadily on the ground. He surveyed his surroundings. The Bai residence remained perfectly calm. Taking advantage of the brief window before they discovered anything unusual, Yilan rushed towards the inner compound at full speed. He had initially worried that the description given by the other party was too vague, making Bai Tao Tao's location difficult to find. But as soon as he entered the inner compound, Yilan's worries vanished. To the right of the inner compound was a very distinct and charming small courtyard. He stealthily made his way in, finding no hidden experts. After a rough assessment, Yilan basically pinpointed Bai Tao Tao's bedroom. Standing by the window, Yilan looked inside. Actually, Yilan was somewhat hesitant about whether to involve Bai Tao Tao in such a dangerous situation, even though she could indeed help him. But, it felt a bit selfish. If she was already living well, perhaps it was best not to disturb her. Looking at the room, Yilan froze. She was alone in the room, but tied up. The table was laden with exquisite fruits and delicacies he had never even tasted in his previous life, but they were overturned on the floor. Untouched. Her eyes were swollen red, and tears streamed down her face. Woo-woo. Yilan, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Woo-woo. I can't complete the last task you gave me. I woke up and was trapped here by my brother, not allowed to go anywhere else. Woo-woo. Yilan. Forget it, I'll just take you out and get into trouble. Creak. Pushing open the window, Yilan jumped in and deactivated his psychological invisibility. Watching Yilan climb in through the window, Bai Taotao froze. Hi, Yilan maintained his composed persona. Long time no see. Unexpected encounter. Bai Taotao froze, sniffled, and didn't even rub her eyes before letting out a self-deprecating laugh. Heh, I really am crazy, I'm already hallucinating. Bang! She used all her strength to break free from the ropes, painstakingly grabbed the dagger on the table, and pointed it at Yilan. Who are you? But before Yilan could speak, she lowered her hand again. Never mind, it doesn't matter who you are. It's good to have someone listen to me for a few last words. Yilan? I'm so slow. When he told me to go, I really went. I thought it would be fine, I still wanted to tell him. Never mind, why should I tell you? I just realized something from those stories, some words you don't have the courage to say, you'll never get the chance to say again. Yilan? My brother has me confined here, I'm afraid I won't be able to go anywhere for a long time. I can't even complete the last task he gave me. It's better to just go ahead and die, at least there might be some meaningful change. Yilan? I can't defeat Uncle Zhao, and I don't have my own forces, but my brother might be able to. But he wouldn't go this far to avenge Yilan. But if I die, he will definitely avenge me. Yilan? Without any warning, Bai Taotao suddenly pulled back the dagger pointed at Yilan and slashed at her own wrist. Yilan? Bang! Yilan wasn't fast enough, so he could only fire his grappling hook, catching the dagger in Bai Taotao's hand and throwing it aside, then holding her. Down. Are you crazy? Let go of me. Yilan. After clearing all sharp objects from her vicinity, Yilan rolled his eyes exasperatedly. Alright then, I'm leaving, okay? Bai Taotao looked at Yilan in confusion, rubbing her eyes. She felt increasingly uneasy, this guy. Why did he look so similar? Could a disguise be this good? Finally, Bai Taotao had an epiphany. So? Am I already dead? So if I die, I can see you again. Yilan opened his mouth, then hesitated. He didn't care much himself, but he could already imagine how socially mortified Bai Taotao would be when she sobered up. Just thinking about that scene made him feel a little reluctant. Use your little brain and think carefully, when did I ever tell you I would die? When I gave you the task, did I look like I was really going to kick the bucket? Bai Taotao was stunned for a long time before finally considering a possibility she had never thought of, gradually becoming pleasantly surprised. You're fine. Woo-woo. You really are Yilan, woo-woo. Just as she was about to rejoice, her whole body suddenly stiffened. Bai Taotao. What? What was I just saying? In that brief moment, Bai Taotao found herself wanting to die even more than before. She was still a girl, after all. Trembling, she squatted on the ground, head down, covering her ears, completely activating the burying her head in the sand mode. I just went through a tough battle, my eardrums were impacted, I didn't hear anything. Yilan hesitated, then helped Bai Taotao up and walked towards the door. Let's go, it's about to get lively here. Bai Taotao, as if her soul had left her, allowed Yilan to pull her out. Pushing the door open, Yilan suddenly stopped. A figure stood silently in front of the door, blocking Yilan's path. Hello. He forced out a smile that was hard to call a smile. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The situation was urgent, and Yilan originally didn't want to talk much, preferring to fight directly. But when his gaze swept over the face of the person blocking his way, he paused slightly. Bai Qingshan. In an instant, Yilan thought of many things. You knew I wasn't dead? I've been waiting for you for a long time also means I knew you would come. I guessed it, Bai Qingshan said expressionlessly. Why? Yilan pressed on. This was very important. If there was a traitor among the four young masters, and the four young masters knew he wasn't dead, then wouldn't his death have been for nothing? Although Su Lezhang put on a show of crying bitterly, desperate for the whole world to see his sorrow, I know him too well. It was simply unbearably fake. So I had a feeling and have been waiting here recently. Yilan narrowed his eyes, then relaxed. Meaning by Qingshan here was actually a good thing, saving him a lot of time. After all, he was going to look for these people anyway. But there was an awkward variable here, Bai Tao Tao. He had only just arrived and already witnessed this scene. It was hard to say what her own brother, who had been guarding Bai Tao Tao all this time, would think. Before we get to business, I have a question for you, Bai Qingshan said calmly. Yilan nodded, ready for anything. This was going to be an extremely crucial conversation with his very likely future ally, concerning the entire Radiant City chapter. How far have you and my sister gone? Yilan? We're both so serious and prepared, and this is what you ask? If you insist on this topic. After a long pause, Yilan sighed softly and glanced at Bai Tao Tao. Tao Tao, this is for you too. I don't have any interest in romance right now. I have too many reasons to constantly rush into the most dangerous places, not just in Radiant City, and I don't want to give myself any excessive attachments. Very seriously, Yilan had too many unanswered questions. Sometimes, Yilan even mocked himself, am I still human? It was confirmed that he was the head of the anomalies, the strongest existence in the wasteland, Anomaly 001. Therefore, he should be an anomaly, not a human. But it was also known that he should be human. Considering these things before clarifying the most basic fact of whether he was human or not? This would only affect the speed at which he drew his gun. So, Bai Qingshan asked, word by word, why Tao Tao? Why do you keep taking her with you? Bai Tao Tao couldn't help but interrupt. I'm the one who keeps wanting to follow. Don't talk, Bai Qingshan cut off Bai Tao Tao and looked at Yilan. If you need powerful combat strength by your side, if you need a local guide with influence and experience, I am stronger than her. Because I owe Su Lezhang a favor, I can voluntarily follow and assist you. That should be enough. Yilan was silent for a moment, then spoke softly. But can I trust you? Bai Qingshan froze, and Yilan continued. Our encounter started by accident, and subsequent developments also had many unexpected turns. The first day I arrived in Radiant City. No, the first night, I was separated from Su Lezhang. Because we acted together, Bai Tao Tao learned many of my secrets and earned my trust. I need such a helper who I can entrust my back to, who has strength, and who is a native of Radiant City. Yilan said seriously, but I only just met you, and I don't have enough time to build a relationship of trust with you from scratch. But in every way, Bai Tao Tao has already become a friend I can trust. Bai Qingshan seemed not to have expected Yilan's answer, so he reorganized his thoughts and spoke again. But if you're working together, you can't avoid sharing a room, can you? I don't know how far you two have gone, but even if it's just in one room, Radiant City's customs are very particular about this. Brother, wait. Bai Tao Tao really couldn't hold back anymore. Her face flushed as she rushed out and pulled Bai Qingshan aside. Brother. What are you doing? Is this the time to talk about such things? She had imagined many ways her brother would react when he saw Yilan, but mostly it involved fighting, anger, duels. Something like that. But what kind of bizarre development was this? It felt like he was talking about marriage. Suspect. Bai Qingshan glared at her, annoyed. Damn it. If it weren't for you acting like you wanted to die these past few days, not eating or drinking, and me having no other options, would I say such things? Don't interrupt, I'm talking to him. Beep. 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 In the Bai residence, piercing alarms echoed from all directions, accompanied by countless panicked footsteps. In an instant, Bai Qingshan's expression changed. You've been to the experimental building? Yilan nodded. Bai Qingshan's face changed several times, and finally, he gritted his teeth fiercely. Go! Hurry! I'll hold them off. Go find Su Lezhang at Yujin brothel. Yilan frowned, and Bai Tao Tao couldn't help but ask. Her and Bai Tao Tao leaving quickly was a small matter, I'll hold them off was the big matter. You won't be in trouble, will you? What trouble could I be in? Bai Qingshan waved his hand. My second brother isn't interested in inheriting the family business. If the old man still wants an heir, he won't touch me. He and Yilan exchanged glances. Yilan nodded slightly and grabbed Bai Tao Tao. Let's go. Eh? Wait. Oh. As they passed each other, Bai Qingshan suddenly added, be careful of old Zhao and old Li. Yilan paused, then turned back, realizing that Bai Qingshan had also considered the possibility of a traitor. You suspect them? Bai Qingshan's answer was incredibly convincing, leaving Yilan with no new ideas. Since it's not me and old Su, it can only be one of them. Yilan narrowed his eyes. So, why wouldn't it be you? He responded calmly, my relationship with Su Lezhang is better than you imagine. You can go ask him yourself. Yilan nodded. Once he met Su Lezhang, he would certainly consider Su Lezhang's deductions. So, between the two of them, who do you lean towards? Bai Qingshan gave an answer that surprised Yilan. Old Zhao. Yilan was truly stunned. He couldn't imagine that the simpleton who called him a war god, whom he had saved in the underground, was a traitor. This made Bai Qingshan's reasoning seem less credible. Any evidence? None. Bai Qingshan shook his head. Old Zhao and old Li are both cunning, but old Li's cunning is obvious, while old Zhao hides his. I can't see through him, so naturally, I'm more suspicious. Yilan nodded slightly. I will consider your opinion. With that, he no longer lingered, fully activating the crystal ball. Psychological invisibility covered him and Bai Tao Tao, and they rushed out of the Bai residence along the walls. After walking for dozens of meters, Yilan found where he had parked earlier. The hidden squad emerged in response. Yilan had no time for pleasantries and got into the first empty car. The vehicle sped towards the rotten god cult's church. On the way, Bai Tao Tao was somewhat uneasy. After several hesitations, she finally mustered the courage to speak. Yilan. My brother had a fit and said some strange things. Please don't mind him. Yilan glanced at her in the rearview mirror and sighed softly. Your brother is really good to you. Bai Tao Tao didn't understand, but Yilan could see that Bai Qingshan had decided to die. That's why he abruptly chose such a bad timing to talk about such things, hoping to fulfill Bai Tao Tao's wishes and confirm the future she desired for. Horror. As for why he had decided to die. Although he didn't know what the four young masters wanted to do, he could definitively conclude that they were not aligned with the patriarchs of the upper district. That meant their enemies were the same as his own, the ancient god's touch, an enemy that even he had to treat cautiously, an enemy he wouldn't dare to confront head-on without comprehensive intelligence. Facing such an enemy, if they didn't have the will to die, how could they fight? They are all people destined for great things. Yilan sighed with emotion. Ah. Yes. Bai Tao Tao was anxious and still suffering from the social death after effects, and constantly recalling whether she had accidentally blurted out anything. I just thought you were dead and was talking nonsense, really. I just said I had something to say to Yilan but didn't get a chance. I could have said anything. Like, would you like to have dinner together? Since Bai Tao Tao didn't bring it up, Yilan naturally didn't mention it. As things stand, I can trust you, like Li Zhang, Xingyu, Man, and Lin Jiao. Yilan spoke as if stating something incredibly ordinary and unremarkable. I am not just an eternal night envoy, but also the so-called eternal night god. Bai Tao Tao? She was completely stunned, so much so that she forgot she was currently experiencing social death. Was this some unique, new wasteland historical rejection phrase? Oh, I know what you mean, but there's no need to say it like that. If you talk like that, your god will be unhappy, right? However, Yilan showed no trace of a smile. Bai Tao Tao. Holy crap? She opened her mouth several times before finally seeming to grasp some truth. Yes. If not a god, who could be unharmed under the bombardment of the Guangwei giant cannon? If not a god, who would be worthy of being surrounded by so many anomalies, always by his side? I understand. Thank you for trusting me. I will die before telling anyone. He glanced at her again in the rearview mirror. He didn't know what Bai Tao Tao had understood, but for now, not discussing this topic was very good. As for whether she would betray him, Yilan truly couldn't bring himself to doubt a girl who had been distraught and suicidal because he was dead. In the back seat, Bai Tao Tao lowered her head, her fingers intertwined, gently squeezing them, softly murmuring in a voice only she could hear. Is that so? Only by becoming a god can I be worthy of you. Becoming a god. An artificial god. Divinity. What are you mumbling about, meow? At some point, the mind cat had jumped onto Bai Tao Tao's shoulder, shaking its fur and lamenting. Yilan was unconscious, and only you were there. What a perfect opportunity, meow. I advised you to seize the moment and breed human cubs, but you didn't grasp it, and now it's too late, meow. Bai Tao Tao? This cat, why is this mischievous cat, who always teases her, here again? But, meow. The mind cat elegantly groomed its fur. With me here, it's not too late, meow. Bai Tao Tao couldn't help but be drawn to it. You understand pillow talk and boudoir whispers, right, meow? It stretched lazily. This meow doesn't like to move around, and my massager is still at the night house, so I can't even sleep comfortably, meow. If you're clever with your hands and give me a massage 6 times a day, meow, and then regularly offer me some things I like, meow, I can help you out a little, meow. Massage? Isn't that just petting a cat? Bai Tao Tao thought about it. With petting a cat, it's hard to say who benefits more. As for the things you like, Bai Tao Tao couldn't help but tentatively ask. Fish? She was a little nervous. After all, this cat seemed to be an anomaly, a god. The mind cat's eyes glowed brightly, then calmly receded, and it licked its lips with its tongue. Such a meager gift is a bit too small to bribe this meow. Speaking of which, how many fish are you prepared to offer me daily, meow? Bai Tao Tao thought for a moment. The artificial lake in my yard is Radiant City's largest fishery, but it doesn't make much profit, so I occasionally manage it. The mind cat's eyes gleamed brightly. Meow. As for saltwater fish, they're also consolidated with me. Radiant City isn't coastal, so saltwater fish are transported by caravans. I determine how much is internally distributed and how much is sold. Meow. Meow. However, it's the apocalypse, after all, so eating fish requires more processing, otherwise, it's easy to carry contamination. The dishes are also a bit more varied, and I should know a bit about all the more famous dishes. Very good, meow. Excellent, meow. Your sincerity is commendable, meow. Your business is my business, meow. Listen closely as I tell you, meow. That. Yi Lan's mouth twitched. He couldn't listen anymore and turned his head. Little cat, you sound a bit like a chief eunuch in the imperial palace demanding bribes right now. Mind cat. It jumped back onto Yi Lan's shoulder, looking wronged. But I want to eat fish, meow. If you don't buy it, this meow can't go to the market by itself, meow. Yi Lan rubbed his forehead. But you never told me you wanted to eat fish. Does it even need to be said, meow? A meow just loves to eat fish. But didn't you think you used to be human? Humans also eat fish, meow. Yi Lan surrendered. Alright, I'll buy it for you. No, meow. I already have an exclusive procurement agent, meow. Yi Lan. You're clearly using this as an excuse to plot against me with Tao Tao. Driving into the rotten god cult's parking lot, Yi Lan didn't hide his tracks at any point. Before setting off, Yi Lan had already discussed this with Lin Jiao. If a big commotion was made, there was no need to hide. Radiant City was full of surveillance. Taking advantage of the fact that Radiant City dared not wage war against the two great divine churches, they could just let them think the rotten god cult did it? And my identity? Am I not an elite of the rotten god cult in the upper district? As soon as they entered the garage, Lin Jiao was already waiting there. How was it? I received intelligence that the Bai residence is on full alert. You didn't just raid their laboratory, did you? He pushed the door open and got out of the car, followed by the Mind Cat's startled cry from Bai Taotao's shoulder. It's her, meow. I've already analyzed it for you, meow. This woman is very dangerous, meow, she's your biggest rival, meow. You must be very careful, meow. Yi Lan. How exactly did you analyze her to be the biggest rival? And why am I seriously considering this? Little cat, you're really good at derailing the conversation, meow. For the sake of fish, I'll analyze them for you one by one, meow. That Xiao Qingyu is too career-driven, meow, she's a permanent resident of the Twilight God cult, and she's very serious, meow, so opportunities are not frequent, meow. That Xiao Man is straightforward and constantly confronts Yilan, meow, impossible, impossible, meow. Only this Lin Jiao is always subtly confessing with her sarcastic remarks, and she even chased you all the way to Radiant City, meow. As long as you defeat her, your future will be bright, meow. Yilan. Little cat, could you please conspire a little quieter? Yilan couldn't bear it any longer, feeling a wave of awkwardness spreading through the air. He helplessly picked up the Mind Cat from Bai Taotao's shoulder and rubbed its head. What's wrong with you? The Mind Cat looked wronged. Nothing much, meow. It paused, then hesitated, just a little scared. Yilan was stunned. Scared of what? Scared that you don't take death seriously, meow. The Mind Cat said hesitantly, although your decisions on the Guangwei Road were tactically correct, meow, they're too worrying, meow. I've read many novels, meow. After humans become gods, their divinity will become stronger and stronger, gradually overshadowing their humanity, meow. You must leave some anchor points in the human world, meow, such as family affection, meow. But family affection cannot be born without reason, meow. Love is a perfect substitute, meow, and Yilan. After half a day of failing to formulate a response, Yilan helplessly rubbed the cat's head. Read fewer novels when you have nothing to do. Mind Cat. While comforting the Mind Cat, Yilan's own heart sank slightly. He was examining the changes in his own thoughts. When he first left the containment tower, when he first entered Sewage Town, and even step by step in Sewage Town, he had been cautious, taking his safety seriously. Even then, he had seen his seemingly immortal tag. But upon arriving in Radiant City, his concerns seemed to lessen, to the point where he calmly decided to fake his death on the Guangwei Road. Why? Am I increasingly seeing myself as 001 and not a human anymore? Divinity, humanity, do such things truly exist? With a myriad of thoughts, Yilan had already met up with Lin Jiao. Something strange happened just now. Lin Jiao hadn't noticed Bai Taotao yet. I just received an anonymous letter, addressed specifically to you. To me? Yilan was startled, extremely vigilant, and all the chaotic thoughts vanished. To me? How could it be to me? How could anyone still know he was here? Taking the envelope and glancing at the slogan, Yilan breathed a sigh of relief, understanding the situation. It was the old doctor from Sewage Town. The last time they met was at Dragon Serpent Plaza, and he had given him a task to analyze a potion. He had given him 3 days, but it hadn't even been 3 days yet, which was also a gesture of his commitment. Prepare a quiet room for me. I need to examine this carefully. After this trip to the Bai residence, Yilan felt he had glimpsed 7 or 8 parts of the Bai family's secrets, but he still felt something was missing, some crucial detail or clue. And the old doctor's research might just complete this final link. Just then, Lin Jiao finally noticed Bai Taotao. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and she walked over with a smile. Oh, what a cute little sister. She smiled, you must be Bai Taotao. The Mind Cat had already run back into Yilan's body, but its previous meows still echoed in Bai Taotao's ears. making her extremely uneasy. "Hello, big sister. Do we know each other?" Lin Jiao was momentarily stunned. The address big sister slightly relaxed her brows, but they quickly returned to normal. "Tisk, big sister, that's quite sweet. Then I'll go easy on Lin Jiao." Yilan was helpless. "Don't torment her." He wouldn't have thought much of it normally, but the mime cat had just loudly brainwashed them both across the entire car, in every direction, making Yilan feel that their situation was not quite right. Lin Jiao was furious at the words, slamming her hand on the table. "What do you mean? Am I that kind of person? Everyone in the Rotten God cult, from top to bottom, knows that I am the most approachable and amiable person." Yilan. Approachable and amiable. Are you referring to how you wanted to go to war with the Eternal Night Divine Church if I didn't answer your call, or how you angrily beheaded the Pope at the slightest disagreement? Rolling his eyes, Yilan walked towards the quiet room. If you say so, then so be it. He understood Lin Jiao quite well. She would always keep her promises, just like when she promised to send Xiaoqingyu to the sewage base for treatment. Even if Xiaoqingyu wasn't strong, even if the sewage base was blown up, she would definitely be the last one to die. As for whether she would give Bai Tao Tao an evil Lin Jiao-style training package. "Little sister Tao Tao, come with me, I have something to tell you." "Ah, wait. Isn't it a bit remote here? How about we bang?" Entering the quiet room, Yilan opened the letter. It was very thick, so thick that even Yilan, as picky as he was, couldn't say he hadn't put effort into it. The front pages were all dense with data and information that Yilan couldn't understand, so he directly turned to the last page of handwritten notes. It began with a burst of praise. "Superb craftsmanship. Superb craftsmanship. Truly exquisite. I have followed the god of stitching for nearly 60 years, handled countless stitching experiments, and never before have I been so deeply moved. Path to godhood." Yilan narrowed his eyes. It was really hard for him to say whether it was a good thing or a bad thing that Radiant City's experiment received such praise from a former follower of the sewing doll. Personal opinion, the essence of gene enhancement is also a type of stitching, but unlike the crude synthesis of the god of stitching's lineage, it involves implanting the power of the ancient god's touch into human genes to achieve a qualitative change in the human body. Yilan couldn't help but sit up straighter. Based on the samples, gene enhancement itself doesn't have much impact after 1 or 2 times, as the power of the ancient god's touch is too weak and will dissipate sooner or later. But for gene enhancers after 3 times, the changes have a hereditary possibility. I probably completely understand why you are interested in this matter. From the analysis, this so-called reagent that caused the loss of control should just be a low-end replica of a more advanced reagent, used to popularize it among more people. If nothing unexpected happens, the current research limit of the Radiant City laboratory should already be able to elevate humans to an abnormal level, so they developed this youth version to try and further advance the gene enhancement of ordinary people. But obviously, they were a bit too hasty. If this new reagent were used for the 4th gene enhancement, such an accident should not have occurred. Yilan took a deep breath. Amazing, this guy is truly amazing. He had already analyzed it to this extent, and possibly even more, just from a sample of a medicine that Yilan himself had investigated. Yilan suddenly had the feeling of those villains who think, if this child cannot be used by me, he must not be kept. Thinking this, Yilan continued to read. I tried to simulate the research path of this medicine and found that strengthening to an abnormal level is not its limit. Yilan's expression changed dramatically. Abnormal isn't the limit? What was he saying? It was precisely because I discovered this point that I understood why Radiant City chose to use the power of the ancient god's touch for gene enhancement instead of the abnormalities we commonly see. The limit of gene enhancement lies in the limit of the source power used for enhancement. Radiant City's gene enhancement is based on the power of the ancient god's touch, so its limit can reach the level of the ancient god's touch. Yilan finally connected all the clues in his mind. Why did Radiant City insist on using the ancient god's touch to develop gene enhancement? Why did they dare to be fearless of the two great divine churches within a certain period? Their ambition was not just about abnormalities, not just about creating gods. Instead, it was to enhance human bodies to the level of 002, 003, the supreme strong gods. However, they didn't have the ability to use the power of 002 or 003 for development. If those two found out, it would be good if they didn't just slap Radiant City to death. And they probably didn't even know about his existence for the past 60 years, so they set their sights on the ancient god's touch, which seemed to be in an unusual state. It's truly a Pandora's box. Yilan murmured. Could it really be done? I probably guessed what assistance you need from me, and I am happy to share my views. If your question is whether it can succeed, my answer is yes. But as for the final outcome, I am pessimistic. Yilan's admiration for this talent grew stronger and stronger. This guy. If he doesn't join Eternal Night, he must not be kept. First, I can't say much about Radiant City's previous enhancement reagents, but just from this enhancement reagent, it's too eager for quick success. I think they have prioritized mass production over quality production, which means they likely want to create multiple pure remnant suns, rotten trees. Oh, and our own Eternal Night God, such extreme gods, with extremely worrying quality. Second, I once heard the god of stitching talk about the ancient god's touch. Its power is different from any abnormality in the wasteland, and it has its own uniqueness. Have you heard of collective consciousness entities? Like pure remnant sun, rotten tree, these gods, each is an independent individual. But the ancient god's touch, all ancient gods' touches, seem to belong to one consciousness. That is to say, when humans are directly enhanced to the level of the ancient god's touch through this method, it's hard to say whether their consciousness belongs to themselves or to the ancient god's touch. Yilan paused. This second point truly hit him deeply. The ancient god's touch, even he felt a sense of trepidation, so how could it be a power that humans could touch? You should have realized the seriousness of the matter earlier than me. However, you need to be mentally prepared and assess your strength. If you want to get involved here, you need to be ready to fight multiple strong gods at the same level as the Eternal Night main gods. I've more than realized it. Yilan murmured. Old Doctor still didn't understand one thing: gene enhancement was just the Bai family's research, not the entirety of Radiant City. Each of the four families had a research of this intensity. Through this matter, Yilan also confirmed that the final plan of each family was the path to becoming a god. Assuming 5 per family, would he eventually face 20 enemies at the ancient god's touch level? He once again confirmed the correctness of his decision not to simply push through. Without thorough preparation, wouldn't such an overwhelming advance lead to being overwhelmed in return? Composing himself, Yilan continued to read. I have a small idea, hee. Seeing the two characters hee, Yilan raised an eyebrow. Was this guy asking him for something? Well, given the value of this intelligence, he should seriously consider it. Given that the god of stitching stitched the power of the ancient god's touch within Sewage Town before, I have some ideas. If there were more advanced samples for research, I might be able to optimize a few reliable loopholes, eliminate hidden dangers, and even try to remove the influence of the ancient god's touch, ensuring that the consciousness of humans enhanced to the ancient god's touch level belongs to themselves. Similarly, I have also thought of a few possible locations. If they can be analyzed meticulously, there is a high possibility of developing a reagent targeting the weaknesses of the ancient god's touch. But, I lack certain samples, alas, this. The letter abruptly ended there. Yilan narrowed his eyes and sneered. After all that, it turns out this guy wants to research the ancient god's touch. And in the night house, there just happened to be a high-quality sample that had recently erupted and lost its power. Action plan. Clang, clang, clang. Yilan's fingers lightly tapped on the table, deep in thought about the matter. To be honest, any powerful enemy now only ranks second in Yilan's mind. A fundamental question, his original intention, returned to his mind. Where did the anomaly come from? Radiant City's research achievements were terrifying, actually allowing humans to gain the power of gods. Although the power humans gained was based on the anomaly itself, if this research went deeper, could it find an answer from another angle? The words ancient God's touch had once spoken to him still echoed in his ears. You are the origin, I am the beginning. Ancient God's touch's power was on par with his own. If humans could obtain ancient God's touch's power through gene enhancement, could they also enhance themselves to his level through his origin? But this involved another problem. Even if Yilon didn't care about his own power and was willing to share it, if humanity fully evolved, becoming a world where everyone was an anomaly, this planet absolutely couldn't bear it. Finding a way to provide new homes for existing anomalies was the best strategy. Letting the human world return to humans was the correct response. For a moment, Yilon even considered developing space colonization. But then he thought, the universe might not even be the familiar universe anymore. After all, 003 was hanging in the sky as a sun, and he still hadn't figured out the principle behind it. And Mindcat had just mentioned the issue of humanity to him. The second and third, most anomalies, were protecting fragile humans. Was it because their humanity still remained? If all anomalies went to other places, isolated from humans, they would gradually lose their humanity sooner or later. Having lost their humanity, only the craving for power would remain, and the immortal anomalies might decide to return to the wasteland and dominate the human world after a few hundred years. I really don't know where the future will lead. With his thoughts wandering, Yilon murmured, writing down the receipt on the letter. Join the Eternal Night Divine Church, conduct research under the full supervision of Eternal Night. You are required to arrive at Yangye Cathedral within 36 hours. Yangye Cathedral is currently located at the starting point of Guangwei Road. Approval for limited research. It must not be applied under any circumstances unless I personally approve it. Human experimentation is prohibited. Under this point, Yilon hesitated for a very long time. He himself felt it was a joke. How could biotechnology be researched if human experimentation was prohibited? Involving the power of gods, could experiments on lab mice be reliable? The absolute bottom line, clinical experiments must be conducted on the bodies of those who voluntarily donate themselves for research after death. This is a red line. If you dare to play any tricks, you will surely die. Sealing the reply, Yilon stood up and returned to the hall. Looking at the empty hall, Yilon rubbed his head. Tao Tao. Lin Jiao. Creak. Coming. Coming. In a secluded small room, Bai Tao Tao heard the sound and, as if granted amnesty, fled in a hurry. A few seconds later, Lin Jiao walked out with an evil smile. Quite a haul, reading one letter for so long? Lin Jiao remarked. Yilon gave Bai Tao Tao a strange look. Aside from her disheveled clothes, there seemed to be no other changes. He hesitated to speak. What are you doing? What can I be doing? Lin Jiao said, feeling wronged, the little sister has a good foundation, I gave her a little boost. Yilon raised an eyebrow. How did you boost her? Ah. It's a long-term enhancement plan that requires a long time to show results. Just have her come and stay with me whenever she's free. Yilon. Stop it. Yilon really didn't want to hear the witch's evil plan anymore. He handed the envelope to Lin Jiao. Help me mail it back to the original address. Lin Jiao blinked, staring at Yilon. Can I read it? Yilon frowned slightly, not thinking about how to refuse, but rather about Lin Jiao's reaction if she read the letter. You can read it, but for now, only you and the entire Rotten God cult can read it. Lin Jiao promptly reminded him. I know, the main god will know. Yilon nodded. It doesn't matter. Help me call Arthur Luocho again. We need to have a small tactical meeting for our next move. Oh. Walking to the meeting room, the people of the Rotten God cult consciously retreated, giving Yilon the illusion that this is my home. Sitting on a stool, waiting for his teammates to gather, Mindcat jumped out. Brother Yilan, it seems my family's scheme has been figured out. How should we deal with it? In fact, Yilan was also thinking about this question. The situation is a bit complicated now, Yilan said. We came to Radiant City because of the Radiant Disk, and Ancient God's touch is hidden within the Radiant Disk. The research of the four families all originated from Ancient God's touch. Thinking of the Bai family's experimental building, Yilan's brows furrowed. I can almost conclude that the Bai family's ultimate plan is on the 5th floor of the experimental building. And the plan is not yet fully formed. If it's just about simply destroying the Bai family's scheme, we just need to attack now, drive straight in, and capture the experimental building. Their gene enhancement plan can be considered a complete failure. Mindcat was eager to try. Isn't that great, meow? But now there are two problems, Yilan said, pondering. What is the state of Ancient God's touch within the Radiant Disk? Full and abundant? Or dormant? Has Radiant City's plan to use Ancient God's touch weakened it, or nourished it? Yilan couldn't forget the scene he saw in the shadow of the past, the Radiant Disk covered in tentacles, its tendrils connecting all areas of Radiant City like a spider web. It was simply terrifying. And now our understanding of the ultimate plans and schemes of the other three families is equivalent to 0. If we directly destroy the Bai family's plan, what will the other families do? Mindcat quickly thought. Probably fight with all their might? Or hide where we can never find them again? Yes. Yilan nodded. And our power has not yet been maximized. To get the two great divine churches to act, this research alone is not enough. Mindcat hesitated to speak, but the second and third should both be in bad shape, otherwise they should have come to Radiant City by now, meow. Then they can take a leave of absence, Yilan said helplessly. If they dare to make me fight 20 Ancient God's touches by myself during the decisive battle, I really want to eat both of them. Mindcat. As the atmosphere suddenly quieted, Yilan's gaze swept along the conference table, landing on the somewhat flustered Bai Tao Tao. Recalling their previous conversation, Yilan understood. This reaction was normal. No, wait, am I not quite normal? Why did I just say that? Was it necessary? Bai Tao Tao was certainly trustworthy, but why did I say that? Was it necessary? Mindcat's I've read many novels series of remarks echoed in Yilan's mind again, causing his brows to furrow even more. Was he really undergoing some kind of change? Why did I say that then? My thought was. Yilan was stunned, recalling that moment, and seemed to feel a hint of indifference in his heart at the time. I am a god, so what? I am the eternal night god, so what? But why do I increasingly feel that this is a matter of course? I am very clear that I am human, although I don't know why I became 001, why I possess the strongest power in this world. Isn't this the firm direction of my investigation? Even if I am 001, why do I have a human body and appearance? Does this also imply some meaning? Is it because I'm getting stronger and stronger? Yilan looked at his hand, sighing softly. After a moment of thought, Yilan spoke again. Mindcat, Tao Tao, in the coming days, please pay a little attention to my mental changes. If any abnormal reactions occur, you can remind me. Abnormal? Mindcat immediately wondered, like what, meow? For example, if I suddenly tell someone I am the eternal night god. Mindcat. Bai Tao Tao. After a moment of bewilderment, Mindcat seemed to be deep in thought. But Bai Tao Tao was clearly even more full of questions. Then are you or aren't you? Looking at her expression, Yilan couldn't help but curl his lips, wanting to tease her. Guess. Bai Tao Tao? After another brief silence, Mindcat moved past the topic. So what should we do about the current situation in Radiant City, meow? Honestly, it was getting a headache. This feeling of one move affecting the whole situation was too annoying. The old plan. First, gather Liu Zhang, then weed out the traitors among the 4 young masters, and dig out the plans of the other 3 families and the location of their final trump cards from their intelligence network. The day before the deadline, all this intelligence must be thoroughly investigated, and then Yilan narrowed his eyes, exuding killing intent. Then gather all forces, pull everyone who can be pulled into the game. Depending on the opponent's strength, decide whether to split into 4 groups and act simultaneously, or destroy the 4 plans at the fastest speed before they can react. Then combine forces and gather under the radiant disk. Yilan waved his hand. Surround and kill ancient gods touch. Mindcat suddenly understood, things became much simpler this way. First, scout for intelligence, then instantly destroy the plans of the 4 families, and strike at the radiant disk before it can react, or just as it's reacting, right, meow. Yilan nodded. The door opened, and Lin Jiao led Arthur Luo Cho in. This is the structural map of Yujian Brothel, and the other is a topographic map of the surrounding streets. You are better at this than I am. You've also been with that small team for a few days, so choose the necessary transportation routes and block the exits. And then, let's talk about this place. Yilan rubbed his head. Although it's clear from the name, it shouldn't be that vulgar, right? There is a tea house. Yes, by Taotao introduced, Zhao family brother still needs some face. Although when he first opened Yujian Brothel, I highly suspected his motives were impure, it later changed its name to Yujian Tea House, focusing on artistic performances and music appreciation, a place of elegance. A place of elegance? This is very for young masters. Oh no, for great talent style. However, Mindcat inappropriately blurted out a sentence. Nothing to do today, listen to music in the pleasure quarters, meow? Bai Taotao's eyes lit up slightly. You've read that novel too? Yilan? What are you 2 talking about? It's a meme, meow. Mindcat thought about how to explain. Brother Yilan should have read some Transmigration to Ancient Times novels, right? Yilan's face was expressionless. Mindcat. It's over, meow, I forgot Yilan slept through his entire time in Containment Tower. Anyway, it's about many protagonists transmigrating to ancient times, meow, and then during the plot's development, for transitional periods, they'd write in a diary, nothing to do today, listen to music in the pleasure quarters, and so on, meow. In short, later in most novels, transmigrators going back to ancient times all have to listen to music in the pleasure quarters, meow. Yilan nodded, hesitating to speak. I understand, continue. However, in recent years, Yujian Tea House's main business has gradually shifted, focusing on entertainment for young people. It has increasingly taken on a role-playing aspect. Role-playing? Yilan was puzzled. Yes, Bai Taotao nodded, for example, you must wear ancient costumes to enter. Yilan. Although it still sounded like a tedious pastime, it at least had more depth and fun than Su Lezhang's Yujian restaurant. Moreover, if even the Radiant City Intercity Motorcycle Championship could be held as scheduled, Yilan felt this was not a big deal. But this Yujian Tea House. Yilan frowned, if I remember correctly, it was opened by Zhao Taihui? Bai Taotao nodded. Yilan frowned, feeling that something was quite amiss. Bai Qingshan believed that Zhao Taihui was the most likely traitor. In other words, he was his number 1 suspect. But in the very end, Bai Qingshan's advice was to have him go to Yujian Tea House to find Su Lezhang. Isn't that a contradiction? No, that's not right. Perhaps he thought that if his stealth was good enough, he could find Su Lezhang without alerting Zhao Taihui. Then, listen to Su Lezhang's analysis. But, stealth? Yilan. Sighing softly, Yilan spoke. What are the defensive capabilities like? If we need to engage, what kind of opponents should we expect? Lin Jiao took out the data for analysis. Based on past situations, Yujian Tea House's internal defenses include at least 1 4th-stage gene enhancer leading a team, with more than 10 gene enhancers, Lin Jiao explained, this is the overt force, and it's Zhao Tiehui's own force. With the public disclosure of prosthetic body modifications, this number should easily double. Yilan nodded gently, deep in thought. This was almost equivalent to the configuration of a Rotten God cult elite squad. It wasn't particularly strong, but it wasn't weak either. The paper strength of the team Rotten provided him was 3 times that of the opponent, not to mention that at the same level, Radiant City's teams and the cult's elite squads were simply incomparable. But he had to consider how much power Old Master Zhao had also placed there. After all, these Radiant City young masters gathered there every 3 days for a small get-together and every 5 days for a big one. If something happened one day and they were all wiped out, it would truly be a complete annihilation, and even the Zhao family head would have a massive headache. Thump, thump, thump. Yilan lightly tapped the table, narrowing his eyes. Honestly, the Zhao family's ostensible fighters were not worth his concern, but in this situation, there was one variable that had to be guarded against. Phantom Expanse. To be honest, Yilan still hadn't quite figured out their patterns of action, but since they had always targeted the 4 young masters, it was not impossible that the young people of Radiant City were also their targets. Just thinking about these guys made Yilan gradually get angry. Although they were no match for him, they were truly disgusting. Every time they appeared, they brought him surprises. Every step, they put him in a very passive position. Has there been any special activity at Eujian Tea House recently? Yes, Lin Zhao said with a curled lip, waving her hand as her subordinate brought over a stack of documents. Yilan looked on with great interest, and Lin Zhao smiled smugly. Don't thank me too much. Yilan smiled softly, finally refraining from saying thank you again. Data content. Eujian Tea House's top courtesan, known as Radiant City's #1 beauty, Zhao Yuan, will turn 18 tomorrow and will choose a suitable husband from all eligible young people in Radiant City. Zhao Taihui personally participated in the planning, organizing interesting competitive events, and sincerely invites everyone to attend. Yilan narrowed his eyes. Zhao. A bestowed surname, Lin Zhao said. Yilan couldn't help but ponder. But with the city in such turmoil, everyone should instinctively avoid their children moving around, right? Will anyone really go? They will, Lin Zhao said with certainty. Yilan couldn't help but frown. It wasn't that he didn't trust Lin Zhao's judgment, but he just found it incredible. Why? After all, it's the Zhao family's territory, so there's a basic guarantee of safety, and… Lin Zhao hesitated, and, she's really beautiful. Yilan glanced at Bai Taotao, who also nodded. TSK, this really was strange. Yilan's thoughts churned, and he looked at Lin Zhao. Judging by your confident expression, has the Rotten God cult been invited? How could that be? Lin Zhao shook her head, why would they invite us? Although, invited or not, it's all the same to us. For a moment, Yilan almost didn't understand what she meant. Lin Zhao smiled smugly. If our Rotten God cult members want to go have fun, who would dare to stop us? Yilan showed a slight reserve at this villainous declaration, then was overjoyed. Does that mean you're willing to take the blame for me? Lin Zhao? That's kind of the situation, but why do you phrase it so unpleasantly? It's not taking the blame, it's that you can use our identity to go. Isn't that taking the blame? Yilan wasn't going to provoke his scapegoat and asked. What are my options? What kind of identity can you prepare for me? Lin Zhao pondered for a moment. How about Lan Yuan, the son of the previous Rotten God cult pope? His age fits, his qualifications fit, and coincidentally, his name even has Lan in it, so you should feel more immersed when role-playing. Yilan's mouth twitched. Thank you very much, you even considered my immersion. Alright, Yilan was best at using alternate identities, and after a brief thought, he realized this identity was an excellent choice. Where is the real Lan Yuan now? Is there any risk of exposure? Lin Zhao shook her head. Absolutely not. Yilan couldn't help but be curious. Why not? Lin Zhao chuckled. Very professional, you're already getting into character, even saying why not instead of why. Yi Lan. Without further teasing, Lin Jiao began to explain. Because he's in Radiant City, and the moment I arrived, I had him imprisoned. Yi Lan? Vest. Why? Yi Lan was puzzled. Lin Jiao was so easygoing with him that Yi Lan sometimes forgot what a ruthless person she was. You know he's the son of the previous pope, right? The previous one. That means his father wanted to kill me. Is it too much for me to settle scores with him? Do you really think I'd let him have his 30 years of prosperity, then 30 years of decline, and then call you to come and be a hero saving a beauty? Actually, that wouldn't be bad. Lin Jiao paused, then said with a hint of resentment, if you were willing to be a hero saving a beauty, that would be fine, but I'm afraid you wouldn't come. Yi Lan. He took his leave. Elaborating on any conversation with Lin Jiao was always the worst decision. As for Lan Yuan, this was the wasteland, after all. The strong prevailed, much like the changing of dynasties in ancient times. It couldn't really be called excessive. Besides, that pope's brain was probably problematic. As a force that worshipped the rotten god, Lin Jiao was practically raised by the rotten god, yet he still tried to eliminate her? There was definitely something wrong with him. Lin Jiao walked up to Bai Taotao. Is this girl still following you tomorrow? Yes, or do you want to take her? Lin Jiao rolled her eyes, ignoring the tempting possibility of going herself, and a smile played on her lips. Taotao little sister, our rotten god cult is short on people, and we don't have many eligible female experts, so we'll just give you the identity of a maid. Bai Taotao? Compared to Yi Lan, who was the main representative, famous and strong, she could easily use a mere vase identity. Lin Jiao should have found it easy to arrange, yet she had prepared a maid identity for her. This was definitely intentional bullying. Then what about Lin Jiao big sister? Why aren't you going? Lin Jiao narrowed her eyes, her smile becoming even more wicked. With Yi Lan by your side, little sister has become much bolder. But tomorrow's situation will be complex and extremely dangerous. Mere courage might not be enough, so little sister should come with me for some special training. Bai Taotao's expression changed dramatically. Wait. My dear big sister. Don't mess around. I was wrong, I love being a maid the most. Yi Lan's head started to ache. Could it be that the Mind Cat's analysis was correct, and these two really were at odds? So, what did you take her to the room to do just now? What could I do? Lin Jiao slapped the table. What do you think I could do? Yi Lan originally didn't want to think about it, but now he couldn't help but picture relevant scenes. I think it's fine, meow. The Mind Cat's voice whispered in Yi Lan's mind. Bai Taotao's physical condition has stabilized quite a bit compared to before, meow. I can feel it, meow. Stable? Yi Lan only then remembered that Bai Taotao seemed fine recently, so much so that he had forgotten she was still fundamentally not out of danger due to the side effects of her third gene enhancement and the erosion of the ancient god's touch power. He had even regretted, if only I hadn't hung up on Lin Jiao so quickly, I still hadn't asked her how she saved Xiaqingyu. Lin Jiao was right in front of him, wasn't she? Aside from the rotten god cult's 60 years of research in Sewage Town, Lin Jiao herself was born after being eroded by the ancient god's touch. Her physical characteristics were remarkably similar, making enhancement and stabilization effortless for her. For no reason, Yi Lan thought of the scene in the shadow of the past where people from the rotten god cult arrived at Sewage Town. They truly had a sharp tongue but a kind heart, passed down through generations. Then everyone, you've worked hard. Meeting adjourned. Yi Lan needed to further research the relevant data. Arthur and Luoqiu would finalize tomorrow's deployment based on the topographical map. Theoretically, Lin Jiao needed to prepare Yi Lan and Bai Taotao's final costumes and makeup. But, it could wait a bit, couldn't it? Wait. Help me. Giggle. The next day, morning. The rotten god cult brazenly opened its gates, not concealing its movements in the slightest. Outside the main entrance of the rotten church, countless shadows stirred, staring intently at the building. Although they no longer dared to interfere with the two great divine churches' constant disputes, their surveillance certainly hadn't stopped. In fact, it had only intensified. Whoosh! The next moment, a vehicle boldly sped out of the rotten god cult's garage, charging forward. The shadows exchanged glances. Only a few remained on guard, while the rest followed at full speed. Inside the car were Yilan and Bai Taotao. The shadows' actions were quite obvious. For them, it wasn't just about covert surveillance. To avoid direct conflict with the rotten god cult, they were even happy to let you know, "I am watching you." This was to prevent anyone from getting any crazy ideas and acting rashly. So, when she said maid, she meant a personal codename called Maid. Yilan glanced at Bai Taotao in the rearview mirror, chuckling softly. Bai Taotao was already very fair-skinned. Paired with today's azure blue ancient Chinese dress and a few golden hairpins, she exuded both nobility and a charming elegance. It was a perfect match. She looked completely different from the disheveled appearance she had when fleeing for her life in Guangwei town. She was practically an ancient warrior goddess. However, this persona is indeed fitting for Lan Yuan to call a maid, just a very strong kind of maid. I will play my role well. Bai Taotao also looked at herself in the rearview mirror, letting out a cheerful laugh. I can barely recognize myself. Lin Jiao's makeup skills are too amazing, aren't they? Yilan hesitated, thinking that this was probably more than just makeup skills, but also a bit of technology and hard work. Bai Taotao's disguise should be fine, as long as no one stared at her for too long. For Yilan, it was even simpler. Lan Yuan's face had been severely burned, and he refused to heal it himself, so he always wore a rotten mask. By the way, where are Arthur and the others? We're heading out the front, which will draw away most of the observers. Then they'll seize the opportunity to quietly leave the rotten church, Yilan answered smoothly. We re-examined the map in detail yesterday and marked the most concealed spots near the entrances and exits for rendezvous points. Bai Taotao nodded. Anyway, Yilan had said close combat wasn't good, so she just had to charge in with him. While driving, Yilan also thought about the various events happening in Radiant City. Just like the absurd motorcycle championship a few days ago in Radiant City, these were things Yilan, and indeed every normal person, believed shouldn't be happening at this moment. Radiant City's most beautiful woman getting married? At this time? Radiant City had always given him a sense of comical oddity. Ancient and cyberpunk styles converged and blended, becoming more and more outrageous, yet somehow managing to justify themselves. Finally, the off-road vehicle slowly arrived, and the scene was almost exactly as Yilan had expected, though still a bit outrageous. Before them was a huge courtyard. At the main entrance, a traditional tea house, made to look as if it was shrouded in clouds through some technological means. In front of the courtyard, there was already a sea of people. No wonder this place was initially called Yujian Brothel. Inside the magnificent courtyard, with a red base and delicate pink gauze, if it weren't for the occasional electronic screens hanging overhead in this layout, Yilan would have truly thought he had time traveled. People were greeting guests at the door, while others queued, all dressed in exquisite ancient costumes. One might mistake it for the announcement of imperial examination results. Clack! Pushing the door open and getting out, Bai Taotao's gaze shifted, and her mood grew increasingly better. It's so lively. Yilan chuckled softly. Yes, if people from the Phantom Expanse came to stroll through Radiant City, they would probably experience a mental breakdown. Have you been here before? Of course, is there anywhere in Radiant City I haven't been? Bai Taotao proudly puffed out her chest, looking like she had everything under control. I'm very useful. That's not what I meant, Yilan said helplessly. I mean, do we just go straight in? Do we need to verify our identities or anything? This. Quite clearly, Bai Taotao was stumped. I'm not quite sure, Bai Taotao scratched her head sheepishly. It's a bit inconvenient for a girl like me to come here alone. I usually come with my brother. You know, this is one of the 4 young masters' establishments, so they can just flash their faces. But I think, given the special circumstances today, regardless of whether ID is normally required, it definitely will be today. Yilan nodded. The situation was still within expectations. As for identity verification, Yilan, who loved to wear disguises, immediately got into character. Why would my rotten god cult need identity verification? Revisiting the old place. Today they arrived very punctually. Almost the moment they reached, the venue began to open, and people entered in succession. With the chatter and analysis, the scene no longer resembled the initial chaos, where so many people gathered as if for the results of an imperial examination. Let's go, Yilan said softly, and he and Bai Tao Tao advanced aggressively. Naturally, they were stopped at the entrance. Of course, it wasn't malicious obstruction or interception, but a routine check. Handsome sir, beautiful lady, you two look a bit unfamiliar. Please show me your invitations. All the rooms are assigned, and there isn't a single empty one. Rooms already assigned? Yilan frowned slightly, vaguely sensing trouble. Bastards! Yilan roared in fury, stepping forward, his spiritual energy surging. For my rotten god cult to come here for recreation is an honor for you, yet you dare to ask me for an invitation? Seeing someone causing trouble, the hidden defensive forces were already approaching, but hearing the arrogant yet clearly stated affiliation of the other party, they hesitated for a moment. Rotten god cult? The receptionist felt a great deal of trouble and carefully considered his reply. We certainly mean no disrespect, and these invitations are not withheld. However, our selection for a son-in-law today is for the young talents within Radiant City. This presumptuous. Bai Tao Tao snapped, it is your honor that our young master Lan Yuan is interested in this. Are you saying our young master Lan Yuan is inferior to a bunch of dandies from your place? And that Jia Yuan, playing coy. I see she's just an ordinary woman who relies entirely on hype. Yi Lan's mouth twitched imperceptibly. Good heavens, he's acting even more convincingly than I am. However, it must be said that the character setting Lin Jiao provided was too perfect. A powerful, well-connected, overbearing master and a sassy maid, right? This move is absolutely solid. Yi Lan waved his hand. When in Rome. In this place, you can just call me young Master Lan. Yes. But the problem is, Yi Lan narrowed his eyes. 1 second he was calm and collected, the next he was radiating killing intent. Here, are you truly prepared to treat me as a guest? The receptionist's cold sweat poured down. So difficult to deal with. Damn, what a psycho. What does it have to do with them? Why do they have to come and join the fun? Definitely a guest, certainly a guest, young Master Lan, please wait a moment. He gave an awkward laugh, just give me a little time, I'll go ask. For instructions, to avoid any improper reception. Yi Lan nodded, impatiently waving his sleeve. Giving people time to ask for instructions was necessary. If he pushed them further now, it would truly come to blows. A moment later, the receptionist who went to inquire about the situation rushed back. My apologies, I've already asked young Master Zhao. Please forgive the excessive number of guests. Young Master Zhao has already assigned you the penthouse suite and a high-level starting script. We hope you have a pleasant time here today. High-level starting script? What is that? However, he shouldn't theoretically be unaware, so he asked a question that would naturally prompt the other party to explain. Didn't you just say there were no rooms left? How are there rooms now? So, originally, you planned to fob me off, right? The receptionist wiped the sweat from his forehead. Damn rotten psycho. Psycho. Damn. There really were no rooms left. Only one was designed by the script's creator for him to play himself. But since you've come, the creator, having long admired the rotten god cult, has decided to offer his room. Yi Lan nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Sighing, the receptionist recalled Zhao Tiehui's instructions to him. Young Master Lan, he said cautiously and quietly, this room has the strongest initial resources and initial items. You can play however you like, but remember to follow the rules. Only by following the rules and completing the main quest can you win the beautiful lady. Yilan nodded and walked inside. It wasn't until they were in a completely private area that he asked Bai Tao Tao in a soft, bewildered voice, what is he talking about? Initial items? Main quest? What new trick are they playing now? Oh my god. Bai Tao Tao rubbed her head, feeling quite exasperated, also with a sense of what on earth are they doing, they've probably made a new script. New script? Yilan patiently waited for Bai Tao Tao's explanation. That is the main entertainment here. You can also think of it as a real-life online game, a fully immersive, real-person experience game using physical objects. Inside, you'll be given a simple worldview, and then each guest will receive an identity. The relevant scenes are also redesigned and arranged according to the plot. The top-tier suite you were just given, according to my experience, means the most top-tier starting resources. Usually, these are paid upgrades. Yilan. He just wanted to say, psycho, absolutely psycho. But at least one thing was easy to understand. The other party's meaning was, you are very strong, but you can't hit people randomly, you must follow the rules. Yilan had already walked all the way to the accommodation, and he silently looked up, expressionless. This familiar hotel structure. He looked down again, at his room number. 401. Yilan. Damn psycho. Damn Su Lejang. Bai Tao Tao looked at the hotel sign, thoughtfully. Suijin? How strange. What theme is today's script about? Oh well, this game is really super fun. After all this hard work recently, it's time to relax. What new plot, new script, what relax? I'll relax staying in Suij Town? The reason he cursed Su Lejang was because it could only be Su Lejang, no one else could possibly know about Suij Town. Although Yilan also understood that this was mostly Su Lejang's strategy, using a seemingly fair design that he would definitely clear, to ensure secret contact with him. But psycho. Pushing the door open and entering room 401, Yilan was hesitant to speak, then wanted to speak again. He didn't know what the other rooms were like, but just speaking of 401, the place where Su Lejang and he had lived for a long time, the restoration was so accurate. Opening the window, outside was a small artificial lake, which should correspond to the sewage design. Sitting on the bed, Yilan opened his mouth. Yilan. Is something wrong? Bai Tao Tao asked curiously. Ever since they arrived here, Yilan had maintained a ghost-seeing expression. Nothing. Yilan shook the chaotic thoughts out of his mind, but I think I've already connected with Su Lejang. Bai Tao Tao? Forced to cheat. Connect the dots? I didn't even keep up with the pace? How did you guys connect the dots? If nothing unexpected happens, I'll win this almost free game through this script, and then there will be a reward collection segment. Su Lejang will be waiting there. Yilan scanned his surroundings, lost in thought. It was clear the set design was rushed, only key buildings were simulated, and these weren't new constructions but modifications of existing basic structures. Creak, creak. Just as he was thinking, a transparent glass platform descended from the glass skywalk over the artificial lake. Standing on it was Zhao Taihui, dressed in a Suij Town uniform, making ho-ho-ho sounds. Hello everyone, I am the Deputy Town Chief of Suij Town. Yilan. Creating characters out of thin air, are we? Today's script is called Suij Town Storm, meticulously planned and conceived by my good friend, and it's the most interesting script this building has seen to date. Zhao Taihui spoke eloquently. Your identities have already been given to you, they're on the back of your room cards. You can check them now. Yilan lowered his head and gave one of the 2 room cards in his hand to Bai Tao Tao, then looked at his own. A line of text appeared before his eyes. Identity, a powerful individual who strayed into a mysterious town. Strength, a gene enhancer who has undergone 3 gene enhancements. Item, can deliver a fatal blow to anyone, permanently limited to once. Yilan looked at Bai Tao Tao. Tao Tao, what about yours? Bai Tao Tao flipped her rune card over, and the text appeared before Yilan's eyes. Identity, the strongest defender who strayed into a mysterious town, the genius partner of a mysterious roommate, a dashing young man from Radiant City. Skill 1, defend against any attack, refreshes every 3 hours. Skill 2, Light of Wisdom, when used on any NPC, forcefully raises their favorability by 1 point. Skill 3, Divine Summon, use a silver coin to gain a single strike of the mysterious roommate's current power. Yilan. Le Jean. He had 1,000 words he wanted to complain about but didn't know where to start, but at least one thing was certain. The situation was excellent. Su Lezhang already knew of his arrival, which was why he assigned him this room and identity. Although, the character design he gave him was a bit exaggerated and outlandish. Zhao Taihui continued speaking loudly. Sewage Town is in a mysterious crisis. Your main mission is to uncover more secrets, seize the initiative, and simultaneously acquire more chips, which is the money in this game. In addition, NPCs have their own favorability system. As you explore the game, you can learn many secrets. If you have enough secrets to intimidate an NPC, you can make them your subordinate. Tonight at midnight, I will host a grand sewage auction here, where only money collected within the venue can be used for purchases. The top 3 spenders will gain Zhao Yuanyuan's favor and compete in the final round. You can also think of it as a martial arts competition for marriage, but in a way that better tests your wit and abilities. As Zhao Taihui slowly ascended with the lift, the Suijin began to buzz with excitement. So difficult. Bai Tao Tao sighed. Based on her experience playing here, the difficulty is simply outrageous, no clues given, just one word, find. Yilan. He didn't know how to comment on such a thing, but being forced to cheat doesn't count as cheating, right? For a moment, Yilan pondered. Money. Where was the most money in Sewage Town? It was known that on the day of the festival, Sewage Town brought out a large cart of mist blue coins, which were first given to the shadow of the past. But neither Yilan nor Su Lezhang, even now, only knew that it came from the Twilight God cult's funding, but they didn't know where this money was originally stored. It wasn't that they couldn't find out, but that it wasn't important. Besides, this was just a script, and Su Lezhang might not have designed it with such detail. His thoughts settled, and Yilan stood up. Tao Tao, let's go. Okay. Bai Tao Tao nodded, and the two left the sewage inn. The sewage inn was now bustling with dozens, even hundreds of people, so much so that Yilan couldn't help but feel a little emotional. If only it had really been this lively back then. On the first floor, there was an area marked Exchange Shop. Yilan glanced at it but didn't linger. Walking out of the sewage inn's main entrance, the young masters of Radiant City had already dispersed, entering exploration mode. Based on their past gaming experience, the first step was to explore the map, which meant wandering around. Yilan had done the same back then, so there was no need to repeat it. He headed directly to the Mosquito restaurant at full speed. Pushing the door open, the restaurant was still empty, as the young masters of Radiant City all had their own insights. Everyone was here to play, not actually in Sewage Town. Even if the script ran for a day, everyone still needed to eat. This was just a down-to-earth restaurant that fit the script setting, for everyone to dine. Customer, what would you like to eat? Yilan was actually a little afraid that the real restaurant owner would walk out from here, but thankfully, it was just a staff member dressed as him. Yilan didn't speak. He and Bai Tao Tao took a seat and accepted the menu. Then, he hesitated to speak. Goodness, the dishes were incredibly well replicated. It seemed Lu Zhang truly had a deep impression, remembering the name of every single dish so profoundly. It was hard to imagine, if they really ordered devil cockroach noodles and 1,000 mosquito silk cakes, would the kitchen actually serve such things? To shock the young masters of Radiant City? His gaze lingered on the words hidden menu for a moment, and Yilan pointed with his hand. What does this mean? The restaurant owner couldn't help but explain with a smile. Well, that's a secret of our establishment. Customers can go find more clues. If you order the correct meal, you can receive the reward for this area. Please note, the reward can only be redeemed once per person, and the total quantity is limited, first come, first served. Different combinations yield different reward sizes, so don't rush. That's how it is, Bai Tao interjected. To increase strategy and prevent people from continuously guessing in one spot, there's a design like this to limit it. We really should look for clues first. Yilan hesitated to speak, then waved his hand. Special plain noodles with devil black chili, and a sewage special brew. The staff member playing the owner? Meeting familiar people again. The game has just started, hasn't it? How do you already know the highest tier answer? Ah, this. Please follow me. Yilan followed the restaurant owner to the back, where he took out an ornate box. There are 4,000 silver coins in here, which is the highest reward I offer. For safety, I recommend storing them securely in your room. The rules do not permit theft inside rooms. Yilan nodded, weighed it in his hand, and opened it for a quick look. They were indeed silver coins, with 2 slips of paper on top. What are these? Clues for other NPCs, the restaurant owner explained. Yilan seemed to ponder, then suddenly remembered something from the rules. I can recruit you, right? Yilan asked, looking at the restaurant owner. The restaurant owner paused, then nodded. Yes, as long as you reveal enough secrets related to me. Yilan was about to speak, but the restaurant owner flinched again. Wait. If you say the wrong thing in this part, I will attack you. I know. Yilan waved his hand. You are a 3-time gene enhancer. What appears to be an ordinary restaurant is actually under the jurisdiction of the town guard, and you are loyal to them. The restaurant owner opened his mouth with difficulty. Did I come to work late? Did the game really just start? How could he know things in more detail than the script in his hand? Your favorability has reached 4, he said with difficulty. Yilan was satisfied. What's the maximum favorability? 5. Yilan pondered thoughtfully. A cumulative points system, huh? These 2 clues each give 2 favorability points. He just needs to scrounge up 1 more favorability point. The dishes in your restaurant aren't eaten because people like them, but because of abnormal reasons, they have no choice but to eat them. The hotel owner had already accepted this absurd fact inside. Your favorability is full. I will serve you today. Bai Tao? What's going on? What the hell? Where did he get these clues? Is this the number 1 detective of the wasteland playing a deduction game with a dimension-reducing strike? Very good. Yilan nodded, satisfied. What can you do? The restaurant owner scratched his head. During the day, I can't leave this shop. After the auction ends at night, I can assist you in combat. Useless during the day, huh? Yilan nodded slightly. All right then. Your task during the day is to interfere with the judgment of people who come to this shop, providing false clues and misleading guidance. Yes. Leaving the shop, weighing the box, Bai Tao was still a bit bewildered. But clearly, Yilan also had questions. Tao, in your experience, is 4,000 silver coins a lot? Bai Tao gave a definite answer. If we use previous scripts as a reference, 4,000 silver coins could buy the top-tier auction item, which means it's 100% certain to secure a spot in the top 3. I see. Yilan's mind was made up. The 2 returned to 401, put down the treasure chest full of silver coins, and Bai Tao really couldn't hold back anymore. How on earth did you know? Yilan smiled confidently. Because I've been there. Bai Tao, being intelligent and perceptive, quickly figured out many things. Su Jinrun had been away from Radiant City for a long time. Sewage Town's turmoil. I understand. Yilan nodded slightly, and Bai Tao, realizing it belatedly, became excited. This is like having a full map view, it's practically cheating, isn't it? Although it feels great. Where to next? Yilan looked out from a high vantage point, scanning around. After all, it was just a simulation, the overall terrain was no bigger than a mansion, with distinct buildings. Sewage clinic, Yilan said. This was the first place Su Lejian went after joining the team. And the old doctor of Sewage Town spanned the 60 years before and after Sewage Town, and the sewing doll could almost be called the number 2 boss of the Sewage Town chapter. Since it was related to increasing strength, going there was definitely the right choice. Soon, the two arrived at the sewage clinic. Stepping inside, Bai Taotao couldn't help but shiver. This place. Why does it feel so gloomy? Yilan deeply agreed. This damned place, even he felt a bit intimidated when he came during the Sewage Town period. At the clinic's front desk sat an old doctor. Let me see the hidden menu. Before he finished speaking, Yilan froze. This old doctor, the resemblance is striking. Where did they find this staff member? The old doctor also saw Yilan, stiffened for a moment, then forced a smile. Ah. Alright, here's the surgery price list. Yilan took it, still looking at him. So similar. This face, these features, this decor. Holy crap, meow. It's him, meow. Click. Yilan looked up, immediately drew his gun, and pressed it against his head. Damn it. Similar my ass. This guy is the old doctor himself. Wait. Wait. The old doctor immediately panicked. This is a game, a game. You shouldn't draw a gun, you should use an item card, an item card. Yilan. Damn it. Item card my ass. Why are you here? Yilan's voice was cold, but he gradually calmed down. Theoretically, this guy was already his person now. The reason he reacted so strongly wasn't entirely because he saw him, but because he saw him in the sewage clinic of Sewage Town. Damn it! I ran out of money a few days ago. Helping you with research is very expensive, you know. You guys at Eternal Night haven't even allocated funds to me. The old doctor spread his hands, then I found out they were hiring NPCs here, and the script really appealed to me, so I came to work part-time. Yilan. He can only say that Su Lejiang absolutely did not know about hiring this guy. Damn it. You've read my reply, haven't you? Yilan asked coldly. Read it, I agree. The old doctor raised his hands in surrender. As soon as I'm done with the work here, I'll go to Eternal Night Church. Immediately. Yilan narrowed his eyes. This old fellow really can run, he needs a good scolding. The Eternal Night God is coming, and I specifically reported about you, Yilan said indifferently. The old doctor's expression changed slightly, understanding Yilan's meaning. If he ran again this time, or to put it politely, left without a word, he wouldn't be angering Yilan, but the Eternal Night God. I understand, please rest assured. Yilan nodded, his mouth twitching. Hidden menu. The old doctor. This is truly unbelievable. Yilan hadn't expected to run into him here, and he hadn't expected to run into Yilan here either. Damn it. No need, I'll just give you the highest reward directly. The old doctor went back and brought a huge box. Yilan didn't hesitate and took it. How much is inside? 5,000 silver coins. Yilan was very satisfied. It seems Su Lejiang had a very deep impression of this place. After glancing at the note in the box, Yilan looked up. Have you seen Su Lejiang? Limited props. How could I have seen him? Old doctor questioned. I'm just a staff member. Yes. Yilan was too lazy to complain and spoke directly. I'm in 401. If there's a special situation, forget your broken job and report to me immediately. He was about to speak when Yilan forcefully interrupted him. Don't act like the Eternal Night Divine Church isn't paying you, it's that you didn't even ask for it and ran off when I wasn't looking. I don't know how much they paid to hire you. If you mess things up and they didn't pay you, we, the Eternal Night Divine Church, will compensate you fivefold. Leaving the sewage clinic, Bai Taotao was a little puzzled. This person. She was also present the day Su Shuangyan rectified Dragon Serpent Plaza and could tell how strange this person was, and Yilan's attitude was also very strange. She just didn't ask in detail, and later, more troublesome things came one after another, so she couldn't pay attention to him. I can't say I can control him, so? Yilan spoke softly. If you meet him alone when I'm not around, don't believe a single word he says. Be extremely cautious. Oh. Leaving the clinic, Yilan continued on, arriving at a wasteland. Where is this? Bai Taotao looked around. There was truly nothing here, just wasteland, with no markings. Strategic resources, Yilan explained, looking around. There was a small wooden hut nearby, with several shovels placed on it. Yilan. Others didn't understand, but he knew what those shovels were for. It's really, restored/reproduced. Recalling how these Radiant City young masters eventually gathered here following the clues, dressed in fine clothes but facing the yellow earth with their backs to the sky, Yilan's mouth twitched slightly. Paying money to suffer torture, there's no one else like them. And after he took the items, they probably wouldn't find anything even if they leveled this land. Here. Yilan gave Bai Taotao a shovel, and the two returned to the center of the wasteland. Yilan's gaze searched, and he found a spot that seemed to have been filled in before. The two dug there for a while, attracting curious glances from around them. However, no one mocked them. Instead, people gathered, seemingly wanting to start digging too. Yilan. Do you young people from Radiant City really not need to see a doctor? Fortunately, before the crowd grew too large, Yilan successfully found the items hidden there. Of course, it wasn't the devil black chile, but 3 item cards. On the items, a slip of paper read, Devil Black Chile. Note each can increase 1 stage of strength, or be placed in an auction. Yilan placed the item on his ID card, and like an electronic device detecting something, it beeped. The numbers changed. His strength went from a 3rd stage gene enhancer to a 4th stage gene enhancer, and Bai Taotao was the same. This design is too simple, isn't it? Yilan scratched his head. Is this how you get the final reward directly? Bai Taotao hesitated to speak. Simple? Is it really simple? For those who don't know, who would run to such an unmarked, unremarkable wasteland to dig? Let's go, put the money back, then go to the next location. Yilan looked around. The row of shovels next to the small wooden hut had already been snatched up by the young masters, who were probably about to face the yellow earth with their backs to the sky. Yilan felt a pang of pity for a second. He had already taken everything clean. Back in the room, after putting away the box of gold coins, Bai Taotao became increasingly excited. Playing the game like this was too cool, wasn't it? Directly plundering the entire field, taking 90% of the resources, leaving the rest to be divided among all other players. It was like a game made for Yilan. No, it was a game made for him. Continuing on their way, Yilan frowned. It wasn't good news. More and more people were noticing him. After all, returning twice carrying a box was quite conspicuous. I need to speed up. Yilan murmured. They arrived at Arthur's residence, and seeing the open door, Yilan was slightly startled. Someone had been here? It was normal, though. With so many people, everyone's first thought was to explore buildings. No matter how fast he was, some time had passed. It was quite normal for someone to stumble upon this place by chance. But Yilan wasn't too worried. Coming here was one thing, successfully solving the puzzle was another. It wasn't until he walked into the room that Yilan fell silent. An NPC named Arthur was sitting on the ground, with a whiteboard hanging on him, displaying 4 large characters. Defeated. Yilan. Who's so immoral that they even beat up an NPC? Bai Taotao couldn't help but voice her soul-deep question. She looked around. There were no signs of battle. After all, everyone used item cards. Something else was worth noting. If Su Lezhang placed importance on the restoration of strength, Arthur should at least have undergone 3 gene enhancements, and very possibly 4. This meant defeating him would probably require the strength of a 5-stage gene enhancer, or a skill similar to an instant kill, like his own. I actually need to be a little careful, Yilan mused. After all, no matter how many supplies he picked up, it would be quite amusing if he was instantly eliminated. But the most concerning thing was that this was where the chaos bell was placed. He wondered if Su Lezhang had designed this item. After thinking about it, his gains were already quite substantial, and others were already spreading out in all directions. Further exploration could easily lead to conflict, so it was better to just wait for the final round. Let's go to the last location. The two headed towards the edge, arriving at what Yilan considered a very important turning point. The dessert factory. The closer he got, the stranger Yilan felt. From afar, it looked incredibly realistic and clear. But upon closer inspection, it was just a model? That was reasonable. Su Lezhang wasn't clear about the actual structure inside the dessert factory, and even if he knew, it wasn't important, so he simply didn't make it. But that wasn't right either, there was no need to use a disposable item like a model. With so many small buildings, couldn't he just pick one and hang a sign? Yilan pushed the model, he definitely couldn't get in, and he became even more puzzled. So, how was he supposed to explore? He couldn't help but recall when he came to Sewage Town, he should have blown it up with Yuan Gungung? Although the game shouldn't be that outrageous, Yilan, thinking of the digging earlier, didn't dare to say with certainty impossible, absolutely impossible. Suddenly, Yilan thought of the exchange shop at the sewage inn. Tao Tao, let's go back. Ha! Racing against time, they quickly returned to the sewage inn, and Yilan arrived at the exchange shop. In the list of goods, there was a very conspicuous item. Rocket launcher, price, 1,000 silver coins, limited to 1 purchase per field. Yilan. I admit, I underestimated you. Exchange. Holding a genuine rocket launcher, Yilan and Bai Taotao set off again for the dessert factory. Is this real? Bai Taotao asked incredulously. Yes, Yilan nodded. Although this primarily proves there's something wrong with their brains, at the very least, they are confident in protecting the safety of the participants. The defensive power here is probably even stronger than I imagined. Facing the model of the dessert factory, Yilan pressed the switch. Boom! Prop card. Ear-splitting explosions erupted in brilliant fire, causing many young masters from Radiant City to change their expressions. An explosion? Was there an accident? However, the staff seemed quite calm in comparison. Above the dessert factory, Yilan lowered his head. A massive crater had appeared on the ground. No wonder they used a model. If they had directly blown up the building, who could have handled it? But even so, Yilan still looked at Bai Taotao, hesitating to speak. Making a game like this, can it really break even? Bai Taotao was also surprised, but she still nodded. She was very certain. It can. Yilan nodded lightly, thinking many things. Indeed, he was just an uninvited guest, getting an unknown price for free, but everyone else surely had to pay. The key was that with his antics, he had played all the gameplay himself. They had spent so much money but had no game experience. Going down, there were no other level designs. After all, it was already very, very difficult for a normal person to realize that they had to use a rocket launcher to blast it open. Moreover, he had to buy the prerequisite item, a rocket launcher, priced at 1,000 silver coins. Yilan even doubted if they could save enough money. Opening the box, inside were 3,000 silver coins and an item card. Item card, Formless Hand, can directly defeat anyone, or store any item as a deployable item card. That's enough. Yilan nodded in satisfaction. In Sewage Town, he mainly collected these main forces, after all. Excuse me. Just then, an unexpected voice sounded behind Yilan. Yilan turned his head, a dashing young master stood behind him. I knew it, following you was the right choice. I'm going to pick up some easy gains this time. The other party smiled, looking like a mantis stalking a cicada, with an oriole behind, full of confidence. So confident. Yilan almost thought he was going to lose. For a moment, Yilan couldn't help but tease. Is this item fated for you? The other party paused, gracefully fanning himself with his fan. That's right. You haven't realized the seriousness of the situation yet. Yilan frowned. Oh? Seeing that Yilan just said oh and then ignored him, the young master's eyes shifted slightly. I'm still very happy to share. If you just ask me what's wrong, I'll tell you. How about it? Yilan frowned. Oh. The other party. My name is Wang Xiaoyan, what's yours? Yilan. Yilan gradually realized. Yes, he was here to do business, a small relaxation amidst intense combat, but he was still looking for Su Lezhan under heavy crisis, so his mindset hadn't shifted yet. But they were just a group of very simple ordinary people, here to play, and couldn't imagine how many secrets were hidden behind these scenes, one after another. You are not my opponent. Yilan spread his hands. Would you please turn around and leave? No, would you please turn around and leave? Yilan was slightly stunned, stopping the words he was about to say. The other party was eagerly awaiting his reply, a smug smile already on his lips. Yilan narrowed his eyes. Tao Tao. With a loud shout, Bai Tao Tao instantly reacted, blocking in front of Yilan and pulling out her absolutely invincible item card. Click. After a sound of electronic data loading, Wang Xiaoyan was stunned. How could this be? How is this possible? My item should be a sure kill. Yilan shook his head helplessly. But my item is invincible. Wang Xiaoyan? This is unreasonable. You're cheating. Cheating. He roared, unwilling and hoarse. No, I'm not. Yilan smiled, feeling quite good. You got an item in the room, didn't you? Yilan thought of the defeated Arthur and the possible chaos spell there. The chaos spell's effect was a guaranteed death on the 6th turn, but this scenario shouldn't allow players to enthusiastically shoot at each other. So, you talked to me to activate a skill, your skill should activate on the 6th sentence, right? Wang Xiaoyan's expression changed drastically. Considering the time, with such a big commotion, more and more people would probably arrive soon. Yilan couldn't help but speak. Fight. Seeing Yilan assume a fighting stance, Bai Tao Tao was startled and quickly pulled him back. Wait. Bai Tao Tao whispered, item card, use the item card. Yilan. So, Yilan quickly stepped forward, subdued Wang Xiaoyan, and showed his ID card. I am a 4-time gene enhancer. Wang Xiaoyan. Cheating. He roared indignantly, I'm only a 2-time gene enhancer, how are you a 4-time? The game just started, didn't it? Between heaven and earth, the loudspeakers echoed in all directions. Wang Xiaoyan, eliminated. Wang Xiaoyan, eliminated. Wang Xiaoyan. Looks like I didn't cheat. Yilan said regretfully, goodbye. Saying no more, Yilan, holding the treasure chest, and Bai Tao Tao went up the same way, returning to the surface. Seeing the light of day again, Yilan paused. Before him, people stood everywhere. Oh no, NPCs stood everywhere. The leader strode forward, with others following closely. Using weapons of mass destruction within the town, destroying the city, damaging Sewage Town property, and endangering Sewage Town public safety. The NPC looked at Yilan with regret. I am now going to arrest you. Today's script design was too brilliant. Only if someone used a rocket launcher to blast this place open, would there be the plot of him leading a team to surround it. Then this person needed to complete Arthur's prerequisite quest to escape safely, but the problem was that the NPC Arthur had already been defeated by other players. In other words, he should only be eliminated. You are from the town defense force, your stronghold is underwater, your plans differ from Arthur's, but the core is the same. Yilan said. Helplessly, reciting like a textbook, your stronghold is temporarily underwater. You do not support outsiders entering the town, but due to restrictions, it is not convenient for you to act. NPC Luocho was completely stunned. What kind of development was this? Your favorability is full. Yilan nodded. Very good, then you should be my people now, right? Luocho. Theoretically, these were two different things, but with his favorability maxed out for you, he really shouldn't attack you. Yes. Very good. Yilan nodded in satisfaction, then after the auction ends. Wait. A light bulb went off in Yilan's head. After this plot is unlocked, you should be able to act during the day, right? Luocho nodded. Yes. Yilan's lips curved into a full smile. Execute my order, search the entire town for other players. If they resist, defeat them directly. NPC Luocho hesitated to speak. What the hell kind of development was this? If he did this, could the game even continue until night? Yes. Prosperity. Returning to the Suijin, Yilan could still hear conversations. After all, this place was like a safe house. Even Luocho, who had received his orders, certainly couldn't fight his way in. Today's script is too difficult, isn't it? One person exclaimed. It's been hours. I still haven't found a single coin. It shows progress, doesn't it? The Radiant City young master he was talking to had his own insights. It means the game design pays more attention to the plot. We must fully immerse ourselves and look for clues. Then, the other party was actually convinced by his words. You have a point, the NPC storylines have also increased a lot, but that restaurant is still too creepy, isn't it? I just ordered randomly, and they actually served me a bowl of cockroach noodles? I almost threw up. The other party thought for a moment before replying. Perhaps our deduction is wrong. That's not a restaurant for us to eat at, but a place that hides important plot points. We might as well use it as a starting point later and explore it again. That makes sense. Why didn't I think of that? But then, where is the restaurant in town? I haven't had lunch, I'm so hungry. The man was also very troubled. Try in your room? Usually, rooms have a phone for ordering food, right? I called. The one who answered the phone was the Mosquito Restaurant. The face of the person who had so confidently declared they would have an immersive plot experience also turned ugly. Oh no, I stayed up all night after waking up yesterday, and then came straight here. Counting before I went to sleep, I haven't eaten, so it seems I haven't eaten for a whole day. The two looked at each other, and the other person couldn't help but speak first. How about a bowl of devil cockroach noodles? Yilan. Letting out a soft chuckle, Yilan walked back to his room. They were truly a model for paying to suffer. After checking, Yilan was very satisfied. He was satisfied that he finally remembered to lock the window. The room was not intruded upon. It was truly the shadow of Sewage Town. He then decided not to go out, only needing to wait for the night auction to arrive. Tao Tao, 12,000 silver coins, do you think that's enough? By Tao Tao. She tried to speak several times, but ultimately opened her mouth sincerely. Although this time might be a bit more, generally speaking, in each previous script, the total investment was only about 10,000 silver coins. Yilan. Then he could only hope they would still have some gains, otherwise, it would look too bad if only he had money at the auction. By the way, what happens after you win? Finally having time to ask a question she had wanted to ask for a long time, Bai Tao Tao rested her chin in her hand and asked, You're not really going to marry Zhao Yuan, are you? Yilan. Thwack. Ouch. That hurts. Yilan gave her a merciless flick on the forehead, and Bai Tao Tao's eyes welled up with tears. We are here to find Su Lezhang, and Su Lezhang also knows we are here to find him. Zhao Yuan is just a potential catalyst who might agree to help. I know that, but Su Jianrun is a lunatic. What if he's serious, or what if she really falls for you? Bai Taotao's thoughts were clear, so many people are watching. What if she really latches onto you under the guise of a martial arts competition for marriage? Yilan remained calm and composed. But Lan Yuan won the martial arts competition for marriage. What does that have to do with me, Yilan? Bai Taotao. Classic. I'm still not sure yet. Yilan mused, with such a big setup, and on someone else's territory, Su Lezhang himself could never pull it off. This is just a way for him to meet me. Does Zhao Taihui know about it or not? Bai Taotao also understood Yilan's meaning. If Zhao Taihui doesn't know, Su Jianrun couldn't do any of this himself. But if he does know, he could just arrange a meeting. Why go through all this trouble? Perhaps he both knows and doesn't know? Yilan was expressionless. Who taught you to be a riddle person? But indeed, Su Lezhang was also being a riddle person to Zhao Taihui right now. He could guess that Su Lezhang was trying to meet him, but couldn't guess how he would do it. In other words, Su Lezhang's current situation might not be as good as he imagined. But with Xiaoman Man there, and Radiant City not wanting to further provoke the Twilight God cult, he was safe. Anyway, if it really doesn't work out. Bai Taotao leaned on the bed. We can go find my brother after today's events are over. Although the Bai Manor should be completely locked down, he can still come out. Bai Qingshan, ha? Yilan thought for a moment and nodded gently. It was indeed possible, but not the best strategy. It was still the same problem. Why couldn't her brother be the traitor? When he asked her this question, her reply was to tell him to find Su Lezhang, and Su Lezhang would give him a reason why he was definitely not the traitor. But the premise of finding him was that he couldn't find Su Lezhang, so wouldn't that mean he couldn't prove it? Since things have come to this, everything that can be done has been done. Yilan shook his head. Let's wait and see. Resting in his room, Yilan enjoyed the rare experience of sleeping during the day in Sewage Town. Lu Zilong, eliminated. Lu Zilong, eliminated. Wang Teng, eliminated. Eliminated. In the grand search led by Luo Chao's NPC Town Defense Force, the Playboys of Radiant City were eliminated at light speed, and their scope of activity became increasingly narrow. From the window, it was visible that these young masters of Radiant City were retreating towards here like a flood of refugees. The Suijin became increasingly lively with people coming and going. So much so that Yilan felt a bit sorry for them. It shouldn't be just us left by night, should it? Bai Taotao. Wouldn't that be good? Probably not. These people are considered high-level players, experienced. They'll just treat it as a PvE storyline. Some people like high difficulty, they might even get excited. Yilan. Sure enough, after the initial massacre of a bloodbath that caught them off guard, everyone gradually became excited. Some even praised the script greatly, saying it significantly improved their operational experience and sense of immersion. It was a battle of wits and courage, already resembling guerrilla warfare. You people of Radiant City. Yilan chuckled softly, shaking his head. Although it was absurd, it was also the prosperous era that Yilan had longed for. After all, everyone had to be well-fed and well-rested before they could start thinking about how to play in various ways. It was just that the difference from other places in the wasteland was a bit too great, which brought some discomfort. But on the first day in Radiant City, Su Lezhang had discussed this issue with him, making Yilan understand the situation. It was different from the ancient dynasties where vermilion gates reek of wine and meat, while frozen corpses lie by the roadside. Because of the existence of anomalies, when money couldn't solve problems, no matter how much money Radiant City had, it couldn't change anything outside. Then, being able to take care of Radiant City itself was good. At least everyone in Radiant City was happy. Even in the slums of the lower district, no one had to worry about being fed and clothed. Yilan looked up again at the radiant disk above his head and sighed softly. What should he do? Even if the ancient god's touch was there, should he really take it down? Then where would Radiant City go? Could all these innocent people, over 80% of the city's population, who, like the young masters before him, had never experienced the hardships of the wasteland, and could even be called somewhat enviable, survive? Little cat. Yilan called out, the fact that Radiant City can use the power of the ancient god's touch for itself, doesn't that also mean that the same thing can be achieved through anomalies like us? Meow. Mind Cat thought for a moment and nodded, theoretically, yes, meow, but the top scientists of humanity are all in Radiant City, meow. Who would dare let them research it, meow? Yilan nodded. Let's first figure out what they want to do. If they are all like the Bai family, creating such dangerous things, we cannot ignore it. If Su Lezhan governs Radiant City, and the Eternal Night Divine Church is fully responsible for supervision. Yilan narrowed his eyes, why? Wouldn't I let them try? After his trip to Sewage Town, Yilan had developed a very good attitude towards wilderness survival. At least when it came to food, he would never be foolish enough to come empty-handed. Eating delicious pre-made meals, and thinking about his neighbors agonizing over whether to eat at the Mosquito restaurant, Yilan couldn't help but feel nostalgic. Although the situation was somewhat different, Su Lezhan, you did it. You managed to open this Mosquito restaurant in Radiant City in some special way. At night, the courtyard was brightly lit, with neon lights flashing everywhere. Just like every night in Radiant City, a symphony of shadows and neon. The highest platform of the artificial lake descended once again, and Zhao Taiyui reappeared in everyone's sight. After a day of effort, I believe everyone has gained a lot. Without further ado, the auction officially begins. Not enough money. This time, not only Zhao Taiyui appeared, but also the true main character. A slender figure, with long legs that seemed impossibly sensual, perfectly proportioned throughout her body. She wore a veil, but it couldn't hide her stunning beauty beneath. The moment she appeared, she ignited the entire venue. Zhao Yuan Yuan. Zhao Yuan Yuan. Ah, marry me. Get lost. I'll fight anyone who tries to take her from me. Bai Taodao rested her chin on her hand, looking out, her eyes slightly moved. She almost instinctively asked, is she pretty, but managed to hold it back before speaking. She felt that some things she said now would sound strange. Besides, she had been out of sorts earlier, completely unprepared for such a step. Everything stemmed from the emotional outburst after Yilan's death. But, to be fair, this Zhao Yuan Yuan was really, really beautiful. Yilan also looked up, deep in thought. The claim of Radiant City's most beautiful woman was no exaggeration. He found it difficult to describe in words, it was simply a perfect, extreme proportion in both figure and face. It was as if she had been sculpted to the very limits of human aesthetics, every inch meticulously designed to captivate. However, Yilan wasn't as captivated as the others. This sense of extremity also brought an indescribable artificiality, not as approachable, far from the feeling Bai Taodao evoked. Yuan Yuan made a living performing in this tea house years ago. At a young age, her mastery of zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting reached its peak, and within a few years, she became famous throughout Radiant City. By a stroke of luck, she was adopted by my father, so you could say she is my younger sister. Zhao Taiyui said with a smile, my sister has a reserved personality, and I honestly don't know her preferences. So, after getting her consent, I organized this game, somewhat like a martial arts competition for marriage. Although everyone here today is my friend, I can't help much, you'll have to rely on yourselves. Yilan narrowed his eyes. The words seemed harmless, but Yilan heard many underlying issues. Firstly, adopted daughter, this meant she wasn't an ordinary person or an outsider in the current great whirlpool of Radiant City. Even if one didn't want to know, one would have to know something, placing her among the informed. Mastery of zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting at a young age, famous throughout Radiant City within a few years, this also meant that Zhao Yuan Yuan was famous for her talents, and her beauty was merely a secondary aspect. But today, it seemed no one cared about her zither, chess, calligraphy, or painting, they were completely mesmerized by her breathtaking beauty. Yilan suddenly looked at Bai Taodao. Was this Zhao Yuan Yuan always this beautiful? Bai Taodao was stunned for a moment. She's always been beautiful. I know. Yilan interrupted her. I mean, was she this beautiful? Bai Tao Tao was momentarily speechless. Well, no, not quite. But girls change a lot as they grow up, don't they? She was naturally a beauty, and she must have fully blossomed now. Yilan remained non-committal, listening to Zhao Taihui continue. My sister will pay close attention to the top 3 in this auction. Whoever wins the game and solves the mystery of Sewage Town will get a chance to date Yuan Yuan directly. Of course, if Yuan Yuan doesn't like you and kicks you to the curb, it has nothing to do with me, old Zhao, huh? Amidst laughter, the auction began. Everyone seemed very confident. One last reminder, once you bid, your bid will not be refunded whether you successfully win the item or not. A bid is a commitment. First item up for auction, Absolute Defense Talisman. Zhao Taihui announced loudly, an item card that can absolutely defend against one attack. Even useful against the final boss. The auction became incredibly lively. 20 silver coins. A young master from Radiant City gritted his teeth, speaking with a pained expression. 50 silver coins. Another young man scoffed, stating his number. Seeing this, someone immediately cursed. Damn it, why did you bid so high? 56 silver coins. Amidst fierce bidding, the amount still hadn't exceeded 100 coins. Yilan couldn't help but frown, looking at Bai Tao Tao. Isn't this item good? Why is everyone so reserved? Bai Tao Tao. Do you think it's possible that everyone just has that little, and all the silver coins are in your hands? Yilan felt a bit awkward, pondered for a moment, and decided to test everyone's financial limits. 500 silver coins. The entire venue fell silent. Zhao Taihui looked left and right, then brought down the gavel. Congratulations to 401, for bidding 500 silver coins for the defense talisman. Countless people stared at 401 in shock. 500 silver coins? Where did that come from? Without giving them much time to think, Zhao Taihui started the second auction item. The second item up for auction, the Traceless Talisman, which can pause the game under any circumstances, allowing you to move to another area within 10 meters of your choice while others cannot move, and then continue your actions. Yilan thought about it, this was also useful. Yilan looked at Bai Tao Tao, how much do you think is appropriate? Bai Tao Tao. 200 silver coins should be enough to crush them. And so, Yilan waved his hand grandly. 200 silver coins. The entire venue was silent. 201. Someone next door pushed open a window, a young man gritting his teeth as he spoke. Yilan leaned out the window and glanced, the man practically had rich written all over his face. Dressed in ancient attire, his entire outfit was made of gold, even yellower than an emperor's robe. Yilan thought for a moment and increased the bid. 202. 203. The man in yellow robes clenched his fists and shouted, I am Chen Bagu. Who are you? State your name. 204. Yilan ignored him, speaking calmly. 205. Chen Bagu's hands were clenched into fists, and he roared, You've already spent 500. Let's see how much more you have to compete with me. Yilan. He really couldn't stand the one-by-one bidding anymore. Yilan was annoyed and waved his hand grandly again. 250 silver coins. Chen Bagu. Even the world seemed to fall silent. This guy. How is he so rich? Zhao Taihui struck the gavel and brought out the next item. Next item up for auction, Eternal Night Power. Yilan? The effect of this item is that you can be completely immune to the boss's attacks during a boss battle. Of course, getting this doesn't mean you win, it only guarantees you won't die, but your damage output still needs to be stronger than others. 100 silver coins. A person shouted loudly. After shouting, he confidently looked around the venue. Didn't expect that, did you? Ha 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 ha. I'm about to get a great bargain. You guys bid so fiercely earlier, who else can come up with that many silver coins? My 1,000 coins are enough to conquer the world. Honestly, he really did manage to silence the entire venue. Yilan hesitated, then grabbed a handful of silver coins from a nearby box and tentatively spoke. 250 silver coins? Entire venue? On the auction stage, Zhao Taihui, who was wielding the gavel, also scratched his head in confusion. What's going on? Damn it, I put so many silver coins out there, where did they all go? Then there's only one item left. Wait, I need to take a call. Zhao Taihui's phone rang. He apologized and answered it. After a short wait, he spoke again. A temporary rule has been added. The person who spends the most in the auction will be able to go to a secret room with Yuan before the boss. Battle and obtain a treasure. Dogs are in power. Yilan was slightly stunned. Su Lezhang's call? Isn't this purely giving him benefits and creating an opportunity for a secret meeting? This time, the auction item isn't an in-game item, but something outside the game. Zhao Taihui smiled mysteriously. This auction item is called Goddess's Kiss. As the name suggests, it's a kiss that Zhao Yuan agreed to unconditionally before the game started, regardless of the outcome. Yilan? This is toxic, right? If the others actually have spare money and make a move now, I'd have no choice but to bid, wouldn't I? It felt like Su Lezhang was joking with him. The point wasn't whether to kiss or not, but to make him spend a fortune on such a thing. Bai Taotao also understood, gritting her teeth for a moment. Su Lezhang, you jerk. Yilan narrowed his eyes. Lezhang might be mischievous, but he's not such a frivolous person. This Zhao Yuan. I'm afraid there's something wrong with her. Something wrong with Zhao Yuan? Bai Taotao was taken aback, confused. What kind of problem do you mean? Yilan shook his head, the information about Zhao Yuan from before floating in his mind. I don't know yet, let's see. Brothers. Qian Bugu pushed open the window, looked around, and let out a full-throated roar. Please lend me a hand. I'm willing to buy your silver coins at a ratio of 10 mist blue coins to 1. Unlimited acquisition. 10 to 1? Yilan was somewhat shocked. Wouldn't that mean his 10,000 silver coins could be sold to him for 100,000 mist blue coins? If Yilan wasn't genuinely not short on money right now, he would have been a little tempted. Moreover, that guy dared to make such a bold statement, and he probably never imagined that someone here held 11,000 silver coins. But it must be said, this indeed caused trouble for Yilan. There were still over 40 players present. Even if each person contributed 50, he could probably get around 2,000 silver coins. Sure enough, a few minutes later, people came and went in the Suijin, and Qian Bugu let out a wild laugh. To the 1 in 401. Although I don't know who you are, Zhao Yuan, you absolutely won't snatch her away. Yilan. He roared again with absolute confidence and a hoarse voice. 2,000 silver coins. Yilan hesitated, a hint of reluctance appearing in his eyes as he met the other party's somewhat crazed and eager gaze. 3,000 silver coins. Qian Bugu? All players present? Impossible. Cheating. Foul. Qian Bugu roared furiously. All of us brothers put in our life's effort and only managed to gather 2,000. Where the hell did you get so many? This is impossible. Old Zhao. Is this one of your people? You're cheating. You're swindling our money. Yilan frowned. Such accusations really had to be squashed, otherwise, once the conflict shifted to Zhao Taihui would have to publicly investigate him to prove his innocence. At once, Yilan let out a cold laugh, spiritual energy overflowing, his voice cold. Are those from Radiant City such sore losers? Would I, Lan Yuan, the son of the Rotten God Cult's Pope, collude with that surnamed Zhao above? Rotten God Cult? Qian Bugu froze, looked up, and Zhao Taihui also shrugged, his imposing aura shrinking considerably. But he wouldn't give up, his eyes were already bloodshot. Bastard! I'll keep buying. I want to see how much money you really have. He waved his hand. Brothers! however much you have left, give it all to me. This is the last auction, it's useless for you to keep it. I'll buy it 20 to 10. Gulp. Countless people swallowed audibly. Even these young masters and ladies from Radiant City couldn't help but be tempted. Even Yilan couldn't help but weigh the silver coins in his room. He's gone overboard. Bai Taotao shook her head helplessly, but we both really do seem like stooges. Yilan. Under a heavy reward, there are always brave men. More and more people traded silver coins to Qian Bugu, including some who weren't short on money, who also sold to him, spurred by his emotions. After all, it was the last auction item, and keeping those few dozen coins wouldn't make much difference. On the contrary, Yilan's identity as a member of the Rotten God cult and his arrogant attitude had already united these young masters and ladies of Radiant City, making them stand together against a common enemy. 5,000. 5,000. Qian Bugu laughed wildly, finally letting go of the worry in his heart. Adding the 2,000 silver coins he had just raised, and another 3,000 collected through money power, the total had reached 5,000. Sigh. Su Lezhang, you're toxic. You just had to make me put on a grand show of spending a fortune for the goddess's kiss, didn't you? Originally, Yilan didn't treat these silver coins as real money, as they were essentially just game currency. But alas, he had already started buying them at an unlimited rate of 20 mist blue coins to 1 silver coin. Looking at the rich guy with a pained expression, Yilan threw out all his belongings. 11,000 silver coins. The world fell silent. This is impossible. Qian Bugu let out a heart-wrenching roar, his mindset completely collapsing after a moment of daze. 50 ratio. 50 ratio. However, no one else could squeeze out another drop for him. Put. Seeing that the tide had turned, Qian Bugu rolled his eyes and fainted. Yilan felt a bit awkward, looking at Bai Taotao. Taotao, was I a bit unethical? Yes, with stooges running rampant, the people are suffering. Bai Taotao instinctively replied, then realized her mistake, I mean, the unethical. One is Su Lezhang. Yilan approvingly agreed with this point. Cheating! 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 The Suijin erupted, the noise shaking the heavens for a moment. Zhao Taihui glanced at his subordinate, who shook his head, and Zhao Taihui understood. Everyone, although I also find it a bit unbelievable, the game event was supervised throughout, and our friend in 401 completely followed the rules. Reasonably completing the task, and did not cheat. He paused, knowing that in the current highly agitated state, anything he said would be hard for them to hear. But the game isn't over yet. Don't forget, only the person who defeats the final boss in the final stage is the true winner. The commotion quieted down a bit, but only a bit. At this moment, someone with a sharp mind immediately spoke up and asked. Since only the top 3 spenders can enter the boss battle, what if an item is bought by someone outside the top 3? And what about the items collected throughout the day? Wouldn't they be completely useless? Zhao Taihui narrowed his eyes, thoughts swirling. This special situation made him increasingly sense something unusual, but he hadn't yet figured out what was going on. Or rather, from the moment Su Lezhang gave him this script, he found it very strange. But it was time to regularly launch new scripts, and he had no energy to manage these things. Since Su Lezhang had provided a complete script and had been idle in the shadows day after day, he gave Su Lezhang full responsibility. He had also suspected if this was some kind of secret signal between Su Lezhang and Yilan, but the problem was that Su Lezhang had given him this script before the battle on Guanwei Road. No other meaning, but old Su, who he had played with since childhood, wasn't that far-sighted, was he? I already explained the rules very clearly during the day. Zhao Taihui said loudly, NPCs have favorability, when favorability is maxed out, they can be used by you. And once the auction ends, it's their free activity time. He waved his hand and continued. Now, I announce the plot progression, the choice of Sewage Town. In this stage, Sewage Town will select 3 of the most powerful players to participate in the decisive battle. You can also understand that the auction was your last chance to improve. And what's coming now is a final free-for-all. The unconscious Chien Bugu suddenly woke up and anxiously asked loudly. So, if I can defeat him in this stage, I can snatch the goddess's kiss from him? Yi Lan. Zhao Tai Hui. Good. 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 Chien Bugu's eyes lit up, he said good 3 times, and then waved his hand. Brothers, join me. Follow me to defeat him. 1,000 missed blue coins for each person. Yi Lan had a headache, and Bai Taodao chuckled. The door opened, and the arena was already set up in the gymnasium. Over 40 players, including Yi Lan, stepped onto the stage together. Below the stage, hundreds of NPCs stood watching. On the stage, Yi Lan looked lonely, with only Bai Taodao beside him. The two groups faced each other, and Chien Bugu was surrounded by over 40 players, giving the impression of all players in the server attacking a world boss. Chien Bugu was flushed with excitement, and he waved his hand excitedly. You're doomed. Brothers, follow me. Bai Taodao covered her face. I'm really a bit worried that if he faints again this time, he won't be able to get back up. A person can accept one blow and get up, a second blow and persevere. But a third time. Yi Lan originally felt a bit of reluctance, but Chien Bugu had already given Yi Lan his ultimatum. Let's fight to the death. Lan Yuan. Brothers. Charge. Yi Lan sighed and waved his hand. Leave no one. Yes. The voices of hundreds of NPCs, acting as the town defense force, shook the heavens as they rushed onto the stage, pouncing on the 40-some young masters from Radiant City. Radiant City Young Masters Army? Sparks fly. In just an instant, the teams of young masters from Radiant City were completely cleared out. Chien Bugu lay on the ground, devastated and heartbroken. You've insulted this game. Who wrote this script? Why use your brain for the script and your feet for the balance? Zhao Tiehui's head was throbbing. He exchanged a glance with Yi Lan and made a gesture to him. Yi Lan didn't refuse and walked back to the artificial lake, where the lift platform had already descended to the water's surface. Zhao Yuan was no longer there, she must have gone to the designated location ahead of time. Going up the lift leads to the sky corridor. In the room at the end of the sky corridor, Yuan will give you the final item. For him, this game was already over, as only Yi Lan remained among the players, everyone else had been eliminated. Yi Lan nodded and couldn't help but ask, what about you? Zhao Tai Hui. His expression was quite resentful. I need to go comfort them. Everything that had happened was a disaster for the game. Zhao Taihui glanced at Bai Taodao, finding her very familiar, yet he couldn't recall where he knew her from, and he had no time to think about it now. If he delayed any longer, those young masters might explode on the spot, and even he would have a massive headache. Of course, he still asked a friendly question. Are you sure you want to bring a female companion? Yi Lan nodded. Is there a problem? Zhao Taihui hesitated, then finally revealed an envious look. You don't care about any of this, your female companion is too docile, isn't she? Yi Lan? Bai Taodao clenched her fists, wishing she could openly beat him up later to vent her anger from today. After a simple farewell, the platform ascended, and Yi Lan and Bai Taodao arrived together at the sky corridor. It was impossible to get lost, as there was only one path, and at the end of the path, only one room. Creak. Pushing open the door at the end, the room was bathed in an alluring wine-red glow. In one corner of the room, a girl with waist-length hair and a stunning face sat quietly on a seemingly lonely seat. She turned her head, revealing a captivating smile, without uttering a single word. Gulp. Bai Taodao swallowed. Oh no, I think I might like women. No. Hello. Yi Lan spoke tentatively, but the other party gave no response. She simply stood up and walked towards Yi Lan with a smile. A fragrant breeze swept past. If Chien Bugu had been standing there, he would have likely been unable to stand upright. If one were attracted by her beauty, they would probably be stunned, awaiting the arrival of bliss. But if one felt nothing, like Yilan, they would only think. This scene is just too damn eerie, isn't it? Until the distance was close enough, Zhao Yuanyuan lowered her head, looking as if she was about to kiss him. Yilan decisively took a step back, and that single step saved his life. Swish! Zhao Yuanyuan's soft, jade-like hand, already very close to Yilan's neck, suddenly produced a dagger like a knuckle duster, and with the speed of wind, stabbed towards Yilan's throat. Dodging the first attack, Yilan's expression subtly changed. He retreated rapidly, dodging an incredibly swift second strike, finally creating some distance. Click! Yilan drew his revolver, aimed at Zhao Yuanyuan's forehead, and then frowned again. Why? No, who wants to assassinate him? Zhao Taihui? If it was Zhao Taihui, would the sound of his gunshot immediately draw him over? Bang! A violent sound rang out, but it wasn't from Yilan. Bai Taotao pulled off the golden hairpin from her hair and, with all her might, flung it towards the aggressively advancing Zhao Yuanyuan. Like a flying knife, it was unstoppable. Zhao Yuanyuan suddenly turned her head, swept her hand through the air, directly cutting the golden hairpin in half, and then, with a fragrant breeze, charged towards Bai Taotao. Yilan narrowed his eyes. Something was increasingly wrong. It felt as if an attack was preset to happen here, but it didn't matter who was attacked. Bang! Bai Taotao was the true king of close combat in Yilan's current team. Although she might lean a bit more towards an assassin, she was still beyond the reach of ordinary people. The moment Zhao Yuanyuan charged at her, Bai Taotao had already pulled out the tactical dagger hidden in her skirt and met her head-on. Two graceful figures crisscrossed in the room, sparks flying, every step a killing blow. For a moment, Bai Taotao seemed to be at a slight disadvantage. But she was actually very formidable. After all, the floor-length, ancient-style noble dress Bai Taotao was wearing made close-quarters combat incredibly difficult. This wasn't some wuxia drama. If a high-difficulty move caused her to step on her skirt, she'd likely fall flat on her face, right? With the combat paths of the two people flickering in his eyes, Yilan put away his revolver, drew his grappling hook, and fired a shot. The grappling hook accurately hooked Zhao Yuanyuan's lower abdomen at her next landing spot, pulling her towards him with immense force. The moment the two collided, Yilan, holding the illusory blade in midair, slashed down with unstoppable momentum. But Zhao Yuanyuan was incredibly agile. Even with such a slash, she still deftly avoided his attack. Only her long hair was damaged as she retreated, nearly being cut into a bob by Yilan. Bang! Bai Taotao naturally wouldn't miss such a golden opportunity. She advanced another step, sandwiching Zhao Yuanyuan between herself and Yilan, finally seizing the moment to hold Zhao Yuanyuan's neck. Yilan did not pursue, but spoke coldly again. Why are you trying to kill me? Facing a life-or-death situation, Zhao Yuanyuan seemed unfazed. She shook her arm backward, loosening Bai Taotao's wrist, then executed a nimble roll, not retreating but advancing, charging at Yilan once more. Braving the sweeping illusory blade, her slender, beautiful legs transformed into a deadly force, kicking directly at Yilan with a momentum that could pierce through a person. Yilan dared not be unprepared. He transformed the illusory blade into its physical form, holding it in front of him, blocking Zhao Yuanyuan's kick. Bang! The collision of terrifying force actually knocked Yilan back several steps, almost giving him the illusion of being flung away. What the heck? Yilan was stunned. How could such a slender, long leg generate such power? Bai Taotao's expression drastically changed. She blocked the unbalanced Yilan and charged forward. This strength. As a mage, Yilan might not have had such a profound experience, but for a gene enhancer like her, the feeling was far too obvious. She couldn't do that. No longer daring to underestimate her opponent, Bai Taotao raised her hand and slashed, directly cutting off the part of her long skirt below her calves. Then, seizing the moment while the opponent was chasing Yilan, she lunged forward at full speed, wrapped her arms around Zhao Yuanyuan's waist, and, in an extremely dangerous manner, plunged her dagger downwards from Bai Taotao's shoulder. Crack! Along with that incredible crisp sound, both Yilan and Bai Taotao froze. The dagger, at the moment of insertion, broke. Bang! Yilan fired his grappling hook again, grabbing Bai Tao Tao and pulling her from the dangerous position to in front of him, almost seamlessly tossing the illusory blade to her. Use this! Bai Tao Tao, lacking a weapon, didn't waste words. She grabbed the illusory blade and attacked fiercely. The moment she held the illusory blade in her hand, Bai Tao Tao was stunned. So strong. It felt as if their hearts were connected, and it responded to her every command. Bang bang! Bai Tao Tao attacked again, the illusory blade in her hand tracing indescribably beautiful arcs. It seemed that wherever she wanted to strike, it would land perfectly without fail. In the blink of an eye, despite a complete disadvantage in speed and strength, Bai Tao Tao was advancing step by step, completely gaining the upper hand. Yi Lan's gaze flickered, but he did not participate in the battle. He first had to confirm one thing, to guard against any possible retreat routes of the opponent, to prevent Zhao Yuan from finding an opportunity to strike and escape. But the battle remained deadlocked, and Yilan couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Tao Tao! Cut off her leg. Bai Tao Tao? That's so ruthless. Those legs are too beautiful, I'm a little reluctant. Though she thought this, Bai Tao Tao's actions were not slow at all. The illusory blade constantly switched between its illusory and real states, and finally, in the instant it was illusory, it swept horizontally towards Zhao Yuan's leg. The illusory blade cleanly sliced horizontally across Zhao Yuan's knee, but it stopped there, unable to advance another inch. Yilan and Bai Tao Tao were both stunned. What's going on? The illusory blade can't cut through? Retreat first. Use the physical form to cut her. Failing to strike, Bai Tao Tao's defense was wide open. She continuously retreated while defending, finally finding another opportunity. She grabbed Zhao Yuan's hair, forcefully altering her center of gravity. The illusory blade, in its physical form, slashed down again. Crack! Sparks flew, and a beautiful leg flew out. Yes, it wasn't blood splattering, but sparks splattering. Bionics. While momentarily stunned, Yilan spoke urgently. Sever her limbs. For a human, losing a limb is very serious. Once gone, it's gone. Before understanding the opponent's true objective, even just knowing she was Zhao Tietue's sister, Yilan had always found it difficult to be so ruthless. But an artificial body? Then it's fine. Crack. Missing a leg, Zhao Yuan's agility and combat power plummeted by a factor of more than 10. She could no longer resist Bai Tao Tao, who was wielding the illusory sword and fighting with full power. Soon, all of Zhao Yuan's limbs were detached, leaving only her torso lying on the ground and her incomparably beautiful eyes. Even with the battle over, Yilan was still completely bewildered. Artificial body? But that's not right. Yilan touched Zhao Yuan's mechanical severed leg. It was incredibly smooth, feeling exactly like human skin, even more comfortable. It was completely unimaginable that this thin layer was artificial skin. It was even harder to imagine that beneath this skin was an entirely mechanical structure. This was more than just an artificial body, it had achieved artificial body bionics. Yilan. Bai Tao Tao was so stunned she didn't know what to do, while Yilan was completely lost in thought. Is this the ultimate form of the Zhao family's technological research? To give humans full artificial body modifications, but through bionics, still make them appear human, yet completely evolve them into mechanical life. Forms more adapted to the environment. The ethereal nature of the illusory sword being unable to cut her precisely indicated that her psionic resistance had reached an unprecedented level, far exceeding that of humans. At least, Yilan dared to say that even a fourth-stage gene enhancer would not have been able to withstand that previous strike. If it weren't for the formless hand, Yilan would have tried to snap his fingers at her to see if she could be contained. If not, at least in terms of abnormal resistance, they had completely succeeded. From the perspective of physical defense, it was still slightly insufficient. Or perhaps not slightly insufficient. The mere fact that she wouldn't bleed, had fewer vital points, and couldn't die quickly already far surpassed humans themselves. Only, mentally. Yilan's conjecture was entirely correct. Zhao Yuan herself had a problem. Can you speak to me? Yilan asked again. Yilan still couldn't confirm whether the other party was unwilling to speak to him or simply unable to speak. Still, Zhao Yuan remained expressionless. You only need to answer if you can speak. If you can, Lan Yuan, promise not to ask anything, and I'll turn around and leave. How about it? Tao rolled her eyes. And then, once she speaks, you'll laugh heartily. Lan Yuan promised to turn around and leave. What does that have to do with me, Yilan, right? Even so, Zhao Yuan still gave no response. Can't communicate? Yilan murmured, perhaps, she doesn't even have consciousness. Based on what he had seen so far, while still strong enough to pose a certain threat to him, compared to the Bai family's research, it still felt somewhat lacking, a bit less ambitious. But Yilan knew one thing clearly, the plans and effects of the 4 great families of Radiant City were equivalent. Any one of them succeeding would be enough to change the entire Radiant City. Soon, Yilan seemed to understand something. In the Bai family's plan, the strange anomalous humans he saw in the laboratory were merely an intermediate form. The Bai family's ultimate goal was to allow a small portion of humanity to borrow from the ancient god's touch, reaching the level of an ultimate god. So, what was the limit of the Zhao family's artificial body modification plan? The currently known clues indicated that all 4 families' research in Radiant City was inextricably linked to the ancient god's touch, but Yilan hadn't yet discerned which part of this power was being applied. Yilan narrowed his eyes and walked towards the window. Zhao Taihui was still surrounded by a group of young masters from Radiant City, being denounced by the crowd, with Chen Duoduo's cry of give back the money being the loudest. Zhao Taihui showed no sign whatsoever of coming here to clean up, which meant this matter was completely unrelated to him. So who exactly wanted to assassinate him? The Zhao family head? That's impossible. If he wanted to fight him, he wouldn't place all his hopes on just one Zhao Yuan. Eternal Night Dawn was still fresh in his mind, even the Guangwei giant cannon couldn't kill him. Would he be so naive as to think this was feasible? To take a step back, after the Eternal Night Dawn incident, the high-ranking officials of Radiant City were collectively scared half to death. Even if they knew he was alive, how would they dare to make a move? Seeing Yilan lost in thought, Bai Tao couldn't help but offer her own idea. Is it possible that no one gave instructions at all, and Zhao Yuan just suddenly made a move? Yilan narrowed his eyes. It wasn't entirely impossible, but if she had suddenly made a move, it would involve 2 scenarios. Acting on her own initiative or suddenly being controlled. Yilan didn't understand Zhao Yuan's current state and principles, but one thing was clear. Only 3 types of people could suddenly control her, Yilan said. The Zhao family head, the upper district city lord, or the ancient god's touch. After hearing Yilan's analysis, Bai Tao looked thoughtful. Can we really completely rule out her acting on her own? Like an instinctive resistance to marriage? Yilan shook his head, but she no longer has consciousness. But she definitely used to have consciousness, I saw her a long time ago, Bai Tao said. Maybe a little bit of her former consciousness still remains, or perhaps with the failed artificial body modification, her original consciousness was extinguished, and a new consciousness was born after reshaping into a new human ecology? It's just still in an ignorant stage, unable to express itself. Yilan. No wonder you and the little cat have common topics, you both read a lot of novels. However, it's not entirely impossible. Aren't you basically talking about artificial intelligence self-awareness awakening? Does this book really need to reach such a level? Regardless of whether it's her own will, let's treat it as a sudden event for now, Yilan said. Since she wasn't originally supposed to assassinate me here, in this place, that means she was originally a setup arranged by Su Lezhang, a necessary step to establish contact with Su Lezhang. Yilan looked around. But there's no corpse of Su Lezhang here now, nor have I seen Su Lezhang, so she's either a messenger or carrying a message. She should have something to give me. Yilan looked at the seat where Zhao Yuan had originally been sitting. It was empty. After a moment of thought, Yilan picked up Zhao Yuan's mechanical severed hand and twisted her finger where it connected to the blade, producing a crisp click. Sure enough, it was detachable. Inside the hollow finger was a tiny bamboo tube. Tao Tao, help me guard the door. Okay. The room's defense was entrusted to Bai Tao Tao. Yilan opened the bamboo tube, revealing a piece of letter paper inside. His gaze swept over it, and from just the first sentence, Su Lezhang's essence was already palpable. God of War. I'd missed you so much.